So very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the first session of IDAC by E4M, which is an independent digital agency connect, the full form of IDAC. So firstly, a big congratulations to the team for pulling this edition, and I think it was much needed in this space. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, in the industry for over a decade, and it is indeed my honor to welcome all the leaders today present, and of course, everyone who's attending to this Connect. For the next few hours, we'll get to meet, interact, connect, and collaborate with the digital marketing leaders, brand custodians, and influencers under one roof to discuss the growth of digital marketing in India, and especially in the regional parts of India. India, of course, being the most diverse country, not only in terms of culture, language, or beliefs, but also the way they perceive and absorb information. And to reach the right masses with the right message and language brands, now moving towards an independent digital agency has become essential, if you may all agree, especially those based out of the Tier 2 part of the country. We created IDAC to bring together India's leading independent digital agencies and brands together to share their real-time experience and how this digital-first approach is resulting in growth. Before we begin, of course, we'd love to thank our partners, first of Mob Avenue, your growth partner, for their support. And of course, this gives us the time to now have a look at their partner AVs.
At the start of the millennium, a vision to publish niche, relevant, and quality content for the marketing, advertising, and media professionals was realized with Impact magazine. From publishing investigative pieces to asking tough questions to the industry leaders, recognizing the big trends in the advertising ecosystem and bringing in a global perspective.
A brand new and unique global creative network called Densher Creative.
How do you creatively solve a problem or push something in a conversation forward? So I love that a lot.
I just know that's very representative still. I think we have some really strong storytelling.
Impact has been the industry's voice for the past 2 decades. The magazine launched industry-first properties like 50 most influential women in media, marketing, and advertising. Impact Person of the Year.
I am deeply touched by the recognition and the honor.
I accept this wonderful award with a lot of pride and happiness.
Top 30 under 30, which have over time become benchmarks for industry professionals. 22 years of keeping the readers hooked on to its in-depth coverage and analysis. Impact magazine.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact the weekly news magazine from the group is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
You know, I feel it's only justified when you see such great content being produced by the agency to give them a big, big round of applause. I think each and every one of them have contributed immensely. Well, before we begin, we'd like to bring to your notice, of course, the hashtag. And the ones who'll be tweeting, if you like any of your tweets today, I'll be personally, if during the course of the day, we can read out a few, we'd love to do so. The hashtag is very simple. It's hashtag E4M IDAC as one word. So IDAC E4M. So we request you, and it's right here on the stage. If you'd like to see the hashtag, you can tweet your learnings from today on that hashtag. Also, with that, the conference agenda, if you still don't have, you can scan the QR code on your name badges. It is now time for me to call upon, on the video, a media mogul, a visionary, the chairman and editor-in-chief, Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra, to set the context of the summit.
Good morning. Welcome to Exchange for Media IDAC, the independent digital advertising agency ecosystem is a very large ecosystem. Today we have India's top independent large agencies here in the room, and they're doing great work. Their founders are doing great work. And we're doing the first edition of the Exchange for Media Maverick Awards. The Maverick Awards are for independent agencies that are doing great work. In the first edition itself, we've got almost 300 entries. It tells you the amount of work being done by these independent agencies. The independent agency ecosystem is of editorial relevance to the exchangeformedia.com platform. Hence, we celebrate your success today. I wish you luck with the work you are doing, and may you continue to do great work that is impactful and also builds great agencies. Thank you. God bless you. This is for you, all the Mavericks who are independent.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. And of course, as he gave his congratulations to all the Mavericks who are independent, who are present amongst us today. Congratulations in advance. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to move ahead to our first session. Well, it is by someone who started Shebang as an agency with digital at its heart, with an outlook that merged creative, advertising, and marketing solutions. Within a few months of its launch, Shebang started working with a vast repository of clients, which included, of course, Asian Paints, Royal Play and Nilaya, Goodnight, Garnier Skin Naturals, Sequoia, Capital, and FirstCry.com, to name a few. With that, to share the thoughts on the rise of AI and what it means for your strategy, let's warmly welcome the founder Shebang, Harshal Karia, to kindly join us. And I think the applause can only get bigger and better as Harshal joins us.
Hi everyone, good morning. I hope you can hear me. It's great to be speaking here, and it's great to see congratulations to E4M Impact and Pitch Group to put together such an amazing conference where we have independent agencies coming together. So please give them a big round of applause. This is what our ecosystem needs, especially where we are at. Now, I've got an interesting topic. I've got 15 minutes to talk about the rise of AI and what it means for your strategy and what it means for your business. I'm going to try and do some justice to it. So the truth is AI is here and it's powerful. So it is here and it's here to stay. Now, this is an example of something that AI created, 25 plus million views in a day and 12,000 royalties. So this was in a day of royalty with so many views. So this is the capability of AI. It's a piece of music. I think we can play it. Can we hear it?
I came in with my ex like Selena, the flex, bumping Justin Bieber, but a fever ain't left. She know what she need, all I need.
Any guesses who the artist is? Sorry? Wait. Yeah, I mean it's basically AI taken an artist, put their writing style together, released a complete track together, and you're getting tons of views and you're getting tons of revenues. Now, that's what AI has the potential to create. I'm going to switch gears a bit from AI to the absolute truth of our business. So yes, this is the potential of AI. This is everything that it can create. And then there's an absolute truth to our business, which is that some people may not like what I have to say here, but we're effectively a headcount business. We're a margin trading and a headcount business. So why our business works is that in our four walls, each of our companies, in our four walls, we enable a unique environment where minds work together with a unique combination of culture and systems to enable better productivity. So effectively, why the client hires us is because we can get more productivity per individual in our four walls versus what the same individuals would be in the client's walls. So what does AI mean for our business? What we do is we effectively do headcount at fractional cost. So we, on the same 100 people, we deliver effectively 30-35% more value, and that 30-35% more value enables us the license to give a 15 to 20% margin on our P&L to charge the client effectively, net. If I just break the business down, that's what it's about, right? So when I look at AI and when I look at what it means for our business, what we really need to do is we need to harness this AI. It's almost like sugar in the milk. So it's the same milk that we've got, it's the same four walls that we've got, it's the same headcount that we've got. Now we've got a bunch of new people which get added to our workforce, and that's how we can harness the AI talent. So it's actually an opportunity for us to reimagine the way we do business, to reimagine our culture, to be able to integrate AI into our culture and our systems, to be able to get more efficient with AI so that we can continue to maintain on that same headcount business a 30 to 35% more productivity with the maintenance of the 20% margin, give or take. And we've always been better at harnessing talent. It's time we do the same with AI talent. So I think most of the amazing companies in this room, we are all good at being able to harness talent much better than another set of people, which is why we have a reason to exist in our business. Now you add AI into the mix and we basically have to learn how to harness this AI talent better. And I specifically call it AI talent because it's got the ability to produce, it's got the ability to create. Now, the reason why AI matters to us is because it's a 24/7 creatively able machine or analytically able machine. So deliberately I'm using the word able because yes, it is creative, it has the ability to be creative, but it cannot do anything if it's not harnessed or guided somewhere. Most of the design work that you're seeing, or most of the media work that you're seeing, or technology work that you're seeing, you have humans on top of the AI sitting. So, I mean, all of the discussions with respect to 8 billion world population getting replaced by AI, it's not going to happen because we need our stomachs to feed, and we're not going to get wiped out overnight unless the whole race gets wiped out overnight. So it's a creatively able machine. It's got to be at our disposal for us to be able to harness and direct. And able is important because without human intervention, AI is nothing. So it's got the ability to do ultra personalization in real time. It does a few things better than human beings. It's got the able to do ultra personalization at scale in real time, read and process large amounts of data. It's got the ability to help people see beyond what they can see. And all of this design AI stuff, I think the most interesting part of the design AI stuff is that, actually, and I go back to Isaac Newton, right? He says that we see further because we stand on the shoulders of our fathers. What AI is actually, in an everyday basis, somebody whose shoulders you can sit on. So you can see a little further and you can add your bit. You can see a little further and add a bit. That's what our workforces are effectively doing with AI. So the ability to be real time and the power of holy grail of creative media and technology is actually with the coming in of AI. We've heard this since 2000. I think 2008, when Google started talking about creative media technology and the synchronicity of it, it's not really happened. So I think as independent businesses and independent Indian agencies, this is actually our opportunity to create a unique service offering that really well ties together the creative media technology part, because with AI, we have the ability to harness it much better. And the opportunity is the ability to create transactional excellence for consumers at every step of the journey, whether it is on the creative, whether it is on the media or the technology platform where the interaction happens. So the coming in of all this is actually increasing the power that we can bring to the team. And I think that's the real opportunity or real power of AI. This is what I mean by the ability to help people see beyond what they can see. This was some of our work which was well covered in the press. But if I really had to look at it and if I take a step back, what this was able to do is the design team that was on it, when they put in the prompts, they weren't, they didn't imagine this off the top of their head. Once they put it as a prompt in AI, that's when they started seeing various permutations and combinations, and that's when a creative product is able to edge beyond what its potential was. So I think, how do we actually turn the culture that makes AI our friend and therefore increase that productivity on the same set is what I think we need to really focus on. So on AI versus human intelligence, I think the discussion needs to be AI and human intelligence merging together to be able to create better productivity in our four walls to be able to maintain our margins. That's effectively, I think, the net of the discussion. And AI can actually share our burden of knowledge. So most of us are always complaining about the teams in our companies doing a lot of routine, mundane work. So that is what I call the burden of knowledge. And AI can actually share and lighten our burden of knowledge so that we can focus on crafting compelling narratives, creating emotions, and forging connections at a technology and media layer. And so how can we build and integrate AI inside our organizations? I think the first thing we need to do is enable a culture where people embrace change and not fear it, because there's a lot of chatter outside. I can see that it's kind of dipping now, but there was a sense of fear among workforces about AI being replaced. So one is to enable a culture where people embrace change and not fear it. This is something that we did. We launched 22, we call them Shibots, specifically trained using prompts for separate use cases. And we've got about 5,000 plus conversations in the last 1 month. So some of the things that we've trained the bots on, things that people do on a routine basis, data crunching, writing captions. We actually even trained a bot to act like a client and give feedback. We've got this thing called Persona GPT, so that if there's an increased emphasis on knowing consumers, it's able to craft consumer personas as well. So that's helping our teams actually get better at what they do and how they deliver the work. So that's one, is embrace a culture where people embrace change and not fear it. Push the creative boundaries and be open to new possibilities. So I think now is the time to just throw our teams into the neck of it and say that, look, here are the tools, go and use it, go and create it, and get the visibility out there. Also create an environment where you celebrate the achievements of the ones who are using the AI well, because it's actually a new environment. It's a bit like, after the waves, if you see 2008 was a social media wave, and then you had the programmatic wave, and now you have an AI wave which is here to stay. So it's actually a change in the way we work, and it's important to celebrate the members who are really pushing the limits. So whether it's incentive programs created for them or spot bonuses created for them, that might work really well. And I think also, most of the questions that come in from the client side, what we are seeing, boundaries that help with creative regulations. We always get questions on the legalities of AI. So, just educating the workforce on saying, look, here is where the boundaries of the legalities of AI are and are not, is a good starting point, so that you don't have to repeat a lot of these questions. So, yes, leap, but leap with a fortified sense where you're kind of protecting yourself before you leap. So there's certain legalities which are not allowed, which it would be useful to get the teams aligned with. And what other skills should we invest in if we are building this AI culture? I think the other skills that we need is, and this is particularly from the narrative of continuing to maintain our 30 to 35% efficiency on the same workforce. So, with the fact that the base is this way, and you've actually got somebody sharing the burden of knowledge, this creatively able AI sharing the burden of knowledge. What we're going to need from our workforce is we're going to need better emotional intelligence, the ability to understand, use, and manage your own emotions in a positive way, sense problems in the market. Emotional intelligence helps us connect with consumers better, helps us understand market dynamics better, helps us extract information from clients better. Ethics and morality is going to be big because, with everybody being able to create a lot more, the one you can trust the most is the one who will have the long game in the market. This interdisciplinary knowledge, I think, is very important because, and I said this about the creative media and tech, and I think over the next 5 years, this is exactly what is going to happen. You will be able to see, I don't think we're going to see too many, hey, I'm just creative, hey, I'm just media, hey, I'm just technology, and you will see clients stitching their mandates together. We will see that as a large competitive advantage in the marketplace because everybody is going to have the same playing field. So therefore, what we will get is this creativity, innovation, and critical thinking are going to be the important skills of our workforce, and those are the ones that are going to really edge forward. So our teams have to be able to be adaptable and flexible, and that's something for us to be able to put into our programs where we create a learning environment inside our organizations. So inside our organization, we're investing heavily in building this adaptability, flexibility through our learning initiatives, and that's something that we are really preparing for this next 5 years wave that is about to come. And so it will result in incremental value for us and better margins for us, also incremental value for clients, because ultimately what we're going to be able to deliver, that 30-35% edge that we're going to be able to maintain is going to be passed back to clients and give us the license to continue our margins. So I'm really excited about this, and I think, in the spirit of what we are seeing here with the IDAC and a lot of independent digital agencies, actually this is our opportunity to actually uniquely tie in a very interesting service offering that lets us go and serve customers all over the world. So that's it from me in terms of what I think we can do on AI, not versus human intelligence, but AI and human intelligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Harshal. With that, if we may request you to please be on the stage as we request Satish Kado, the co-founder and CEO of Optima, to kindly help us with the felicitation of Harshal. Let's give them both a warm round of applause. And while, of course, Harshal had his conversation, we could see a lot of tweets pouring in. Thank you, Harshal, for your warm knowledge today. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'd urge you to continue with the tweets on E4M IDAC. I think there's so much of learning coming in, and whilst we have the knowledge within us in the forum today, in the Connect, we'd like to encourage you to take it forward on social media. With that, our next expert speaker started her entrepreneurial journey at the age of 17. Yes, you heard that right. She has run a youth portal, has been a journalist, a TV anchor, run an engineering design startup, and worked extensively in media research, all before the age of 22. She started DVIO in the year 2011, initially with a set of investors, and eventually bought them to own 100% of the company. In addition to being the driving force behind DVIO, she's also a startup investor, a TEDx speaker, and a chief mentor at the MadTech Incubator, a marketing incubator for startups in advertising, content, and marketing technology. Well, I'm sure most of you know by now whom I'm talking about, the founder and CEO of DVIO Digital, Soumya Iyer. Thank you so much, Soumya, for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm audible. Yeah, I'll need this. Great morning to be here, folks. ChatGPT launched around end of last year, and I think all of us went through waves of curiosity, skepticism, and even resistance, right? Like a whole bunch of creative agencies I heard were banning ChatGPT as well. And then I think we've come to a point of embracing ChatGPT or OpenAI, and if not really using it fully, definitely sort of come to a stage of acceptance. I opened up using, I mean, I sort of mandated use of OpenAI with Devio. And that was obviously more from a creative and production standpoint. But interestingly, it was at the backdrop of my HR rejecting candidates who were using ChatGPT to, to sort of recruit candidates. It's like, अरे ये लोग तो ChatGPT use कर रहे हैं answer करने के लिए, तो we're not accepting them. So, but it's sort of in a way confused. We are going through a behavioral change, as humanity, where the way we look at education, the way we look at evaluation, everything will need to change, right? So, and therefore, the very pertinent question to answer here is that what is the most important skill set that will be relevant in the coming times, even with the talent that we're recruiting as marketers, as agencies, as brands, or irrespective of the industry. And a talent that we are really looking for is what we call as prompt engineering. So prompt engineering is nothing but the ability to interact with the AI tools and bring out the best output from the AI tools, right? So therefore, every young talent out there, really all they need to do is deep dive into the world of AI tools that there is. I think there are about 1,000 of them that are launching every week as we speak. And this is, most of you would have seen, the latest sort of update on tools, the best tools which are working across creativity, productivity, video writing, so on and so forth, right? So if we sort of just step back for a bit and look at what's really happening at the level of humanity, society, and commerce. I think it's best explained by the way Tim Urban articulates it, where he says, the human colossus refers to the collective intelligence and capabilities of the entire human population working together. He suggests that while individual human intelligence is limited, the combination of human minds collaborating effectively can achieve remarkable feats. It's mind-boggling. It's excitingly scary as well, right? I mean, imagine every way of thinking, every analysis that is there out there in the market. It's literally 7 billion ways of thinking available to you at the click of a button, right? If you know the right prompt, you have 7 billion ways, potentially, of ways of thinking that is available to you at the click of a button. So, and just because of this sort of a transition that we are looking at, human progress, if you saw that this was sort of almost like a soft curve, you're standing right there, and what you're going to see is this curve, right? Hockey stick or whatever stick that is, right? So it's, so this in a sense, so imagine this, right? I mean, essentially what's happened so far is we maybe as a human race, we just got stuck in the mundane, in the routine, in things that took away a lot of our time, and suddenly we have opened up to a whole new environment where you're going to explore human potential like we've never done before. I mean, you guys have seen the movie Lucy? Yeah? So it's very interesting. A few years ago, though, where they said maybe as human beings we're using only 5% of our actual brain capacity. And with AI, we are opening up the 95% that we can actually access. So, yeah, and obviously AI and machine learning has sort of been around for a while now, but what really happened is that it became usable. It had a user interface which didn't require coding knowledge for all of us to access the power of AI, right? So that's really what happened with OpenAI. So the question that we are answering, and I think Harshil also spoke about, is that are we going to lose jobs? But here's a way to think about it. Like, let's look at history. Because we learned to drive cars, it didn't make walking obsolete, right? Because we learned to fly planes, it didn't make even driving cars obsolete. All that really happened is we were able to get to where we want to be faster. In fact, I was reading only yesterday that the advent of machines is actually what introduced what they call as a 5-day week. उससे पहले weekend का कोई फंडा नहीं था, right? So advent of machines actually what brought in a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and take a break on Saturday and Sunday. So in essence, what we will see is obviously amount of time that we reduce to do what we actually do, but the access that AI is going to allow all of us is what is very phenomenal, right? By which I mean, what do I mean by access? You may have the best story to tell, okay, but you may not be the best writer. The person who has the best story to tell is going to win today. You may have the best idea for a product because your ability to observe the human condition gives you the insight to develop the best product, but you may not have the resources to build this product, or you may not have the coding knowledge to build this product, right? With AI, you won't need it. The best idea, product idea wins, right? So in some sense, I look at AI as an equalizer, right? So I think finally entering an equal society, and that is what is most exciting about where we are going. And the reason I'm setting this context is I'm going to segue into what it's going to mean for brands, the future of brands, right? This is known. Essentially, we can process large amounts of data. We have patterns which otherwise human beings cannot see. So all of this is known. What it can do, what it can't do, I think this room is fairly familiar with. Now let's sort of segue into looking at what is possible now that wasn't before, right? Dwell on this. We are brands ourselves as independent agencies, and we work with brands. Are we a product business or are we a platform business? Netflix and its audience, right? So in essence, what's happening is with AI, platform businesses will scale and get value like never before. The reason for that is with every interaction on a platform, you're learning about your consumer and you have access to what you call as information arbitrage, right? I'm actually currently studying at the Harvard Business School, and among all the case studies that I have deep dived into, there's one thing that stands out like nothing else, which is businesses that have access to first-party data. Yeah, first-party, first-hand consumer information are the ones that are widely winning today, right? So if you look at your own business as a platform business and imagine what it could do for your business, I think we have a huge chance of winning over there, right? So the other thing to look at is, I mean, as brands and the brands that we're working with, human interaction with software, right? Now, that's also going to define how customers will discover the brands that we work with. Now, in a scenario, imagine a scenario where your fridge is telling you that you are low on milk in the fridge and that you should place an order, and asks you for a yes or no command, but also specifies to you the brand of the milk that you should buy, right? So that's sort of how the discovery of brands is likely to happen in the coming days. And the other interesting trend is, as mentioned by Greg Brockman, we are used to interacting with apps like, if I want to order in for food, then I go to Zomato, if I, grocery, Blinkit, and, so on and so forth. But you're talking about, with AI, a single interface that can do all of this for you. So it's fundamentally going to change the way we even engage with software. It's going to be nothing like what we have done before, right? Now, for us to be able to enable all of this, what do brands need to do, right? For lack of a better word, I'm calling it compliance. Is your brand AI compliant? Which means what? Foundation of being able to use AI is data, right? So as businesses and brands, are you structuring your data in a way that your business is queryable, right? So do you have a query engine for your own business? Is your data organized in a way that your business is queryable? And why do we need to start doing that for our brands today? Is because only that will allow us to collaborate and be compatible with other applications, right? So in some sense, SEO compliance is also be a thing of past. It's about AI compliance. Yeah, is your data structured in a way that it can interact with applications? But there are challenges, yeah? But again, since we'll be sort of leading this, these models of AI in marketing, I think one thing to be mindful of is that the more the machine learns about an archetype, the more the machine learns about the target audience, the more likely it is to recommend only certain kind of brands and businesses to you, right? So that's going to limit discovery of new businesses and brands. What happens to startups? What happens to equal competition, right? So therefore, I think one of the things to keep in mind is, you know, while we're developing some of these tools and working on them, there has to be the foundation models need to take care of the brand discovery without bias. And moving on to another trend that we need to be watchful of is, I mean, it's not even watchful, it's just something that we should move towards and start strategizing, thinking for our brands for is ESG, right? So your brand's pricing, placement, and positioning, all these three things are going to depend on the carbon footprint that your brand is leaving behind, right? And that's and this, you know, over the next couple of years is going to fundamentally change how even customers look at brands, right? So technology we've got to advise our businesses and brands to start having tech which can measure carbon footprint for their business. Now let's pause and think about how do we sort of make sense of all of this as on today. While we spoke at length about, you know, about AI, I think the more important thing to do would be to start training AI on the culture of your company. Like, can you train the platforms on the voice of your company? Can you train, or the brands that you're working with, right? Can you train AI, for example, think about creating a mood board of images that echo the brand or the sentiment of your company, right? So this, in a sense, is the first step towards training AI to become more and more relevant. Now I'll show you a use case of how you can train and actually make this workable. Friend of mine, Adam, from New York, is doing this actively right now, where on his tool Daydream, he's trained the machine on thousands and thousands of creative campaigns. Okay, so in a sense, I can feed in a brief into the interface, and it'll give me a YouTube idea, it'll give me an event idea, it'll give me an Instagram idea, you know, and sort of be building in more and more options over there. And now we're further taking this into AdDevio, training AI on our 15 years of data, right? So we've got, like, I think close to about 10,000 go-to-market presentations, industry by industry, and we're working on training the machines on our data, our strategy, in a way that, imagine the amount of time, and as a services business, right? I mean, you have new people who are coming in all the time, you know, you're sort of going through your own training cycles, you're going through your, you know, I mean, bringing in consistency with human resources is sort of the biggest challenge today, right? So imagine your GTM is sort of taken care of at a click of a button, or at least you have a model. The 0 to 1 journey is done because we're training it on all the data and all the strategies and all the creatives that we've worked on industry by industry so far. So that's Devio 1. So intelligence over the last many years sitting on it. So indeed, we're going to see more changes in the next 5 years than we've seen in the last 50 years. And while I spoke about AI and I spoke about, you know, ESG, there are a bunch of other things that are making the noise, right? Like, I think, you know, if we thought metaverse was a fad, let's just think again. What really happened with metaverse? What is metaverse? It's about essentially experiencing content in 3D environments, right? So it's a 2D, 3D shift. It's about experiencing content in 3D environments. Why we didn't see its full potential in ACT is because we don't have the infrastructure for it. The graphic cards are not ready. Yeah, the hardware is not ready. But right from Microsoft to Apple, everybody, you guys know they're all working on that, right? It's just a matter of time while the infrastructure gets ready. Now, again, let's think about those of you who have 5, 6, 7, 10-year-olds at home. What are they doing the most? Playing games, right? And games are actually the most fundamental version of what we call as metaverse. So humanity over the next 5 or 6 years will start expressing itself on metaverse. And at some level, when I look back at what Mark Zuckerberg did, it had, people thought it was a fad, but he's not stupid to name his entire company Meta. Who will win in the near future is where the 7 billion people actually land in metaverse, okay? And he's hoping it could be potentially Facebook, right? So, and therefore, the thing to do for brands today is to start working on 3D content, right? Like that's a foundational block. Start visualizing your business or brand in 3D content. And with all of these sort of new tech, as we call it, that's emerging, the most important thing to do for us is to, this is my favorite exercise, right? Is to run what we call as the futures wheel. Yeah? So what does futures wheel do? Take a section of a business and look at all the changes that are happening around us with tech. Okay, could be AI, could be 3D content, metaverse, blockchain. I mean, that's the other thing, right? I mean, of course, there's conversations on crypto and NFT and so on and so forth. But think about it, right? NFT, the biggest challenge that we have, okay, luxury industry, if you take it, NFT is nothing but a contract sitting on top of a digital asset or a physical asset, right? It's a contract sitting on top of a digital or a physical asset. For the entire luxury industry, if you label your bag with an NFT, I can even track my secondary sales, right? So that, in essence, is the power of what NFT can do for brands. We have yet to go through all the regulatory frameworks and find something that can operationalize some of these things that we're talking about today. But just NFT as a technology, I'm saying, can be a game changer. So in essence, just pause and look at where your business is, look at all the changes that are happening in the industry, and it's a consequence cycle, right? It's a consequence cycle. Look at what changes are likely to happen for your own business and the businesses of your clients, and start preparing for it today. Yeah, so that's what I have for you folks, and I hope this was useful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Soumya. We just request you to please be on the stage, as I'd now like the company of the co-founder and CEO of Optima, Satish Karu, to kindly join us and help us in felicitating. Satish is wondering, once again, Bhavna, you're calling me on stage, but Satish, we love you too, and we'd love to have you again on the stage. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. And thank you, Soumya, for being so candid around your topic and giving us such great insights. Thank you. So, well, we've been asking you to tweet, and I can see a lot of you tweeting. Well, it is now time for us to move ahead to our next discussion. But before we do so, I thought it's the right time for us to engage with one another. So let me just try and come in the crowd. Check. So firstly, do we have Rajesh Patalia here by any chance? Okay, Rajesh is right here. Rajesh tweeted with regards to the utility value of AI. And of course, do we have Priyank as well? Priyank Dhanu. Okay, perfect. So Rajesh, just want to, firstly, hi, my name is Bhavna. So Rajesh, just would like to understand from you, what are your expectations from today? Like, we're seeing your tweets coming in on social media. What is that one particular session which you're looking at, or what are you basically expecting from today?
Hello everyone, my name is Rajesh Patalia. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Agency 09. More than anything else, I just want to know what the way forward is going to be like, in terms of our businesses, in terms of our growth, our understanding, everything. Like we discussed about the AI and its benefits, etc. but there are certain basic questions that are not being answered, and we are really facing the same situation in our business, at our agency, which is, for example, the grassroots level, or the lowest rung of our talent who's using AI. How do you compensate for the valuable hardcore experience that they are going to get? So that's the reality that we are grappling with.
That's an interesting take, and we can definitely garner to that, and we hope that you can address that to a relevant speaker as well. Apart from that, if I could quickly have Mr. Dahanukar, sir, if you can just come forward. Firstly, we are seeing a lot of your tweets. Could we give him a big, big round of applause? He's been very, very active, and I think that's very integral. So just one simple question. Which is the next session?
Oh.
He was wondering, I'm going to be asking him, what are you looking forward? Which is the next session?
I've not downloaded the agenda.
How many of you have still not downloaded the agenda? No, just jokes apart. We'll, of course, encourage you to download. Yeah, what are your views? What are you looking forward today?
But all the sessions is what we're looking at is the way ahead, the way for the future, how AI can be a part of the digital agencies, where we work hand in hand with the technology and push our clients to be better in the entire scenario of marketing. That's how.
Perfect. So everyone's, by show of hands, if I may ask you, how many of you are looking at way ahead? What's the future ahead? If any of you, if you can just put your hands a little more higher so I can see it. Yes, the others, what are you looking at? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, with that, as we can see our stage all set, it is time for us to move ahead with yet another great discussion. For contributing on social media, we really encourage, because that's the way we all stay connected. Next up, it is time for us on our topic, which is build thriving communities through digital and creative media. First up, it's my honor to call upon co-founder Social Panga, Himanshu Arora. Thank you, Mr. Arora, for joining us. If I could now have the co-founder and CEO of Buffalo Soldiers, Sohan K. Chakrabarti. Thank you, Mr. Chakrabarti, for joining us. The co-founder and director, Social Beat, Vikas Chawla. And to moderate this discussion, of course, the independent agencies, having built an ecosystem of agility in the past few years and having collaborated with not only big brands, but the association with budging Indian brands, which has made a huge impact. So more details on this thought, we've got the co-founder and CEO, White Rivers Media, Shrenik Gandhi, who's going to be the session chair. Thank you, Mr. Gandhi, for joining us. With that, all yours.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Super. So the idea is very simple. We were, Suman and I were having a conversation some time back, and we were like, let's not have a formal session. Let's have a conversation between four friends, right? So that's what we'll try and do. And when four friends are talking, feel free to interrupt, right? So that's how I'd love to start.
I think also, I'll say that it should not be built. We have just started building. So it should be built. We are in the process of building. So,
we have. I think we have what 0.01% done, so to say. Yeah, and the whole ecosystem is growing so fast, right? So I'll try and divide the conversation into culture and commerce, right? Two important fundamentals. Culture is built by organizations which have people first. Commerce is built by organizations who have business first, right? So what is the right intersection of it to create the right communities is what we're trying to delve into. To begin with, maybe starting Himanshu, and we'll try and go in this order. Maybe a quick round of introduction, and you could also speak about, your favorite experience of building a community, or one of your best learnings as a marketer.
Sure. So hey, hi. I'm Himanshu. I'm co-founder for Social Panga. I was the first mafia at Panga. Thanks a lot for inviting E4M, and Shrenik, thanks a lot for hosting this out. So culture, I believe culture is not having a beanbag in your office, right? A lot of time people have seen beanbags as a culture piece, right? Culture is built by what kind of work that you're doing, right? The merit of the work also defines a culture to a larger extent, right? So all the organizations, all the companies, global setups, right? It's defined by the products they have built. If you look at Meta, if you look at Google, right? Or if you look at services company with respect to the value they deliver to the client, right? And if all of us as an organization is aligned to that one goal, right, is what defines a culture in a nutshell. It could be anything. It could be service excellence. It could be customer first approach, whatever it is. You pick up Amazon, you pick up Flipkart, you pick up Myntra, Indian global context, right? It defined that one goal. And everybody in the organization think about that goal. And then you define your mission, vision, and other pieces to it, right? And when everybody is aligned to that one goal, it kind of moves in a community space, right? So if you look at it non-professionally, I'm a cyclist, right? I have a single goal post to do a 100-kilometer on a Sunday. So everybody has that one goal in that group, in a community, right? So professionally, you have one goal post. Personally, you have one goal post that defines as a starting point for a community too, per se.
Very interesting. Maybe if you could also touch upon one of the, I think Manipal Hospitals is one of your star campaigns of the year, or any other campaign which you would have done which is community first in nature, and maybe some learnings out of it.
So it's just not about campaign, right? So take an example of Mamaearth. So we have been working with this brand for a while now. The starting point of that brand, I think everybody's aware of Ghazal and Varun, right? Ghazal became mom, and then post that, the brand was built. They leverage community to a larger extent, right? That community become a starting point for her to experiment, to do a pivot on the product, and then see people how responds to it, right? Again, what is happening these days is people start thinking, hey, how am I going to monetize the community, correct? And that's the first step that you should not take. That's in a don't space, not in do space. What you're adding to the community as a starting piece, and then you start doing a brand integration and other pieces too.
Interesting perspective. How about you, Vikas?
Yeah, I think in many ways.
Audible, right? Everyone at the back? No, not audible?
Yeah.
We just hold it closer to the.
I think this works. Yeah, I think, picking up from what Himanshu said, I think it's really about creating value, right? And people need to feel connected. The users, whoever you're trying to build a community with, need to feel connected, right? And that's really at the heart of building those communities. And that means the brand that's creating it, or whoever's creating that, needs to add value, needs to be able to be authentic and allow others in the community to be authentic for them to really take out the value, right? And that's what we've seen with many of the brands that we work with. One of the examples would be Dhan, which is a trading app, right? And what we tried to do there is actually build a community of day traders, build a community of folks that live a life being a trader. So right from building an anthem and a song that they can relate to, actually having communities on closed door channels like Telegram, or also public channels, right? And I think being able to connect those dots to people who feel they're sitting in a room and working from 9 to 3, looking at a screen, and they feel neglected, right? And that's the insight that we tapped on when looked at how do we build that community. So it's really about connecting those dots, and like Himanshu said, it's not about selling anything at all. That community is to exchange ideas, insights, learnings, and really connect with folks that know what you're going through, and that's what makes that community really work.
Interesting. Yeah, I agree. Art of selling is, genuine value addition, right? If you can genuinely value add, right, people will buy, right? How about you, Suman?
I mean, I sincerely believe that building communities, as a first-time entrepreneur, we started with a product, and Buffalo Soldiers happened by accident. All of us needed to realize that are we entrepreneurs enough, right? And we bootstrapped it all along. So for me, building community starts right at home. Himanshu was talking about culture, and I so agree with him because I think when we started off, we all call ourselves startup, and I feel that because we are independent and we are able to say this, that if we call ourselves startup, we need to start behaving like startup. I think one of the things that we enabled, at Buffalo Soldiers is that we give equity to each and every member. So that for me is something that is non-negotiable. So I feel that another thing we have always talked about, right, is that everyone comes and a lot of people have experienced this, all of us. People think it's a fun place, right? The journey doesn't end there, right? It's a fun place to work. So what happens is that building that culture talk, I feel, is really easy. Uh, for the first 2 years or 3 years, we practically grew from, and I've said this enough, from 5.5 people, there was one intern who was double timing in one room in my house, to just 100 people now. So we feel that while we were talking about this culture, we never really saw that culture coming through till about last year, and it happened very organically as it, kind of permeated through the ranks, and now we see the benefit of that culture happening. So I feel it all starts at, while we start building communities, the community should be built at home, and then, we take it across to clients.
Interesting, interesting. I in fact also loved your name. Can you tell me more about what's the logic and what's the meaning of the name?
All my other co-founders were I was driving one day. I had still not quit my job, and they were coming up with normal names. Bob Marley, of course. I love the songs, so that's how the name came through. I've tried to give many other reasons at different places. Have like one reason every month, but it's Bob Marley's song.
Interesting, interesting. Let's jump on to another whole new beast. Speaking, the new beast, which is the most spoken about beast these days, is Gen Z, right? Have you been building Gen Z first communities, and what's your experience dealing with them? Any of you could pick it up.
Again, first and foremost thing, having an awesome sneaker or having a tattoo, it's not Gen Z. Let me put that on the table. So, as somebody who's a millennial, I've speaking to a lot of Gen Z folks. The way people used to speak to me 10 years back to build on that consumer insight, I figured out very, very clearly these two things doesn't define Gen Z. What we have noticed, this is something which I have noticed last 40, 50 years, fashion, in a way, also define what kind of mindset people is having. Shanik, in fact, I saw one of your LinkedIn posts when you visited something, right? Why Gen Z likes to wear loose clothes. If you go double click on it, right, it's a sense of freedom. I don't give a damn. Size doesn't define me, right? It's a mindset piece, right? Uh, and when you kind of truly understand people, right? Fashion is one of the way, if you look at 70s, 80s, 90s, our fashion days of 20 to 30, correct, is one of the area, right? But nobody defines us, and wearing a cloth with a specific size is one of the pieces, right? Takes 100 other things to it, right? I own my own space, and it's also driven by what is happening to India from an economical standpoint. Like for my parents, roti kapda makan was big stuff. For us, we moved to the next level where convenience was one. Uber Ola came into picture, Zomato and all came into picture. Now that's by default. What's next for them? That hits about me, it's not about the stuff. So I'm not talking about the community, but to understand that mindset and start building products on top of it. So I always believe there are two things going to define next 10, 15 years of a journey. One is Gen Z, second is luxury, right? Because everybody has a purchasing power to it. So if a product or a community could be built on top of it, you're going to prosper in next 10, 15 years.
Interesting. Let me speak more about this particular post which I had written. So it happened exactly at Geo, just right across the doors. I was attending this event called as All You Can Street. Right at the entrance of the event, there was a hoarding which said, a banner, whatever, which said, if you're not into street culture, this is going to be a culture shock. And it was a culture shock for me. I'll narrate what exactly happened that day. So I walked into one of the stores. I probably was the only single person in the 55,000 square feet big conference or event or whatever it was happening who was wearing jeans, right? So already I was feeling out of place, right? And so I walk into one of the stores and I asked, I was just seeing some styles and I was like, can I see a medium-sized t-shirt in this? Like dramatically, everyone paused around me and they were like, what? Did you just ask for a size? Like, that's how people buy. Like, no, that's not how Gen Zs buy, right? We buy what we like. It doesn't matter what the size is. So I was literally convinced by stares to buy 2 sizes more than what I generally wear. I honestly still not have courage to wear that, but I hope I wear it sometime soon. Yeah, some very, very interesting things are happening. And like you rightly mentioned, it's Gen Z do not want to be defined by predefined global norms, right? यार मैं medium ही पहनूंगा या मैं large ही पहनूंगा. I will choose what I want to wear. If it fits my size, great, or else I'll be comfortable in what I want to wear. So, so that also is an insight for so many brands, right? So many brands have been thinking certain set of verticalization of sizes, right? And verticalization of a lot of cultures or, protocols which were there, right? If they start thinking horizontal, they start thinking design first, thought first, then I think magic can happen. Yeah. Vikas, how about you?
Yeah, I think, going deeper into what they like, and that's really where our jobs as marketeers begin, right? And often the way we connect those dots is they have their own preferences of freedom, their own preferences of trying new things. They experiment a lot more. So, and I think that's really how we pick up the kind of brand messaging that you want to do, right? So for brands that we work with, often it is about also the kind of content you create, because they have a lot more options. They have a lot more, they have lesser patience than many of us have. They get distracted very quickly. So, and that's really what you want to try and do. So the kind of communication we would create for a brand that's targeting that audience would be very, very different. And frankly, building a community for Gen Z is not easy, right? Because they have zillion options. They have enough to keep them distracted, and hence, while we try and do that for some of our brands, it's really about, can you still connect with them, and can you build that brand love? I think that's still something that we have probably tried to achieve and do, but building a community where they really feel connected, I think that's still probably work in progress in some sense.
Interesting. Suman?
I think Gen Zs are fashion in contradiction, right? They like vapes a lot too. On a serious note, I mean, I think we have been talking about the millennial work culture, right? And I think I have met with Gen Zs, especially in our office, who are two different kinds, right? The one that you were talking about, who have fleeting sense of they move on from one thing to another, and I've met the other kind, which have very, very kind of millennial work ethic. So it's very difficult, as you were saying, to bracket what exactly is a Gen Z, right? So, but when we were working for brands like, say, Fast Track, right? It's very important that we let some of our very young folks, including somebody who has joined like 2 months back from NIFT, to lead that conversation, because they kind of understand, they kind of bring those contradictions together beautifully. So I feel that that's something that is not defined enough. I think as we move forward, we will understand how the generation of Gen Z kind of settles in. So, I mean, it should be an ongoing process.
You want to say something?
So I heard two things, because you mentioned about millennial work ethics and distracted. The sense, so I've personally spoken to a lot of those in an organization outside also. I believe they're just different, the way we were different for our parents, right? So when I started back in 2003 on my first company, my father and my mom and dad couldn't even understand what we're doing. So the way my parents couldn't understand us, I think we're not able to understand the Gen Z, right?
Suddenly feeling older. You're suddenly feeling older, right?
I always, I think 4 old people speaking about Gen Z.
Interesting. So let's slightly tangent further, right? I'll jump to digital campfires, right? Now what I mean by that is, you know, when the whole social media revolution started, the whole fundamental was, you know, let's get to know the world. Let's get to, you know, expand our network. Let me try and meet so many new people, maybe meet a lot of people of my past. But I think a lot of things within the digital ecosystem are maturing enough where the original subconscious strategy was expanding the network. Now the strategy, or you know, the mindset is to narrow it down to relevance, right? Now what I mean by that is digital campfires like a Reddit, digital campfires like a Telegram group, right? So there are so many of these new age Telegram groups or new age Reddit groups or whatever. There are so many Discord groups and whatnot. Have you seen some initial success or some success in communities beyond, you know, your traditional social media, as I call it?
I think, yeah, we've done some of it in Quora, some of it in Reddit, and I think what we realized over time is authenticity there is very important, right? You want to be participating both as a brand as well as maybe consumers that love you and have that connect with you. But if that conversation or what you're saying doesn't feel real and authentic, I think that starts breaking apart. I think the other part is consistency, right? Because brands obviously say ye bhi karna hai, ye bhi karna hai, ye bhi karna hai. So you have to find what is it that that second or third channel that you really want to go deeper into. And often brands that have succeeded are the ones that have consistently built that with the right kind of content and value, found the right influencers, real consumers to be part of those communities. And that's when that flywheel starts working, right? Because otherwise you do it for a few months and it doesn't work. Building that community is a journey over many quarters to make that really come to life. Yeah.
I can think of an example of Maggie. I think they did this globally as well, where they monetized WhatsApp by investing in content. What they did was, and again, disclaimer, we've not done this campaign. I read about it online. What they did was oh, lovely. So yeah, of course, why don't you speak about it? I think it's an interesting campaign. Right? One recipe a day, right? You're talking about the same campaign?
Yeah. Yes. So I'll touch upon the campaign in a bit, but picking up what you mentioned, right, or the community piece. I think what is happening with multiple platforms, right? You pick a platform like Discord, right? Every platform, every generation feels it's my platform, correct? For us, our parents was Facebook, Insta, then Reddit came, Telegram came, right? So I was chit-chatting with one of my cousin who is in college, right? He is a lot more on Snapchat versus on Instagram. So his photo sharing.
Texting, like their routine texting is Snapchat.
Is Snapchat. Yeah. It's not on Insta, it's not on WhatsApp also. So what is happening is that the moment they feel that this platform, this called Snapchat or whatever, is for me, is where my friends are, not family, right? Is where they start building on the community piece, affinity community, whatever it is. Okay, Maggie, can you speak on?
Yeah, sure. So Maggie, what I saw was every single day they used to, they curated a whole community of people who are cooking food by themselves. So what they would do is every single day they would send a recipe. So a new recipe every single day on your WhatsApp message, right? As simple as that. It may or may not have a Maggi masala in it. We're not talking about noodles, of course. We're talking about Maggi masala, right? So that's what they did, right? They genuinely curated the whole community. Last I checked, they had about 200,000 active subscribers to that community who are regularly seeing recipes on that, right? So that's genuine community creating outside of an Instagram, outside of a Facebook, outside of a Twitter to genuinely add value to the lives of audience. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. Coming back, you were saying something, Suman?
No, I was just saying that our entire journey actually didn't begin with Buffalo Soldiers. It began with football because I'm a complete football fanatic. So we were building something called Foot the Ball, and the whole idea was because football fans, I'm a huge Arsenal supporter and a Barcelona supporter. So football fans on any other of these apps do not have like affinity-based community, and we were trying to build that. So what happened was, recently when we were leading, the entire global chess league, and for the first time chess was being played in a team event and all of that, we realized that a community was being built on YouTube, which was so interesting because we felt that the community would be built on maybe on Instagram, because some of the players, we thought it might be built on Twitter because Magnus Carlsen is there and Vishwanathan Anand is there. But it started building on YouTube, and that's the difference. So it's so fractured right now, right? Some are using, as you were saying, Discord. I started using Discord like about 6 months back. There are a lot of communities which are happening on Snapchat, but the Snapchat community right now is so low that we are not kind of, I think for the last 2 years, people have been always thinking about experimenting with the Snapchat community, particularly in India, but we haven't done that because I don't see the numbers there. But I think, yeah, it's a very fractured community building that's happening between different age groups right now.
By the way, Snapchat just crossed about 100 million users in India. So numbers are crazy on Snapchat and increasing by the day.
That's true. That's true.
Coming back to numbers, right? We're in a world where everyone wants everything yesterday, correct? How do you, and again, happy to hear all your opinions, how do you justify long gestation periods in building the community? What are the success metrics which say you set as expectations for your clients when you're building a community, when you know कि यार 6 महीना कुछ नहीं होने वाला है, 6 महीना आप सिर्फ effort डालो, 6 महीना सिर्फ content बनाओ, right? आप बाद में देखना क्या होगा, right? So what are some success metrics you utilize, or you try and convince your clients with, or you convince yourself with first more than your clients?
Isn't it the same roadmap of building a brand?
Yeah, exactly.
It takes time, right? So Maggie is our client, so I was aware of that community which you're referring to. It also boils down to what level of brand building you are, right? When your existence is questionable, right? When you're starting up a brand, starting a company, when your existence is questionable, you can't go back to a brand and say कि community बनाते हैं, right? Let somebody try the product, right? First, my product itself has a question mark to it. Versus a legacy brand, AB InBev, Maggie, Nestle's of the world, where the product is already there, right? And then you start making peripherals on top of it, right? So we also need to understand at what level or journey the brand is. That is point number one. Point number two, like I take an example of Mama Earth, right? Where there was a common interest of a founder, right? She genuinely wants to understand what's happening, and organically you starts building it off, correct? It was not started with the Mama Earth, it was started with Ghazal. And then obviously it finally boils down to the Mama Earth piece. That is second. Third, you asked about a period, right? The moment you start looking at 6 months or a year as a time frame, after that I'm going to monetize the community, that's where downfall starts happening. You have to be extremely, extremely open, right? Like take an example of Maggie. Sometimes we don't even put a product there, right? It has to be driven by an interest, not by a common brand. Common brand is packaging it, but is not a driving force to it. So for me personally, I cannot put a time frame to with 6 months or 12 months. It's a very long-term piece, right? Budweiser have built a community around sports, but it's consistently doing it year on year on year on year basis. Nike, I think everybody has seen the movie and read the book, right? The community have been built consistently year on year and being honest to that piece. Whatever whomsoever the sponsor is, Nike is always there. So third is more from a consistency point of view.
Interesting. Vikas?
Yeah, I think, you mentioned a lot of big brands, and I think, that's what I wanted to touch upon, that, if you look at it from far, it looks like communities are built by large brands, but actually it's probably the opposite, right? If you look at many of those small Instagram handles, those smaller brands, those one outlet retail stores, they have powerful communities. They may only be 500,000
micro communities.
Yeah, 1,500 folks, but they know the brand, they know who runs it, they know what quality to expect, they know the service that they can expect. They exchange feedback, I want this, can you make it, right? And I think that's the myth around who is it relevant to. I think it's relevant to every brand. Can you find consumers that love you, love your brand, your product, and start scaling that, right? And figure out what the common thread is. And that common thread could be anything, but you need to figure out what that is. And we didn't touch upon this, but at the heart of it is having an amazing product, right? Because you cannot build communities around something that's subpar. So in many ways, even if it's a small brand, and probably there are folks here that work with smaller, mid-sized brands, find those consumers who love you and start from there, and you'll eventually find a way to connect those dots and make that happen.
Agree with Vikas. Like, there's nothing more powerful than a micro community. I mean, we work with, you were talking about retail, right? We work with Udan. And so a lot of people go to social media and think that, what are the kind of followers you want? What are the kind of, so Udan, one of the things that we, kind of guided them to was the people who have their apps and they order from their apps, the retailers, the kirana walas, we ensured that those kirana walas are actually following them on social media, because चाहे वो Facebook हो or it's Instagram, at least wherever they are present, can you also follow them on social media, because you are using this app as the lifeline of your business, right? So I think micro communities are the way to go.
Yeah, and I just want to give an example. I mean, we didn't work on this. I was actually listening to a podcast about Zerodha and how Zerodha actually scaled, right? And actually, Nitin was talking a lot about how they built the community of again, traders who didn't like all these bigger companies and bigger apps because they didn't have a product that was catering to them, right? And they actually built a complete forum and community on the web, not on the app, on the web. And that's actually how their flywheel started working for them, right? They were very small back then. And this is almost 7, 8 years ago. And that community is what fueled every big trader in India to start using them. And then the rest is history. So
Interesting perspective.
There's a brand called Snitch, if you heard about it. They're Bangalore-based. They're Shark Tank, Siddharth. So they started with building a community around Gen Z, and obviously product around the same. Now they opened a first store. Same thing. Started with the community and then moved to the taking a point.
Also, another interesting thing I think which Vikas touched upon, which as marketeers, and I always tell my team as well that, we are marketeers first, then we are advertisers, right? So the 4 P's of marketing, it starts with product, right? Product, place, price, promotion. We are the 4th P of marketing. Product ठीक होगा तो बाकी सारे P ठीक हो सकते हैं, right? We've got the last couple of minutes. If we can have, quick closing thoughts. We started with culture. We moved towards commerce. So maybe, you could possibly speak about your concluding thoughts in terms of how are you fostering a culture first, community within your organization. Each one of you could speak about it. I'm sure each one of you have been doing some fantastic work in terms of curating some great culture. So,
no, absolutely. I think for us from day one, it was really about the team, the culture. We are about 350 team members now. And I would about 80% of our leadership team has been with us for upwards of 5, 6 years, some even for 8, 9 years. So, and I think the key to that is a mix of the right kind of work. You need to have the right brands, exciting work. I think that's one big part of it, because that's where the learning comes from. That's where they feel excited, they feel they're doing the right thing. So the brands and learning from it, I think, is one big part. The second is being able to have a culture of continuously learning, continuously, it's fine to make mistakes, but continuing to try new things, what Harshal spoke about, being agile, trying out AI. I mean, and we, in fact, have a huge task force internally to make sure everyone experiments with AI. And then you figure out where the use cases for each teams are, right? But that agility, that ability to experiment and keep learning, I think that's the second part. And the third is, the basics around having a great HR team, your, incentives, ESOPs, and I think all that mix and plays into play. In fact, I was mentioning to somebody else that we, in fact, do a performance appraisal every 6 months, not every year, right? There's an opportunity for top performers to actually move up the value chain in terms of increments and promotions twice a year, right? And today, folks are restless, and we try and cater to that to some extent. It needs more work, it needs more effort, but that's how we build it up.
interesting.
I think we have spoken enough. Time's up also out there. I'll just say one single line. If a first-time manager is treating his mentees or subordinates the way founders treats everybody. That clearly defines a culture because come from top to the first time manager. There's no rocket science around.
One of the roles is hiring, right? So from an intern to anyone who is joining us, I make the first call. I close the last call. I will do it till about the 200 or 250 people. That's my target. And I know it does get hard. Ask me about it. But I think, I mean, see, let's be honest with ourselves. I mean, all of us, we call ourselves marketeers and all of that. And we tend to think that, you know, give it a lot of importance. We tend to think we know everything. We don't. We are idiots, basically. We are, you know, trying to figure out, we have a mere approximation of the truth that we try to find out, right? And that's what we try to apply to many situations, right? Some of our best campaigns have happened like that. Some of our best work has happened like that. When we went out of that window, took a bet on a gut feeling that we had, one of us had, maybe I had, maybe, you know, my co-founders had, maybe my creative lead had, right? And that's how some of our best work has happened. So I think, yeah, I mean, and as Vikas was saying, right, we have started investing on AI. I think people who know how to use AI, and that's what Harshil was also saying, that they are the ones who will be successful. That is so very important to understand, that every department will have a use case of AI in the next 24 months. It has already started in the creative teams. It has already started in the strategy teams. It will spread across, right? So, yeah.
Super. Thank you very much for the lovely conversation, lovely insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a big, big round of applause. While as we request our panelists to please stick around, if I could have now the CEO of CultureX.ai, Vinay Mehta, to kindly join us and help us in the felicitation. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause as Vinay joins us. Vinay, we'd like you to first felicitate Himanshu Arora.
Guys, while I was just here to give memento, I want to thank Shrenik, Sumon, Vikas, Himanshu, Harshil, and all these guys for being the poster boys of India's marketing industry. You guys being here not just gives us insights, of course, beyond that, you guys gives us warmth and hope that the community is there to support each other. Thank you so much, guys. And just a little bit of context. I have been like following Shrenik Bhai. I met Suman Bhai also with Sakar recently. I didn't get to tell him that the work these people are doing. We all admire that. Thank you so much, guys. A big round of applause for them, please. Thank you.
So, okay, actually I requested from Himanshu, but nevertheless, we'll go in this order. And with that, if we may request all of you to please step forward. Yeah, we're going to create a great moment. Himanshu, are you going to be taking a selfie? Are you taking a selfie? Yeah? Perfect. Let's create that moment right here. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. Let's give Shrenik a very, very warm round of applause. He conducted and curated this so wonderfully. And of course, the best in the industry, Social Panga, Buffalo Soldier, Social Beat, and White Rivers Media. And of course, this is for our social media as well, hashtag E4MIDAC. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you all are having a great time. This was just the first panel discussion. Now imagine there's going to be so much more happening with our next leaders joining us. Thank you once again. With that, before we move ahead to our next discussion, it's time to now have a look at our growth partner, AV Mob Avenue. Well, next up, we're moving ahead to our next discussion. Place better bets with digital marketing planning. A topic which will definitely require the best leaders to join us. We're talking about digital marketing planning, enabling organizations to develop and test always changing tech stacks and helping marketers plan and prioritizing roadmap updates. This session will get some leading digital media and marketing experts to explore more on how these techniques help marketing leaders bring rigor to strategic planning processes using insights from their past customer behavior. Well, on that note, it is now time for me to call upon and welcome our panelists. First up, the President and Group Head Marketing Service Quality, Value-Added Services and Innovations, Thomas Cook India Limited, Abraham Alapith. Thank you, Abraham, for joining us. With that, next up, the founder and MD, Pivot Roots, Shibu Shivanandan. The co-founder and CEO of Y Optima, Satish Kadu. The CEO of Foxy Moron Zoo Media, we're talking about Vivek Das. Thank you for the arrangement. And with that, it's my honor to now have the Chief Business Officer, Mob Avenue, Raghav Maheshwari. So, Raghav, you have this, ultimate task of curating this excellent discussion forward with such great leadership. Over to you.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everyone. I mean, really kudos to all of you for braving the Bombay weather and the Bombay rains to honestly be here. It wasn't easy. It took me 1 hour, 50 minutes to get here. So yeah, thanks for being with us and thanks for the panel. So yeah, let's kickstart the discussion. So placing better bets with digital media, that was the thought process, and we were all racking our brains together how to go about it. And it essentially boiled down to, understanding how the digital marketing domain has transformed over the last 5 years, how it has evolved. And, we are here to assess essentially about what is the depth and the pace of how digital marketing has grown. So I have a very, very esteemed panel here. I mean, if we were having this discussion 5 years ago, where digital marketing was strong but growing and evolving versus right now, it's a huge difference. And I think it has impacted most Abraham's business. So, the pre-COVID, the post-COVID digital marketing era. So I'd like Abraham to kickstart his thoughts. How do you think that, digital marketing has transformed and evolved over the last 5 years? What's like your take, especially pre-COVID, post-COVID? How do you see the things going now?
Thanks, Raghav. That's a motherhood question, so I'll attempt a brief answer. As probably the oldest marketer on this panel, representing the oldest brand for sure, I represent Thomas Cook, which has been in business for 145 years in India, so no question that we're the oldest. So yeah, it's an interesting question. I think for a long while now, everybody's talked about digital as sort of breathing down the neck of traditional media. I think that phase went by in a whoosh, especially after the pandemic. The pandemic accelerated the whole digital revolution. And in any case, India was leapfrogging over a lot of the typical evolutionary cycles of the developed world. I think my mandate when I came into Thomas Cook about 12 years ago was to really try to bridge the traditional to digital domain from a marketing standpoint, because typically the brand used to appeal to older customers, so more package stores and that kind of stuff. And we were going into a individual traveler, more experiential kind of environment in obviously the youngest demographic in the world, and the fastest growing economy in the world. What we've done, and I probably am unique in that we do a bit of both. Today, actually, we're probably poised equally between traditional and digital. A lot of what we're doing has really moved from about 100% traditional as recently as 5-6 years ago to, from a impact point of view, probably being about 70-30, 70 digital. And that's really coming from the fact that, especially post-pandemic, we've seen a big growth in individual customers versus group customers. And also, the average age of our customer has actually come down by 10 years, which I think is a telling testimony to what we wanted to do and digital's ability to do that. Today, I think nobody colors digital with just one single brush. There's so many layers to it. I think we are at danger of sort of categorizing digital as one universal thing. And I think that's really the complexity of it, but I don't want to take everybody's time, so we'll talk about that.
So Shibu, Satish, Vivek, I mean, you guys have seen hundreds and thousands of brands, make the journey and make that transition, love to hear your take on it.
So, I'll just, just go slightly behind. If you look at the entire digital population in India, right, it still stands at about 45%. So when I put a lens to that and see the opportunity, I still feel that we still have a 50% opportunity lying in India. And that's what we are experiencing in the last few years. COVID had its own curse and a bliss, while we all saw and experienced the curse of it. The other side of the story was it actually gave birth to a lot of platforms, which typically might or would have actually grown slower. For example, how fast the entire audio or apps like Spotify, Ghana, everything was, right? How the entire entertainment, the OTT segment actually grew, how gaming sector grew. Traditionally, when we used to look at planning, it used to be Google, Facebook, programmatic, and some top 15 vendors, and then some RTB, audience wild cohort. Now, post-COVID, that entire audience segment has changed. Now we know that right from a 13-year-old to a 25-year-old to a 55 to 60-year-old as well, there is some digital asset which has been accessed probably in the last about 3 years, where there is an opportunity for a marketeer to go and trap the audience, or probably not trap the wrong word, to at least cater to the audience and serve him the relevant ads. That is the kind of shift that we are seeing of how planning has changed from a 4 segment to a 25 segment, with the birth of new platforms, with audience really engaging, the time spent on mobile devices and smart TVs, connected TVs are actually increased. So, and I feel that we are still 55% away from where we should be. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I think pretty much summed up by Shibu and Ibrahim, but I would just add that when you see a cement brand running ads on digital, it kind of tells you where the world has come. From single-digit percentages that we used to track when I was at Comely, to then getting into 20 and 30%, to finally crossing the 50%. And interestingly, 2019 was the first year globally when digital was larger than non-digital, and that point has just come in India just 3 years later, means that there has been a substantial acceleration that we've seen in India too. Coming to planning, I mean, we kind of see that on digital, planning has also become much more dynamic, as opposed to a plan that's cast in stone. And like Shibu, you were saying, I mean, going down to hundreds of micro cohorts that you are able to track and tune and change the communication and the frequencies of the communication, depending on what stage of the funnel the audience is. I think it finally feels like digital branding is mainstream, digital media is mainstream, and we are seeing advertisers adopting it across verticals. We are seeing offline agencies finally opening up, the ones that were really the laggards, finally having their digital presence, partnering, and first of all, building their own digital presence, the Vikajis of the world getting stronger on digital. I think these are exciting times.
Actually, I have a slightly tangential take on this whole thing, right? Which is, who's not digital? And making digital
or celebrating digital the way we are celebrating is doing justice to how well permeated it is in the fabric of society today, right? And I think post-pandemic, the major shift that I've seen across brands, and I'm very new to this space, right? I mean, I've worked in a large agency network for 12 years, and I'm a very late entrant to this elite group of founders. I'm probably the only non-founder here, but a late entrant nonetheless. But I've seen that across the spectrum that now it's all about understanding how at each stage of the brand-consumer interaction, we can have an intervention, right? It's no longer about, I'm going to first show an ad on TV, need some awareness, and then expect them to act on digital, so on and so forth. I think we've been talking about complex journeys for a very long time. I think the journeys are really simple. The idea is that, do you know your consumer? If you know your consumer, do you know where they are? And if you know where they are you there with the right message at the right time? As simple as that, right? So one thing that has changed post-pandemic, and Abraham and I were talking about this earlier this morning, is that a lot of organizations that were not data aware or were not data sensitive have started to become that, right? I think the role of CMOs have changed. Uh, we see new designations like Chief Growth Officer, and not just new designation, new responsibilities, right? Where CMOs are not just responsible for how the brand is seen or placed or priced, but also the growth of the business, and penetration and expansion and so on and so forth, right? And that puts a greater responsibilities on agencies as well. That we don't look at digital as just another medium, but a vehicle to drive business and growth for our clients. I think that's the biggest shift that has happened. The importance of digital in that sense has really gotten elevated. Of course, MarTech data adoption is still at a very nascent stage in India as compared to many other parts of the world. But at least people have started to ask those questions, right? At least us as agencies have started to feel challenged to do more homework, to learn more, to be able to advise our clients better. So that's the biggest shift for me.
No, that's very well put. And coming to your point on marketing officers' growth role evolving, to more of a growth role. How would you rate, because you are interacting with folks every day, the digital maturity of a marketing officer or the marketing teams? If you have to rate it, you see that also has significant. But how open are they to new innovations? In digital, we have things changing left, right, and center. You have new innovations, new technologies, new platforms. What is the digital maturity in experimenting that? What is the digital maturity in adopting that?
If I can go, yeah. I think CMOs are in a very tricky spot right now, right? Especially if you look at the way the economy is behaving. Yeah, I mean, India is probably a light in a larger canvas of darkness, but that still doesn't mean that the market is not challenging for us. It's very challenging. So even if you had the savviness and the digital maturity, you have to, every small decision that you take is about how the business is going to grow or sustain, right? So that's what makes it tricky for a CMO today. The fact that even after 2 decades of doing digital marketing in India, we still don't have robust end-to-end measurement of how digital contributes to everyday sales of products getting picked off the shelf or on the website. That's the biggest challenge that a CMO faces, right? A lot of times, that's where the digital savviness and maturity sort of comes into play, because there your gut comes onto the table rather than all the science, right? If you have the in-depth understanding of how digital behaves, if you've done enough experimentation at small scale to see the success, and if you build that robust data set and learning, you are able to make that decision far more confidently.
I have a slightly different thought. It is not that the maturity in the market is not there. It's the acceptance of, or probably brand and marketeers to actually invest in that. For example, I'll just give you very small examples, right? Things like, tracking fraud, right? Things like programmatic, or things like automation. I see a reluctance in brands paying the additional cost. They will tell an agency, you guys are charging an agency fee, the tool cost should actually be a part of that. It will not make a difference. It will never stack up.
We've done that to ourselves, you realize that, right?
No, I'm sure that everybody would be doing some part of the other in their own way. But I believe that, that is where though the maturity is there, the willingness and the openness to actually invest slightly more into these platforms is very, very critical. Having said that, one big change which is also coming in, even when we talk to CMOs or offline guys, they want to understand digital, they want to learn digital because they understand that at some point in time, only mainline or only being a specific platform level might shun their growth. Digital is soon, or probably anyways is overtaking. So it's important for them to understand how digital is also going to play a complementing role. And now when I am a part of the network group, so I see that it is not a digital war or it is not a mainline war. It is an integrated war. Like he rightly said, right? What is the user journey? What touch point? What platforms are actually going to be the right mix to use? That is what is going to change.
One indicator of that maturity that we see is a few years back, branding and performance were looked at as two different things in discontinuity. Branding would be largely offline first, and digital would be largely performance. To now, relatively more and more marketeers evolving to accept that it's a continuum, a brand performance continuum, and therefore also the way to look at it is digital as the center stage of the strategy that's driving that brand performance continuum. And somewhere we are using that, or we see that as a measure of that maturity of the marketer that we see in front of us.
If I can just add to sort of build on a lot of points that all of you have made. I think part of the problem is marketers, the big attraction of digital versus traditional, and as an older marketer who's seen both, has been, or at least in principle, was that there's more data and it's more clean and you understand what you're getting for what you're investing. Unfortunately, and I'm saying this with some level of responsibility here, a lot of the digital ecosystem and providers and agencies and creators like you, unfortunately, have not created to marketers like me the kind of transparency or even putting your money where your mouth is from a performance and return on investment point of view. In the traditional world, it was fairly easy for a marketer because there were very few choices. There were big ticket choices. You had the money or you didn't have the money. And there were very few avenues to put that money in. And the response, if you will, nobody judged you on because it was spray and pray, right? Today, and the whole principle of digital was, listen, we're giving you accuracy, more and more cohorts, you know exactly who you're targeting, the right mind space, the right point in time, the right behavior, and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, to my mind, maybe I'm meeting the wrong people, I yet have not met an agency partner who is able to give you the kind of clarity in terms of this is what you're investing, this is what this plan is doing, and I'm willing to stick my neck out and saying this is the kind of response you're going to get. And I think that's a bit sad because I think the whole theory of digital fundamentally was that you knew what you were getting, it was not going to be spray and pray, it was going to be the right kind of customer, the right kind of mindset, and your conversions, etc., would be a lot more accurate in measurement. And today the expectation, because of the data-driven marketing environment, is really that your CEOs and board expects that level of investment and accuracy in terms of reporting what you're getting. And I'm sorry, I'm still saying that we still don't have that level of responsibility and clarity.
No, not doing a marketing pitch, but when you look at digital and performance, the challenge is how are you also tracking or how are you also doing the measurement? While a lot of platforms could be end of the funnel, this is also one traditional challenge that when brands look at conversion, they look at a last click model, whereas you would be running your campaigns on about 5 different platforms, and there could be an assisted conversion that is leading to your direct or your organic. Where brands should ideally do is understand where are we spending, what is the attribution which is coming on each of them, and look at like we typically try and explain the concept of a e-business ROAS instead of a platform level ROAS. While the platform level ROAS can go up and down, traditionally what you have to look at is so basically we have a planning principle of say about a 60, 30, 20 and 10, where 60 would be performance, about 20 would be always on kind of it could be brand, it could be performance, or it could be high SOV campaigns. Then there is a 10% which is pure campaigns that are experimental. So the last 10% is absolutely something new, which actually gives probably opportunity for the brand and the agency to try out at least an experimental platform and see what is the impact of that. Again, all in all, where I'm coming to is measurement and attribution has to be looked at. That is when you will be able to make sense of the whole marketing spend that you are doing. Again, not an pitch, but happy to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no simple answer to that. Exactly what Shivu said, right? And I've personally worked with brands of all scales, from startups, from e-commerce to the Unilevers and P&Gs of the world, right? The debate is constant, Abram, right? And the fact that I started my journey 20 years ago, I've seen the sort of the nascent digital era as well. And I've been fortunate to work with a lot of big brands in the traditional spaces. What brands used to do by default is pay a lot of attention to product pricing placement and looked at media purely from a media lens at one point of time, right? Now when digital came, we said, oh yeah, all touch points available, everything is measurable, everything is cheaper, all of that. That's where we started killing it, sort of, if you stay with me for a bit, right? That's where we started killing it, because we never talked about measurement at all, right? We don't have the Nielsen's of the world tracking sales, for example.
Yeah, that's part of what I'm referring to. I'm saying the ecosystem
Correct.
has to develop a way to credibly measure value for money invested and put a credible bet.
Absolutely.
And as a provider, service provider, be willing to put your money away.
Absolutely.
This, 50 here, 20 here, 30 here, and I think you'll get this.
Yeah.
Is as vague as traditional media planning was.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, meaning I'm outnumbered here. I recognize that.
No.
I'm saying it therefore
Yeah.
with some level of responsibility, like I said.
For sure.
It's
So I was
good
coming
to
to
have this back and forth. I think it's important.
Debate's definitely more interesting.
Yeah, so there's a second part to it, right? Which is the moment we started shifting to a digital ecosystem, the responsibility on the brand side also multiplied, which is my website functioning correctly? Do I have the entire analytics in place to ensure that I'm able to optimize the entire user journey? And therefore, to Shibu's point, am I able to actually measure attribution accurately, right? Now, all of that is an added investment, but which used to happen, like I said, by default, right? Saying how is my retail placement is going to be? How am I going to do all of that? That used to be a task that the brands took upon themselves. Now it's just about, largely, I'm not like brushing the entire industry with one brush stroke, but it's largely about, oh, I've got a nice functional website, and that's good enough. Why aren't you able to generate leads for me, right? But there are a lot of cases like that. But I think there's a lot of time and resource investment that's required to ensure that that measurement is effective. That's one part of it. The second is, yes, I completely agree with you that there are the largest digital platforms today, till today, have not taken steps to make data and measurement available transparently. And that's a common challenge that agencies and clients both face.
It's a global challenge. I think the problem is there's still an effort to sell a plan rather than sell the result. I'm saying finally, what is a marketer looking for? Marketer is saying, hey, listen, I've got X resource and I want Y result, right? Finally, you want a partner who is saying, hey, listen, I'll help you achieve Y result. And I'll tell you the way to do it, and I'm willing to give you a certain amount of confidence by sticking my neck out with you, right? Because there's no question the CMO's neck is on the block, right? And because that's what the CEO or MD is going to do. But you still don't have that level of resonance or confidence or accuracy or measurement for that kind of decision making. And I think that's really where a partnership opportunity lies, in the ability to be able to, present the data in a convincing way, fix the attribution. Because typically what happens is any agency or partner that comes in will say everything that the previous partner did was wrong. The first 3 months are going to be about fixing that, right? But that's 1/4 of results. You can't afford that.
No, fairly. Satish, please.
Yeah, I think the challenge is definitely there. I think the challenge is for real. But I think it's also a function of how open the marketer is to investing in certain experiments, to try out those experiments and then say that looks like this thing is working before I scale it up. Sometimes we see that, there is definitely a segment of marketers that are much more open, much more experimental, to give it a test first and then say that, yeah, looks like this is working versus not working. And also investing in the measurement and modeling around it. And so we see that the methodologies exist, whether it's about measuring incrementality as opposed to last touch attribution, which I think is the bane of the industry. Last touch has really killed, for a long period of time, the real impact that's coming through. And so marketeers who are much more open are looking at alternative methodologies around incrementality, matched market testing, looking at a more holistic way of attribution, and sometimes just testing it out in a few test markets first. And then we have seen such marketeers then seeing the benefits of it and actually becoming the ones who are endorsing the investments in digital, even if it was not necessarily entirely measurable in the traditional context of last touch.
No, I think that's very fair. I think 2, 3 points coming out from the discussion very clearly. Obviously, there's no single universal tracking platform that can work across the board. I think a lot of people are working on it, still preliminary results, some small test, trial, but yeah, I think we're very far away from that dream stage across web, desktop, app, everything.
And we might be moving further away from it because of the post-IDFA world.
Yeah, exactly. Google and Facebook, Meta have their own thoughts to it. So really, I don't see it happening in the immediate future. And second is that on the digital maturity point is that, yes, people are getting mature in terms of they understand it is digital. They want to spend on it digital. And coming to your point, Vivek, that investment in analytics, if that's not supported, that investment in tracking, that investment in optimization, if that's not supported, definitely it'll be a challenge. But Abrams, to your point, I think fairly put. I mean, and obviously bearing part of the responsibility as part of the group that definitely need to stick our necks more out. So definitely we're there. I think it's almost there, and we co-own a lot of results, we co-own a lot of things. But yeah, definitely, I think more needs to be done if folks are still not fully convinced. Fairly understand that. So just moving on from here. So definitely there's traditional on which investment is going. Say, take Thomas Cook's example, 70-30, you're still doing offline, you're still doing online. But how are you convincing the advertisers, or how are you as an advertiser convinced that I am able to follow the user offline to online or online to offline? How are you bridging that journey that all my spends or all my planning or all my bets that I'm going to place are actually in correlation, and it's not like two independent plans working together?
Actually, the last few years, we've actually taken the journey from some digital to digital first to only digital. So today, most of our large campaigns are only digital. They're being planned digital from inception. And that's a good thing. And like I said, I just wish there was a lot more clarity in terms of how to plan those campaigns, because today a lot of it's still being taken on the basis of some data and some gut, right? It's not that marketers aren't used to using their guts. And we've been doing it for years and stuff like that, but you sort of expect, and the boardroom expects as well, that when you present a marketing plan today, you're saying digital plan is going to have that level of accuracy, right? So that's one point I won't belabor it because I made that point. I think the other parts also, today you're seeing a growing, and I was just on a panel a few days ago on connected TV, and could that be the next big thing? I think theoretically it could be, especially for a category like ours, because co-viewing is critical for the purchase of our category. Family viewing definitely behaviorally increases the opportunity of sale. Of course, large screen, good audio, etc., helps sell the travel experience as well. But unfortunately, the result in terms of response, we still don't have that, that bridge of how do you get a response rate from connected TV. So I think in every digital subset of digital media, I think there is an opportunity to sort of straddle the one weakness that aspect has. And I'm just using connected TV as an example. Great advantages, big screen, big audio, co-viewing, etc. And that ownership is growing. And from a high value category like ours, that's the only audience I'm interested in. But there's still a technology/content gap of capturing response and being able to measure it. So I think what would be useful for this audience is to really think about each of these aspects of digital media and marketing, and what's that one weakness that as a marketer, people like us are facing that you can address. Because if you can come to me with a solution like that, I'd be with you, right? I'd invest with you. So I think that's one sort of need.
So I see it in on three tracks. But before that, so there is a online jewelry brand that sells 90% offline, and online is primarily like a showroom, and 10% sales happen through online. But they have been a always-on player, investing in the entire full funnel paradigm and measuring and seeing those results. And we see it in there are three things that I want to add here. Number one, for brands that are offline as well, so long as there is certain online touch point that they have, one way is to look at and do the audience analysis, audience intelligence, without necessarily having to buy media. That's one of the powers that technology offers today, where you can do audience discovery, understand who your audiences really are, so long as you have some digital touch points of that audience. It could even be their offline data, phone number, email IDs as well, or it could be the digital touch points that you may have. That's the audience discovery bit. And that then influence the media planning that you would be doing or media buying that you would be doing. The second part is when one is actually running media investments and running campaigns, looking at those at a very granular cohort level to understand which cohorts are really responding how to which campaign and at what stage of the funnel. And all of that today is achievable online by not looking at that one media plan in monolith, but breaking it down into hundreds and thousands of possibilities. Number three is the measurement part, which the way we see it is at like 4 different sections. In terms of the brand lift that you see, in terms of how that translated into the search lift for the brand, both in relative and absolute terms, how it translated to the traffic that came to the website or whatever digital touch points you had, measuring the quality of that, and finally looking at how that translated into the overall conversion lift, even if your entire conversion was offline, irrespective of that. So I would say that these three prongs have become the cornerstone of how we are seeing market is adopting on digital.
Just like to add a few points rather than starting a parallel track. Being a part of the network company now, I definitely see a change.
Congratulations, sir.
Now we are also seeing that, like how Satish started, right, of how the audience planning happens. Now the audience planning is not thought from a digital or from a traditional media. It is looked up as audience as a whole, and their patterns, their behaviors, well, it could be on digital or it could be on mainland as well. That is how I think brands should approach it right now. Now, since we are an integrated agency, we look at that holistically now. This is the audience, this is the persona, this is what they would be doing on a TV, this is what they would be doing on a digital, this is what they would be doing probably on a connected TV. That's how the audience discovery happens. And again, when you come to the planning, there are brands which are like digital first, there are brands which is 70-30, 60-40, and then there are brands which are also 90-10. How do you measure each of them? We are working on a brand, something similar to what you just mentioned, where the sales primarily happens offline because there is always a touch and feel to it. There the measurement is completely different. We actually look at a footfall there. There are platforms that actually helps you measure online to offline, and there are integrated ways to also do it, right? You put on a coupon code, you do a QR code, you just track that audience, and it's all about building that measurability of how are you able to connect all the channels together, and then how are you looking at the efficacy. That is how I would be also looking at how, or probably traditional brands are also looking at digital, and how digital plus integrated or probably digital plus traditional outcomes can be measured.
Yeah, completely echo that, Shivu. In fact, CX or customer experience is the core of our framework as well, right? And online to offline to online, or offline to online to offline are happening all the time, right? At a very fundamental level, I think the discoverability of the brand has to be ensured before you start spending money on media and start expecting results, right? Like the point that I made earlier as well, right? I mean, I've got a storefront, but am I discoverable in the right way across platforms as well? Am I out there with the right message? Am I, when I'm communicating a certain ad on TV, are all of my other touch points coherent, or am I incoherent? Because the moment that happens, whether it is somebody watching an ad on television and they happen to go onto your website and they can't connect with what they saw there, and what they see on the website. And they walk into the store and they have a completely different experience. Every experience is broken. I mean, there are measurement solutions that are everywhere, but I think a CMO's challenge is that they're all distinct data sets, right? They're not a common data set, which tells you that the same person who watched the TV is the same person who's responding on digital and so on and so forth. There are a lot of indirect correlations happening, but in the absence of nothing, there is something. But all of those measures and solutions are in place. Not going to make a pitch here, but there is a product coming up very soon, which is very different from audio fingerprinting, watermarking, etc., which will also solve that TV to digital sort of a behavior. A globally patented product, which should all be hearing about that very soon. But until that happens, let's at least ensure that that small percentage of media investment that needs to go behind measurement, we are all able to do that. And to Satish's point earlier, conduct small experiments. If it has never been done for your brand, conduct small experiments, take out 5%, 10%, try it out for a month, 2 months, sorry, not a month, 2 months. You don't get anything in a month. Try it out for 2 months, establish some data, and then start scaling it up.
Fair point, Vivek. Yeah, I think we are starting our last 5 minutes of discussion. I'm pretty sure the audience also will be very keen in understanding, some journeys that you have personally guided, and you have been part of that journey. I mean, your company was in business before there was marketing. Forget digital marketing. So, I mean, I really want to understand, from your experiences, some brand stories, where we have guided the traditional, what were the issues, some roadblocks, how did the brands take it, and what do they see it? What was their take when they started versus what is the take right now?
Meaning, the best case study I can talk about from the category and brand that I represent is dealing with a 2.5-year period called the pandemic. Travel was down to zero, category itself, forget brand. And you obviously had to keep the brand present, people engaged. Obviously, we had taken money for people to travel when the lockdown happened. So we had to use marketing in a way to build confidence, because this was on the heels of one of our competitors called Cox and Kings going under, our erstwhile parent, Thomas Cook, which we shared a brand name, in the UK going bankrupt and so on. So on the heels of that, the pandemic happened. So we had to reassure those customers that we weren't going bankrupt and the money was safe, and keeping them engaged, keeping our partners engaged, our vendors engaged, everybody engaged. It was a very, very different kind of experience for a marketer like me, because typically it's about assuming some level of category demand and building brand demand. This was the first time when you had zero category demand, forget brand demand. So I think digital was really crucial in terms of keeping not just employees engaged, customers confidence up, and being able to bounce back the way we have with the best profits we've had in a decade coming out of the pandemic within a year of the pandemic. So I think, meaning I'm a believer and yeah, looking forward to doing a lot more.
I'll tell you another case of one of the clients that we work with. We work with Bisleri as a brand. And I remember when we started speaking to them in COVID, they had just developed a website. And their idea was to move the entire traditionally water buying journey into online. So you would ideally call a retailer and you would ask for a Bisleri, right? They wanted to change the pattern. They wanted to build the subscription model. And we have actually seen and we have lived the journey with them. While we spoke about media, we spoke about audiences, something that we really missed out was also the customer engagement, right? It is not only about acquiring and building your first conversion. It is also about how do you influence the repeat conversions, how do you influence people who have come, experienced the product, or probably done an add to cart, but they have not converted. So what we also did for them was right from changing or adding inputs to the UX in terms of where the customer is coming, what are the hotspots on the website, where are they clicking, where are they not clicking, how to do the product placement, to actually actively tracking the entire journey, running modeling campaigns on paid, on acquisition, helping them in the user retention. There was also, we went a little extra mile to also help them optimize the ERP in terms of, if there are, say, probably 3 trucks which are going out, how do you optimize to make sure that they are delivering best? What are the best routes that they're taking? So when you look at a client and look at it from a complete 360 degree. While you could be solving some of the problems which is not under your scope, eventually what it will help you in is to probably help you better in terms of media spends, get better, add your scope additionally. We have seen that transformation happening for them, right from where they were about 3 years back to where they are right now. The entire company believes that digital is going to, or is driving better results every single year. And so the story that I would want to end up with is media is, audiences, media, great, but also look at the second segment, which is the consumer cohorting from a retention perspective. Find out channels which will actually convert when you are, there is no point in just bombarding them with messages, right? A lot of actually brands do that. There is 3-point notification that is being sent every time. They don't track how many people are actually opening the notification, which platforms, and how do we adapt to that. Those are the things that marketers should also change.
Fair.
So this is a case study about Halodoc, which is Indonesia's largest health tech company today. But sometime in 2021, around May, June, that when we were asked to work with them, prior to that, they had built like a market leadership over a year's time frame. But just around June 21, they were losing that leadership to the number 2 player, which was a distant number 2, but that was now closing in. And there was, of course, the benefit of timing where the marketeers, data science team had figured out that an unfortunate COVID Delta wave was going to hit Indonesia 25 days later. So, of course, an unfortunate but great timing from a marketing standpoint. And at that point, in fact, Halodoc was running a TV campaign, and that was not driving lift either. Because as a brand, it's still it has its own niche audience, right? It's a health tech app at the end of the day, and you're trying to alter people's behavior to order medicines online, and also pharma consultation and stuff like that. And so TV was paused. It came to digital. It was planned at an extremely granular cohort level to really understand which cohorts are ones that are likely to change their behavior or that are responding better. And so it's not like planned in advance. It's like everything being dynamic. And when the COVID wave did hit Indonesia, over those 8 weeks, they had a hockey curve growth. Massive growth in the new customer activations, transactions, became the #1 app on the App Store ahead of Facebook, WhatsApp, and just about anything else. And if it was COVID alone, even the other competition would have got benefited, which was not the case. And the best part was the sustenance campaign then continued even later at a fractional spend than what was earlier being done. When the third COVID wave hit Indonesia, this brand had a natural peak coming in while the competition was nowhere. And post-COVID, all these 3 waves, the brand has established a steady new baseline completely that's far higher than wherever the competition exists. In fact, the competition is almost like decimated. So this is a very interesting case study of digital planned, executed at a very granular level. Of course, great timing, but somewhere really beating TV for a brand like Halodoc.
I'll actually talk about two categories. One from my past experience, which is FMCG brands that are amorphous, impulse-driven, so on and so forth, where the whole investment on digital is under question mark perpetually, right? So till date, I'm grateful to the marketing leaders who sat in those organizations and had the vision that if my audience is out there, that's where I need to be, and I will start investing in that. It started with a very simple objective of, if I have my own first-party data, can I drive media more efficiently, right? It literally started with something that simple. And yes, multi-touch attribution, analytics, modeling, all of that was done throughout the period. Consistent efforts for about almost a year, to the extent that owning the first-party data not only led to 30 to 40% efficiency in media, but multiple times growth in their engagement levels, the overall correlation to when brand communicated online, to when sales uplifted at a retail, all of those were established. And some of those case studies are available because they won awards in a lot of places. Talking about my current agency and the work we're doing with a brand called, a water purifier brand called A.O. Smith, right? Now, again, we've woven the digital touch points across. Now, this is also a category which is heavily trade dependent, right? So there is an entire intervention that happens with trade every time a new product is put out there. They're also on the journey of that entire full end-to-end integration between retail and e-commerce. So they have the challenge of different SKUs being available in retail and different SKUs being available online, right? So trade has to be educated differently for responding to both. Because people who are exposed to the brand online will look for something else. People who walk into the store will see something else. So all of those aspects of the entire customer experience have been woven into it. All those data points collated, analyzed, fed back into the system, fed into media to start optimizing for every aspect of the campaign, whether it's something we're driving for e-commerce, something we're driving towards retail. In fact, on e-commerce, AOSmith, despite being a challenger brand, one of the leading e-com platforms, has called it as the best performing brand because of the work we've been able to do with all these data points, bringing customers from outside, counter to what e-com platforms ask you to do, bringing customers from outside the platform to drive conversions on the platform.
That's pretty amazing. And thanks for sharing those insights and those examples. I think that was really enriching for me personally also. So guys, yeah, in the interest of time, we don't want to delay everyone's lunch. So we'll be wrapping up pretty soon. But in concluding thoughts, I think the evolution from traditional to digital has been just amazing. I've been personally in the industry for the last 10 years. What I used to do 10 years ago, 7 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, and today it's very different. I mean, if Charles Darwin was alive, he would have been proud of us, how crazily that we have evolved. I mean, that's what I would like to say. And yeah, thanks a lot for the panel. Thanks a lot for the audience being very patient. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raghav. And on that note, we just request you to kindly help us in felicitating our panelists. Thank you once again to all our key panelists. We've had, of course, leadership from Thomas Cook. We've had leadership from Pivot Roots. We've got Y Optima. We've got Foxy Moron. Such great brands and connects, which you can all have. Of course, let's give them once again a warm, warm round of applause. And Raghav. So an excellent curation by the Mob Avenue team on this panel discussion. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Thank you so much for that. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we break in for a hearty lunch. Let's resume back at 2 p.m. Indian Standard Time for some great conversations to follow. We'll see you back at 2. Thank you.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging, with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. $33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are a destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I can see the energy which has continued from morning. Of course, we hope that it continues all the way in the evening. We've got the Maverick Awards. Right now, we're at the first edition of IDAC, where we're representing the best of the leaders present here. Well, we hope you all had a great time to get to know one another. If not yet, we've got certain more sessions wherein you'll get to learn from the leaders and, of course, network with one another. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and I'm glad that we can see a lot of the tweets coming in with the hashtag E4MIDAC. So it just goes to say that everyone's enjoying and learning a lot from the Connect so far. Well, with this, it is now time, since I can see my speakers already inside, to jump directly to the topic. We're talking about omni-channel digital experience, the path to value. Of course, curation is done wonderfully. It is first up my honor to call upon the National Strategy Director and Head of GIPSY, the HI and AI Insights Division of Tonic Worldwide. We've got Anjali Malankar. Let's give her a big, big round of applause. Thank you, Anjali. Firstly, of course, looking absolutely resplendent in that attire of yours, and we're looking forward to some great curation. Joining her as the session chair, and thank you, Anjali, on agreeing to be the same, we've got our eminent panelists. First up, the Head of Digital Wonder Lab India, Jatin Kaur, joining us. Thank you, Jatin. Jatin, is it Jatin if I'm... Jatin, yeah, all right. Thank you for that. Also the co-founder and CEO, I shouldn't say applause, but cheers. So cheers, let's call upon Mehul Gupta. Thank you so much for joining us. And the CEO, Neil Patel, Digital India, Pradeep Kumar. So well, with that, Anjali, all yours. Check.
Thank you, Bhavna. And it's Anjali Maltankar. Yes. Okay, great. So thank you, everyone. I think we will straight dive into the topic of omni-channel, the path to value. And I'm personally very interested in the next 45 minutes, in trying to understand what are the challenges, what is the importance, what is the future of omni-channel, and we will actually start with actually trying to understand what is the importance of omni-channel strategies and all today. Yeah.
So when I say about importance of omni-channel. So when in this competitive landscape, every businesses want to focus upon to come out of their bombarding other messages. They
Right.
everyone want to focus upon customer-centric approach. They
Right.
want to feel that every customer have been focused with the personalization. So they want to be hyper personalization experience will be better for all their customers.
Right.
So multi-channel will be acting in a silos model, but when I say about omni-channel, it has some kind of integrated connection. It focus more about customer journey.
Right.
It will tell about the customer's buying experience, retention, and we can make the customer not to feel that they are left alone, even post sales.
Right. So
That
it's very
way,
seamless.
yeah, seamless experience will be much more better, even for pre-sales and post-sales. That is what omni-channel is most needed as of now.
Okay. Long press, then it will come. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
The importance of omni-channel has to be viewed from a lens of starting with the consumer behavior, right? We are in a hyper-connected world. Impatience is a virtue. People don't want to wait for long. People expect everything to be seamless, and people, in fact, take it for granted. To
Right.
that extent, any consumer across any industry would expect things to be taken care of. And I think bringing a thinking of omni-channel helps achieve that. Now, there are different downstream questions whether, at what level you want to do it, how much you want to do it, are you ready to do, make that investment, take that journey, which is very arduous. And, having handled some of these, experiences of transition from analog to digital, I can safely say that, a lot of self-assessment is required before you go down this journey. I think the importance lies somewhere between there, right? Whether the business demands it, and from a consumer point of view, is it something which you are making essential? So one has to be very clear in the direction in which you're going, because it requires a lot of investment, requires a lot of commitment and human resources, right? I think I would place the importance for brands and for partners like us, who are consulting brands to go down this journey, to be very clear on these aspects.
Right.
So yeah, both of you all have covered the major points. Out and out, I think so omni-channel in today's age is important overall from all industry standpoint to build value. From a customer standpoint, I think so it becomes important that, hey, you know what, I know.
Yeah.
Hi. The customers want to know, and the consumers they don't want to be bombarded, and they want ease. The journey and the experience to purchase needs to be super, super easy, and they should remember it, and that helps, that helps them to come back to the brand. So yeah,
So why not multi-channel and why omni-channel?
So, okay, multi-channel, there's a basic difference between multi-channel and omni-channel, right? Multi-channel, the way we approach is, hey, you know what? This particular brand is there on this channel, is there on WhatsApp, they are doing something on hoardings, they are doing something on OH, everything. But what they're doing is they're solving different problems using different channels. They're definitely present on all these channels, but they're not connected. The story is not tying back. What happens is you don't know the user journey, right? A user is going to go through multiple touch points. It could be one of them, it could be multiple of them. So the story then starts looking very fragmented, and that's when we lose the
So
customer.
this is more holistic, it's more seamless?
Yeah, when we come to omnichannel, you know that there is a narrative, there is a singular proposition, or there is a singular point that the brand is trying to communicate through all these different channels, and also builds a great experience for the customer to engage with it.
I think the question that you phrased is quite interesting, right? I mean, why multi-channel and why omni-channel, right? I think one has to take a step back and understand the journey that businesses and brands are today going through. There are businesses which have come from analog and they're transitioning into digital. There are businesses which have been born in digital and they're moving to hyper digital in a different, velocity. Given that there are these kind of, realities which exist, and specifically for agency partner like us who are trying to consult, We need to be clear about this and then say that, look, the transitions have happened because channels or rather brands then think about these channels to be combined together as a single entity. When it comes to the singular experience, right, we spoke about it earlier also, that look, there are these experiences, people don't want any kind of fragmentation. Absolutely right. There is a certain amount of frictionless experience that everybody expects today. If I order a pizza, I expect it to be delivered. If I order a cab, the cab has to be there, right? We're taking things for granted. Now, when you have these kind of user models which are existing, and brands have to work their way and their businesses around it, one needs to be cognizant of who is actually at multi-channel and why. And if they are transitioning to making it an omni-channel experience, what is the value add that they are giving to different stakeholders who are touching this entire experience? Because it's not enough to say that, look, I have to move because everybody else is moving. Maybe you don't need to go the whole hog. Maybe you need to fix certain buckets which are actually causing a friction in the entire experience, right? And therefore, a very healthy assessment of where the business stands, where the brand stands today, and therefore, if you have to go down that path, what does it take to go down that route is becomes very important for us to ask these questions at the outset. In fact, if I could take a minute to quickly say, there is a certain framework that we follow at Wonderlab where we have a 5 ways approach where you first ask and get the aspiration clear. Then you get the entire alignment done for the entire organization and all the stakeholders who are concerned. Then you actually try and calibrate and get people to follow that because it's not a single team or a person's agenda. It's the organization's agenda. Then you activate the entire thing through pilots and then you analyze it. And when you complete this full cycle is when you are actually able to say that, look, are we going in the right direction? What kind of recalibration we need to do at different points of time, right?
Right.
That's how I would think that, one should calibrate between a multi and omni channel.
So first and foremost, as a team, we got to assess the objective for omni-channel and what are we trying to achieve, and what is the nature of the business, whether it's going offline to online or online to offline, and that changes the course completely. Right. So we started by saying it's the path to value. So how is it path to value and value to whom and how?
If I may?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm going to give you a real life example for everyone to understand this. So
Sure.
what happens is, I saw an ad or I saw a communication from a retail brand. I'm taking retail for the time being. And it had a very tight communication, and I had multiple touch points, right? It was not only my Instagram account, it was offline as well. So I moved to the offline store, right? And that's my offline touch point, and I got the same experience there, right? Then I decided to purchase, right? When I made the purchase, everything from then was communicated to me proactively without instigating or reminding them or with a follow-up. So they reminded me on my WhatsApp, they sent me an email, they connected me to the brand, and this was basically a TV. So all parties then became connected to me without me even lifting up a phone. I just had to make the payment. That was my job, and to obviously select the product. Now, when I did this, my experience was so good. When I'm planning to purchase anything next, I know I will have to go and I would go to this retail outlet because it made my experience, first of all, seamless, hassle-free, and and it was just beautiful, right? And obviously cost advantage comes into play. So I was getting this at the same price where I was getting it at any other retail outlet. So I made the choice.
I think if the brand is listening, I think they should be ready with a discount voucher for him, given that he's ready to do the
That's
next
why
purchase.
I didn't
I think
think
one interesting thing that lies in the word value, right? One needs to understand you're taking the entire ecosystem along. And again, I'll keep going back to the fact that we are going to consult brands to do this, right? So we need to be very clear of the value definition for different stakeholders in the entire exercise. There are customers who are the reason why everything is being done and reorganized. Also, at the same time, there are internal stakeholders, employees, the frontline staff, etc., who are again, whose definition of value has to be understood very clearly.
Right.
So when you ask saying that, what is the value, the part to value, it's also critical to define the value for whom, and like you
Yeah.
asked, right, who is it for
Who
creating
is
value
it?
for?
Yeah.
And one has to get the entire clarity at the outset before embarking on these exercises of, creating an omni-channel experience. There are value creation which will happen even for partners who are trying to create that. Like Mehul gave the example of that entire seamless touch points integrating one system with the other. that becomes the end result and how it will manifest itself. But if you look at the value creation for every stakeholder in that process, whether it is a technology partner, whether it is the distribution, whether it is even the suppliers, etc., that definition has to be clear and it has to be understood singularly by everybody. Only then can one say that you are genuinely trying to create value. The part to value will come in because yes, at a very simplified level, one would say that I want to make my customer experience seamless, but it comes at a cost, right? And capital is not available freely on tap. And if you keep that lens in mind, suddenly you will rethink how you want to create value for customers if you are going down the path of this omni-channel thing. Because these things are fabulous, they are very intuitive when you think about it. But what people and typically what even brands underestimate is the kind of investments that are to go in. And lastly, but very clearly, there has to be a very clear commitment. Because when you are trying to create value, you're taking stakeholder capital, you're taking shareholder capital in some cases, right? You need to be accountable for that. So you need to have these things at the back of your mind before consulting and going down this road. That's what I would think.
That's,
So
yes, please.
when you say about the value, what it really gives is
Right.
the customer loyalty.
Right.
That loyalty factor will make every customer to become a brand advocate. So
Yeah.
they will be making your brand to be recommending for their families and friends, and that kind of value will be coming only because of omni-channel. Because when they have sensed that omni-channel experience and the seamless experience from a brand, they will for sure recommend that brand for other colleagues or maybe their friends and everything.
This
That
is
kind of-
interesting because what you're saying is loyalty really typically was considered as a separate subject, separate domain. We would talk about rewards, we would talk about many other things, but here with sheer experience, the seamless experience, we are creating loyalty here. That's what you're trying.
Major factor is about the retention factor comes back with the royalty, and so the customers want to come back to again and again and want to have that experience because they will be seeing that peak. Whenever say that the memory of peak end will be much more. When you see about the excitement and something happened, you will be so happy to realize that excitement again and again.
Right.
So that peak end is what psychology sticks with this.
Right.
So that
But with all these benefits, I would like to ask, what are the challenges really? Because you did mention, Jatin, that you have to ask so many questions.
making everyone to get connected
Yeah.
and making the resource investment and everything seems to
That
be
is
the
one of
biggest
the
factor.
Investments, like Jatin rightly mentioned, it's not a simple process. It's not a plug and play model, right? You think of it and you kind of implement it. It's not that simple. There are, we were discussing this, right? There are multiple people who come into play if you want to deploy omni-channel, right? It's not only a CMO's playbook. It's a business head, it's a CEO coming in, the CTOs coming in, making sure what is feasible, what is not. It's a huge time and money investment.
I think the point to look at for from a challenge point of view, right? I would put them into two spectrums. One end the functional challenges, and on the other end there are human challenges. When you are trying to go down the path of creating an omni-channel experience, on the functional side you'll have the hard questions to address. What kind of tech infrastructure do you have currently? What is the kind of data maturity you have in the organization at the at the outset? As the industry, is the industry ready for that kind of management of data and transitioning to a single truth, a single source of truth, right? There are a lot of these hard questions which you have to ask on the functional side, when you're looking at the challenges. Look at the other end of the spectrum when you're looking at the human challenges, right, which are primarily related to adoption.
Right.
See, a lot of times, and this I've seen in my one of my previous experiences with a private sector bank, the internal organization has to be rallied behind that purpose. You have to understand very clearly why we are doing this. Because if you don't have the wherewithal, if you don't have the right kind of people to lead this change, right, it is likely to meet with a lot of failure and hiccups in execution. The second dimension to the human problem is also the kind of partners that you choose. Because there are a lot of things, and again, due respect to everybody trying to offer one-stop solutions, etc., a very brutal self-assessment is required. As a brand, am I really ready to take that investment, get these kind of partners who will genuinely guide me and see me through to the entire journey? I think if you were to put these things in perspective, right, the functional challenges, the human challenges, then derive a very clear and honest roadmap as to saying where can I really put my finger and say, okay, these are my strengths and I can actually address this with this kind of partners. And let's face it, there's not going to be one partner. It is like Mehul said, there will be different talent, different stakeholders that you will bring together to deliver that experience.
Right.
And that helps you try and have a very honest assessment of your challenges, and then you're ready to go in that direction, right?
Right. Also, from a consumer perspective, we spoke about all the benefits and how seamless experience can lead to loyalty, purchase, all of that, right? But also today we know that we are intruded a lot more than before with the continuous tracking and all of that. Do you see that as a challenge?
I think the consumer today, nothing better than that. You're at a very different level. Every brand in one way or the other is trying to make the consumer lazy. Least effort, maximum amount of convenience. Let's face it, that's what reality of life is today. But that's interesting, right? When you say lazy consumer, you're talking also of making life easy. And when you have to make it easy, you have to work very hard in the background to make that experience easy. And that's to my mind, the genesis of what omnichannel should really do. But let's look at the other side of what you're asking, right? It also leads to intrusion.
Are there any don'ts is what I'm trying to understand.
Correct. I think that don'ts would largely come from avoiding wastage, and that requires a clear definition as to what are the things that we will not do as a brand, right? If you know the user is not
See,
clicking.
when example, if you have made some purchases in an Instagram, if you made a purchase of jacket in Instagram, for a same person, if you're again showing the jacket ad, there is no use of showing that, right?
Right.
So it is a kind of wastage where we can easily avoid that. Don't want to. What shouldn't be done is more focused on omni-channel compared to what should be done.
Oh,
So
interesting. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, see, from a customer standpoint, that intrusion is a fundamental problem for the generation now, right? I mean, and I think so more and more awareness is there amongst younger set of audience, definitely. When it comes to omni-channel and intrusion to customers, it's not specific only to omni, right? It's a problem of digital, right? So I mean, when you're devising omni-channel strategy, I mean, the beauty of omni-channel is the comms. I mean, if you can communicate in a way that it doesn't feel like intrusion, you made it. So yeah, I mean that's
It will be
how
a failure of the entire purpose of creating an omnichannel experience if you're going to bombard your prospect with something which is irrelevant. And that again becomes a useful metric, I would say, that whether you have to assess whether you've done the right things. Look, irrespective of whatever the brand might want to do, there is going to be some encroachment on data, right? I mean, that is a reality. The question really is that how does the brand really then fortify itself when you're down the path of creating an omnichannel experience to say that, no, this is where I draw the line. This is something which I will not cross as a brand. If that data is available, and first party data today, we know the kind of value it holds, right? If it is available from multiple sources, so be it. And the consumers are discerning, they understand where this comes from. But the brand shouldn't be seen as being somebody who's actively, engineering that dissonance, I would say, right? That's something that we have to guard against.
Right, right. Interesting. So when it comes to actual execution of omni-channel strategies, there at the level of execution, do you see any red flags or any big challenges there from the execution point of view?
When it comes, no problem.
Everyone has.
So, see, execution-wise, the only thing is making it automation becomes the biggest kind of a challenge, which may go wrong. Sometimes it wouldn't be understood like what have been transformed from multi-channel to omni-channel, because whenever we say omni-channel, many of them will get confused with multi-channel, because most of the agencies in India will be operating in multi-channel, because that coordination between the teams will be just saying the same, right? So it's not like understanding the journey in a much more better way. So making that, we need to integrate automation in that process. For making that automation, for sure, if we have done not in a proper way, it may go in a wrong thing as beyond our control. It will burn more money in that. So it will consume lots of time, and we couldn't understand.
Time and money.
Money will be burning on that ratio.
Okay.
As agencies, we work with brands, and brands have multiple agencies for different purposes, right? Imagine all of them being on the same page. Can you just imagine that? I mean, that's the challenge, right? When you say about execution, you need to make sure all partners, be it their internal comms to corp com to other agencies, mainline, social, so on and so forth, All of these guys need to be on the same page. And I think that there is a challenge there. I mean, from an execution standpoint,
Right.
it's very important across teams internally of the brand, then external partners. They all need to be on the same page to make sure there's a journey which is being created
Right.
for in order to create value. And there's humongous amount of time being invested, obviously money being invested in anticipation of some sort of conversion and business value. If either of this fail, even one party fail, it's a domino effect. It's gonna.
I think at the execution side, I would break it up into two parts, right? One at the side of the brand. It has to become the organization's agenda. And again, as partners who would consult brands to try and, go down this journey, it is important to ensure that this is coming straight from the board down to the shop front. Because see, if it becomes a department's or a team's agenda,
Right.
then typically it fails because there is not sufficient buy-in and wherewithal to push that through. That's point one. Point number two, if you look at it from the partners or the architects who are engineering this entire exercise, right? We need to be honest enough to call out, okay, at an execution stage, if we find that there is a deficiency, if we find that let's say the partners, the clients' teams are not trained or they're not adequately equipped enough to handle the omnichannel experience at different touch points, we need to be honest enough to call out. I think a lot of times, again, I've been on both sides of the table as a client and as an agency, partner, that honesty is required. Because if you're not brutally honest to point out that, right, at the time of execution, you will find that you become then, as an agency person, you become the person in the spotlight to say, why did you not call out earlier? And I think that's what any brand partner would expect. They would expect, at the time of execution that you call out and you state the deficiencies. Solutions can be brought in. I think that's the
I
easier
was
part.
just coming to that actually. So therefore, we identified automation, we identified coming on the same page by multiple stakeholders, all of these challenges, right? Are there any practices that one can immediately pick up as to solve these challenges? Are there any practices that you, or hacks or tips that you can share?
See, on a larger scale, no. I wish I had it all together. But so the way, I mean, I'm telling my personal experience, the way we tackle things so that it becomes universal for brands as well. So the way we start our planning process is to identify what the brand advantage is. We identify what the consumer really is looking for in that category, not from the brand.
Sure.
And one of the most important identifications is what the category is doing altogether.
Sure. So this is the entire homework that goes into
So
it. and
once you
everyone
have
coming
that
with the same
homework, we boil down to a purpose, a strategic space, I would say. So that strategic space helps us say that any communication across any medium or any channel should be true to this singular promise.
Right, right.
Right?
Any examples? So let's kind of delve into some of the successful examples of omni-channel strategies being applied. Anybody, you want to go first?
We did it for an hospital brand.
Okay.
So it's all about like we want to make the patients like to realize about the brand, right? So what we did it, we even made them to book an appointment. Even after booking the appointment, we will be taking that what kind of problems they are facing. That it can be passed along in the email. In the same way, when it has been email dropped and it has been documented in same with the social media campaign for personally it will be reaching them as well.
Okay.
So in that way it gives some kind of what to say, even we can't say for the patients we can do that, but we did it with some offers, like we will say that you can come up for the free consultation next
Okay.
time. In that way it have correlated with the social media campaign, and it again made it up into the
Repeat.
it has been taken in that forward.
Okay. Okay. Yes,
Good
Jason.
examples. I would not go brand specific, but I can cite from a industry or segment specific,
Okay.
narrative in the Indian context. I think BFSI has really done phenomenally well, and they have really,
Yeah.
bridged the gap from where it started to where it is today. Healthcare is another good example where again, like some of the examples that was cited, that even if it's a simple ordering of a prescriptive medicine, from where that value chain has moved on to try and then look at cross-sell, upsell, etc. That really again is another good example. I would just call out one thing that, when you're looking at success stories, look at what is that velocity that that particular industry is facing. So if you have low value, high velocity situation, right, where multiple transactions like banking, everyday transaction, you do it almost every day, right? Now points of failure are likely to be higher and customers expect that, and that is where the beauty or the promise of omnichannel has to come through. That if he walks into a branch, the branch person should know exactly where the failure has happened. They should be able to pick up the thread from there and resolve it. So I would think the success stories are somewhere in these industries. There are a lot of examples. I think there is nobody, and this is my personal opinion, nobody I think has cracked omnichannel in this country to its truest form. It's a journey, right? You have to keep continuously improve on it. Rigor is important to make sure that you don't let go of the agenda that you set for yourself. Because if you're going to down this road, it's a path of no return. You can't abandon it one way because you're doing a lot of disservice to everybody who's put money behind this, money and effort and intention behind the journey. Right? I would think that those are the things that one should look at when you're looking at success stories in the market.
I have one example. I just want to cite that while Barbie and everything is happening, I think so Disney, I don't know how many of y'all have visited Disneyland or Disney World. The way they have built an experience, not the park itself, but from the time you enter or you decide that you want to go or attend or be a part of the Disney World, from there till the end moment, the way they have crafted their entire experience, that multiple touch points, the comms that they do, the benefit or the value that's created for the customer, it's amazing. I mean, that's an example, and people can actually look out. I mean, they can search. They are, I feel, one of the best in building or understanding omni-channel as a path to value.
So I'm going to combine one question, which is about what are the key ingredients when we are talking about these success stories, the key ingredients you think really helped, and also the matrix. So when we are saying calling something a success, what are the matrix that we are looking at when it comes to
See,
omnichannel?
when you say about the matrix, when the obvious refund ratio has reduced, that is the biggest matrix. The return ratio reduced, that is the biggest matrix. You can, and customer rate and satisfactory rate, if it has been increased, then we can say that is the metric. We can analyze that omnichannel is working out or not. Because the most it is related to the customer's end goal, we want to retain them, we want to make them satisfied to the core. So when this is been given with that, and we analyze that, okay, this customer is giving lots of good reviews back to us without even asking, and they are recommending us, and that kind of thing will be a good analysis about that. Has been a good metric to analyze
It's
this.
much beyond sales. It's also about the overall experience with reviews and all of that.
I would think, in fact, Anjali, the metrics have to be looked at in, again, two lenses. One are the hard operation, functional metrics, right? You'll have the NPSs, you'll have the, average order value increasing, the kind of churn rate that you're able to predict, etc. There are a lot of these metrics which you can use functionally to try and assess whether the entire journey of crossing over to an omni-channel has been a success or not a success, right? On the other hand, you have the biggest metric, right? Today, let's face it, brands are built on the basis of conversations. No longer is it about brand telling ki ye main hu, wo main hu. No, it's about she telling me that, hey, you know what, I went to that restaurant, fantastic menu, go try. That's where the brand is being built. Now that is the biggest metric. If the conversations can go up and the conversations are more positive than negative, I think you hit the nail on the head. And that is probably, to my mind, one of the biggest metrics that the brand should actually track for, outside of all the functional metrics that you should ascribe to at each leg of the entire transition journey.
So shout out to all the listening tools and all of that.
Not only
all this
listening
is
to
where
tools,
you
But I
need
think
to-
the success story is the fact that, look, the experience matters, right? Today, it is, just put hand to heart and you see, you'll know what you're talking about.
Right.
If you have recommended or if you have got a recommendation with somebody, the brand has already scored there.
Right.
It's already scored there.
So I think Jatin, I mean, hit the nail on the head. Mentions conversations not only the online sphere but also offline. So building on brand advocates in normal humans, like normal people who are vouching for the brand. That's what is a good metric, apart from obviously retention, conversion, order value increase, views, engagement, so on and so forth.
Right, great. We are running out of time, but I have to ask this question. From morning, I think it's come up in every discussion, but when it comes to future and the AI, what do you think, how is it going to play the role?
So AI will save lots of time because you can't go hyper personalization for every individual customers. What AI can support, and AI and ML, can do that, whatever the saving in time, it will be giving lots of exposure to reach it out to the right audience, because it will measure about commonly about what this customer want or that customer don't want. It will easily make it out. Humans, it will be so difficult to find it out in that way.
Okay. Anything?
I think with the advent of AI and the way it's getting all pervasive,
Right.
a lot of the magic will happen in the mind reading. I think the more predictive
Intuitive,
way
more
in which brands are able to understand, assess, and even forecast possible requirements that customers will have is going to be very interesting. And as we talk right now, it is actually cutting across categories, cutting across industry and segments.
Yes.
So hence, any kind of algorithmic learning that can be brought back to improving, enhancing, or arresting any kind of dissonance in the customer experience will only make omnichannel a far better proposition for brands to rely on, right? I think that's probably where it will go and get very, very
So
interesting.
very intuitive, very predictive. That's what is the
Yeah, I
future.
mean, both the points are basically predicting.
Right.
It'll help us predict better,
Right.
and it'll definitely help us personalize it far better.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
What
Because
about time saving?
that's by the
that's
virtue
gonna
of
be
it, right?
better.
But, I mean, to manually personalize is near to impossible, right? It can't. But a machine learning, understanding, predicting, and hence personalizing
Right.
bases because customer experience gets better if it's personalized, right? If it's common for all, it's not good. I mean, it's average. It's like, okay, sabke liye. So that's, I mean, predicting and personalizing. Obviously, it'll definitely save time. It'll definitely create more value.
Right.
That's about it.
Great. Any questions? Any questions from the audience?
It's a post-lunch session. I don't think so anyone has questions.
If in case you do have any questions, you might want to raise your hand. We'll get a mic passed to you. If not, you can always continue with the tweeting. Do we have any further questions? I believe not. Okay, we do have, yes. It's always good to ask twice. All right. Can we get a mic, please, pass since I committed? Can we get a mic?
Wait,
No. Hey, Anjali. Hi. Come. It's all about communicating, that's all. All right, ma'am, your name, from where you're from, so we get to know you
Good
better.
afternoon. My name is Dimple. I represent QU Media. So one question which was like, what you have given in comparison between the multi-channel and omni-channel. So any takeaway which you can guide on the rural consumption on digital? Because it's very fragmented, for now we are talking about 5G. It's just a surface level announcement. But if you see the reality, the grassroots level, it's very, it's very difficult for us to get a base to understand what is their consumption pattern.
Yeah.
From the rural perspective, that is the major chunk where India is, based
Correct.
in.
So I'll start with the digital consumption part in rural.
Exactly.
Is definitely fragmented.
Yes.
That's why I think so. Jatin mentioned, we need to be first. We need to understand who our consumer is, and whether our organization is ready to understand what path are we planning. Are we planning a path between analog to digital, or we are saying digital to hyper digital, right? Where omni-channel and multi-channel come to play.
Yeah.
So these are brands where we are targeting, right? Where we are targeting rural audience. We will always be in a multi-channel approach. Again, the reason being the journey and the usage is not, the digital consumption is not penetrated that heavy in those areas.
That is the weak point of it. So designing anything like a campaign. So I basically am a network marketing lead for a channel, which is catering to the rural audience, right? So every time I have to depend on the ATL, which is like a hybrid model. I can't say hybrid model.
Correct.
But I have to do a deep dive. What is that digital consumption is? If I want to say I am unable to design any market campaigns there, or maybe if even if I design, it turns futile.
Again, I mean, if you can understand the audience and the audience main topics they talk about, which ties back to your brand, and again, I mean, it's not that easy. I mean, it cannot be answered in one line.
I know.
But you have to understand the audience to design a campaign or a narrative which reaches out to them in a strategic manner.
I think
Dimple,
Jatin wants to contribute. Yeah.
if I could distill your question, Dimple, right?
Yeah.
If you're trying to understand on the one hand, and please correct my understanding if it's wrong. If you're saying that, look, I have a primarily rural audience and I need to understand how can I bring in omni-channel context of our conversation?
Yes.
How do I bring in that experience there and make it a good equalizer for them? And on the other hand, if I were to further distill your question, saying that, look, there is a way in which my audience will stay engaged given the kind of communication message. Is that correct? Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay. If that is the assessment, here is the way I would think, one could look at this. If you're looking at inclusivity for that audience for giving the omnichannel experience, it's always back to the basics. It's about following your consumer. If you know your consumer inside out, if you have a very good understanding of who your consumer is, what are the habits, etc. It's the classic way of understanding marketing, which is still not out of the window, right? So you should probably try and get that aspect right. Once you do that, right, use technology because it's a great leveler, which we all know today. The same YouTube, which was supposed to be the urban elite, it is now actually the first port of call for a lot of the rural folks who are using that for educating, empowering, and entertaining them, right? Then you suddenly realize that, look, I mean, technology is no more that barrier. In fact, from a media point of view, you will be able to cherry pick the kind of messaging that you want to go after, the platform that you want to go after. In fact, if you were to go with a platform first approach, right, you would say, okay, look, my audiences are primarily using, let's say, the short video apps, and that's where the maximum engagement is happening. You may be able to tell your brand that, look, that probably is a better vehicle to connect with them. Get them to experience the brand through that medium. Then maybe you bring in influencers. Then maybe you bring in your content or what have you. But if you get that understanding correct, then you are actually using this entire wherewithal to your advantage. Now, the second part of your question, right, if I were to distill it, saying that, look, what kind of communication messaging will make sense for talking to them? That's more of a communication problem to solve, but you'll be able to at least be clear what not to do for those audiences, right? And that's probably, to my mind at least, that would be a good way to try and get clarity of thought before you go back to your client with a solution. And if you were to, work with the on the same side of the table, you'll understand that the client may be able to give you some more understanding as to who the audience is. But always, long story short, follow your consumer. I think that's the best. When in doubt, ask the consumer. So that's still relevant.
Yes. So it's a learning platform for me. Just 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure, Dimple.
So it's a learning platform for me. For example,
you are asking this question from Geo Center itself. It's a surprising after Geo penetration.
Yes, after Geo also there is a lot of shift in terms of consumption, especially the kind of TGs that we are targeting to. So yes, there are do's and don'ts, and there are ifs and buts to it. Yes, thank you for your,
before this turns out to be a fireside chat, I might have to intervene. I'm just kidding. Jokes apart. Thank you so much, Dimple, for your question on that. Do we have any further question? Maybe one more we can take, otherwise we'll have to wrap it up. Just giving a fair chance to everyone. All right. Okay, that says it all. Thank you so much to our incredible panel. Let's give them a warm, warm round of applause. Thank you, Anjali, for curating it so wonderfully. And Anjali, one last bit. We'd love you to felicitate our panelists from our side. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a warm, warm round of applause. Of course, leadership from Wonderlab India, Cheers, Neil Patel, Digital India. We've got such great insights from all of them. Yes, well served. Group photograph right there. Hashtag E4MIDAC. Thank you once again. Well, with that discussion, we move ahead to our next topic. Turn brands into bonds digitally. Very interesting topic, and trust me, it's going to be a great discussion forward. We're talking about how do brands stay empathetic, responsive, respectful, and reliable through digital, and how impactful it has been for their customer relation and customer retention. Of course, the conversation is going to mold with the inputs from the audience, looking at who all are present. So we're giving a free rein to our session chair to curate this forward. First up, with a warm round of applause, let's welcome our session chair, AVP Digital Integration, CHIMS Inc., Rishi Raj Singh Chauhan. Thank you, Rishi, for joining us. Joining him, first up is going to be the Head of Marketing, Bajaj Alliance General Insurance, Vikramjeet Bhayana. Let's give Vikram a warm round of applause. And shortly, we'll have Business Head of HRX, Pallavi Barman, as well, who will be joining us. She's just stuck a little bit, so we're going to ensure that once she's there, we'll get her on. Would you like to be together, or this much distance is fine?
Yeah, very much together.
All right, Rishi, take it forward.
Thank you so much, Swarna. Hi, a very good afternoon to you all. As you can see, thanks to this wonderful weather of Bombay, we are left with a slightly lessened panel team here. But I think Vikram and I will try to take the session forward as we go along, and we'll probably open the discussion to you guys as well. I think what we're discussing today is a very interesting topic. It's about how we try to humanize the brand and what over the years have happened that has led to humanization of brands and how they have started acting more of like a person, how we know in real life. And from there on, while the human dependency has increased on artificial intelligence and say technology, in the meantime, I think people have also worked well towards turning these brands into more of a human, right? So it's the other way around. So I think my first question while Vikram is here, and we'll just keep it casual and we'll keep it like an open discussion itself. The first thing in today's time, I think we have also noticed post-COVID, is that during the pandemic, a lot of brands actually became really, really empathetic towards the consumer as well, right? They were into relief funds, they were into helping people, providing essentials and whatnot. From that point onward, how the face of the brand has really changed and evolved in these today's times. I think that's what we're discussing. We'll just ask Vikram what are his views on how brands are being empathetic in today's time. I think if we can speak about that.
Sure. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. One thing that brands need to start doing is, and I'm hoping it starts on, is no matter what weather, deliver on the promise. Even though we have folks missing, but I'm sure they'll join in soon, right? In terms of brands really going out there and personalizing things, becoming extremely in your home space kind of brands. One, of course, which even Google will tell you, things like you have to make sure that you listen to them, see what they're talking to you about. Specifically in a brand which I represent, which is Bajaj Alliance General. It's an insurance company. And I was talking to Rishi and I was telling him that I see so many people here who can be relevant customers because everyone is underinsured, unfortunately, no matter how personalized communication you make. The brand that I represent, Bajaj Alliance General, we're very clear that insurance is a conversational sale. We have to communicate with the people in the right way. And it's not just about saying the right things, it's also walking that line. Just to tell you that when we were hit with COVID, we were probably the only insurance company that went out and bought 17 ambulances in 17 cities, opened them up for our employees, customers, channel partners. So it's not just about really saying that we're there for you, it's also actioning on something good. This was something that we did and we got a lot of positive love because I'm sure you did hear news back in those days about ambulances charging a bomb and it just didn't make any sense. And this was my MD's decision where we realized that this is the need of the hour. First, of course, our employees, because if they aren't happy in the environment that they are in, how can they really take the digital bond to the next level? Because it's them who's really driving the show. Next, for our channel partners, if our channel partners aren't happy with what we do for them, how will they take the brand to the next level? And let's be honest, if you're a business that are run by channel partners, it is them who truly drive the brand and not what you do from the back end, right? So these were the things that we did. Apart from this, of course, you have to constantly listen to what people are talking about you in social realm and target it. And the moment they say, try and respond it to them because people today want instant answers. They're not looking for a 24-hour delay or even a 4-minute delay. When you write something, they want to listen to you. And if you tell them exactly what they want, it will bring you positive reinforcement back.
I think that that's a good point, what Vikram also mentioned, that while you need to show intent and being empathetic in that aspect, I think it's also important for us to be very, very time sensitive. And I think if a brand realizes as they progress into their journey that, okay, this is a very time sensitive issue, I need to probably treat my consumer, the end consumer, in a way that I'm not even helping, I'm not trying to help him out only, but I'm also being very, very empathetic towards them in terms of understanding how valuable their time is, how valuable their inputs and whatever the services, that if they are demanding any, we really need to, our intent is to basically take care of that. So I think if the intent is in place, Vikram, you want to
I'd
add
like
something?
to add one more thing. So it's also not just listening to what customers say, it's also acting on that. So I don't know how many of you know back in those days when if your car met with an accident, to get a claim, आपको bumper office ले जाके दिखाना पड़ता था कि car ठुकी है. To that, to where we are today. So we were having a review with our MD and CEO, Mr. Tapan Singhal, and we said that we're doing a great job and we're settling motor claims in 24 hours. And a lot of customers on social were saying that, why can't we get the claim faster, so on and so forth. And then he asked me to prepare a list of the queries people had. And one of them, the highest of them was, how fast can we get a motor insurance claim? And he told us and the team, and Bajaj Allianz General is one of the leading insurance companies, so the team is definitely the best there. He said, why can't we do it in minutes? And all of us went numb. And we said, we'll go back to the drawing board and come back. In a few months, happy to tell you, we launched a feature called MOTS. It's called Motor on the Spot. And the beauty is, let's say if your car meets with an accident, of course, if it's not a total loss, if it's a bumper to bumper, you get off, you click photos of the accident via the Caring Leos app, the company app, upload it. We're a 22-year-old company and we've got a lot of customer intel with us. And we do AI in the back end and we tell you in 15 minutes how much money do you get as per us on the claim. So let's hypothetically say we tell you 11,000 and we ask you, do you want the money, yes or no? You say yes, in 5 minutes the money hits your account. You go to a garage and let's say the guy says that your car will get fixed in 9,000, the 2,000 are for you to keep. So to the point that it's not just listening, it's also acting on that is what makes brands more relatable, more acceptable, and only then will people write to you more. Because people do like to write, but if you just don't listen to them or act on it, then it has no value. So yeah.
Correct. I think just a very, very important point what Vikram also said, just stemming from that, while you value the time of your customer, another thing is really important, I think from the value part also derives the respect part, right? How respectful you are towards your end consumer, are you respecting his time, his money, what exactly that person is bringing to the table, what are the needs, what are the demands, and all of those things, right? In today's time, I think brands have also learned how to be respectful, and not just towards one individual, but also towards other aspects also. We know a lot of brands actually that are respectful towards the environment, right? As we all know that H&M is that one brand which is working towards climate positivity, and their goal is to reach to being a climate positive brand by say 2040, right? If that brand is working towards a positive culture in certain aspects, I think is respecting the environment. I also feel that there is a lot of brands which are not only working towards, say, an individual, but also different aspects. I think you said about Judge being that one brand which is truly standing for respecting the time of the customer, right? If there is a adverse scenario, how can I help the consumer make their life easy and make it probably a little more convenient in this adverse time? I think that really speaks a lot.
Also, see, you also have to understand the industry that you belong to. In insurance, when you buy a policy, it's not the policy that you're buying, the actual product is the claim. So if I can't make that easy for you to really get that, then I'm not doing justice. Unlike an H&M, when you buy an H&M jacket or a shirt, you get immediate gratification of buying that thing, right? So in times of need, you have to understand what your product is. A lot of people confuse that. And if you can't wear your product and your brand on your sleeve, you may not be able to deliver to your end customer the way that you would want to. And I think it is that belief that our MD and the team had in terms of getting claims to the customers ASAP, because that is the final product, is what really got us to bringing MOTS to life, which otherwise would have been 24 hours and we would have been happy in what we were doing, right? But it's about pushing yourself to understanding what you can deliver.
I think from that, what Vikram also said, that a lot of times we tend to forget as brands that we do not have to just value the time of a consumer, but also be really, really responsive to their queries. I'm sure queries is a really big part of the business. So I would just like to touch upon that how important the query foundation, the online reputation management part of things is actually in this case for Bajaj, if you can help.
Okay, ORM. Well, it's the favorite pastime for a lot of customers, not just insurance, but for a lot of other brands. But I'll particularly talk about insurance. Specifically on claims, like I said, no matter how much you attempt and try, you will have customers, you will have platforms that are talking about it. Happy to tell you, we're probably the only insurance company that our first the first time that we respond to a customer for an online escalation is less than 4 minutes, which is very fast. It might sound a lot, but for insurance companies, this is by far the best at the moment.
That's really good.
And there's a reason why we did that, because we realized a lot of people who would write specifically as a complaint would be on claims, right? Mostly. And we would want them to know that they've been heard, and we have a response team that immediately actions it, connects with the customer, talks to them, understands their problem and resolves it then and there. But the fact is, if you don't reply to them ASAP, they would feel that they've written, nobody's read it, and they don't know what's happening. So a lot of companies start reading it, but they respond late, which is sad, because if you've read it, you might as well tell them that we've read it. It's not like WhatsApp that you get blue tick, so I know that you've read it, right? So it's important to acknowledge any customer input. And see, the beauty of social media is that it doesn't care who you are. If you're in the social realm, you could be the biggest celebrity, the biggest politician, the biggest MD. They will strip you down if they feel that they have the right to, and if you've done something wrong. So if you are in the social space, you have to accept the fact that they will run you down if they want to. So one thing is either you run away from it or shy away from it. But if you are on social, you can't do that. Might as well take it with the right attitude. Accept that they've written something. Could be right, wrong. That's secondary. Address it immediately, and if it is wrong, you also tell them that their claims are incorrect, so that tomorrow, if another customer reads that thread, they know that this company, if they know that they're wrong, they'll do anything to make you feel better. But if you're trying to make a false accusation, they'll also tell you that this is unfair. So I think it's important for brands to take that stance where if they're wrong, accept it and correct it. But if they know they're right and if the customer's being unreasonable, also tell them there. A lot of brands don't do that by virtue of, oh, my brand image will go down. But I think you're letting the world know that if you're wrong, you accept it. But if you're not, you'll also hold that stand.
So I think, Vikram, another point for that, I think I would just like to probably ask you something related to the ORM part itself, that a lot of times when we see that there have been a query that needs to be responded, and the customer 95% of the times is really furious, and has reached to that point where if it's he or she is complaining, it had the boiling point has been reached, right? Once you basically do that, is it sometimes through, say, a very thorough ORM, is it okay to change their intent? Has it been possible for you, maybe for Bajaj in particular we can talk about, where we have kind of converted the sentiment when it was not positive, but due to being empathetic, again tying it back to the previous questions and discussions that we've had, being empathetic, being respectful, we've been able to change the intent of the customer who came in as a very furious customer on an online platform, but is probably leaving with, say, okay, fine, I'm satisfied with the answers that you've given me. I think I believe what you're trying to say or communicate to me. And it's for that matter of fact, since I'm tied to you, there is a connection because you're my brand at the end of the day. I'm your consumer. I trust you. So I will go back to all of this, what you've said, and probably wait on it. So has a conversion also really happened for you, I think?
Of course. So before I get there, in our organization, we've got a culture of feedbacks. So we have town halls where people who ask the toughest questions get rewarded, by the way. So I think it's ingrained very beautifully in us to accept positive, negative feedback. I'm glad he asked me that question, and it's surprising to a lot of people, I'm sure, but we've got so many customers who've, of course, vented their heart out on social media. One thing we very clearly do is, because we come from a culture where feedback is critical and we have to work on that feedback, depending on how irate the customer is, we will, of course, have a first response team ready. We'll immediately call the customer. And we've got a couple of cases where after a lot of to and fro, the customer was convinced with what we said, continued with the policy, but it didn't stop there. We had another customer accusing us of a similar issue where this customer jumped in, and I kid you not, and said that Bajic is a great company. This is what I had faced, and this is how I rectified it, and the other customer was also satisfied. So it's not just keeping that customer, we've also had him or her talk on our behalf. So ORM, a lot of people may not believe, but has a lot of power. It's not just resolving a customer's query. The ORM team should really take it upon themselves to A, of course, resolve, which is very important. Also to keep the customer with you, which is second very important thing. But the third important thing is to make them your advocates. If you can do that as a brand, you don't need to spend a lot of money and time in getting new customers because these people will do that for you. But they will only do that if A, of course, what they ask for it, and if it is legit for you to do it, you do it in a manner that is respectable for them. Because see, a lot of times you know you have to give in, but you also take your own sweet time. But at Bajek, we're very clear. If it's a claim that has to be paid, we don't wait a second and we do it instantly. Do it with a lot of courage, a lot of love, so that the end person, when they get it, उनको ना लगे कि एहसान किया है company ने. We're giving the person what they duly deserve and respect, and that's when they will become your advocates. Because if you make them feel like, oh, they're nagging and that's why you're giving it to them, which is wrong, they will never become advocates. उस समय they'll be happy because they've got their claim, but they won't advocate you. So it's important for the ORM team to convert people who are negative distractors to advocates. Very important.
So Vikram, do you think creating advocacy through ORM is something which is really, really underrated in today's time? I think
Very underrated. Like I told you, a lot of people, when they complain, the ORM team will respond a couple of things and then it'll disappear. They don't stitch it till the very end. And I somehow feel that's one thing that people should start doing because ORM team can get new customers. A lot of people feel that ORM team का काम है सिर्फ गाली आई, distract करा, सही जगह भेजा, and then they can chill. But so it's also the discussion we were having outside. There's a beautiful relationship between skills and intent. You could be highly skilled in what you're doing, but if your intent is not to generate more customers, if your intent is not to bring in more customers, you'll do what is right. So you're not doing a bad job. You're doing what is right, and you've done your bit. But if your intent to use your skills is very, very high in terms of getting more customers, you will walk the extra mile. So it's very important in such positions which are handling irate customers. You should ideally have people with higher intent to use the limited set of skills versus us looking for people with extreme skills, but the intent to use them is there or not there. So I think for ORM, that's critical.
Yeah, so I think imagine there is an ORM executive that has received a query on social media through an XYZ customer, right? It happens on a date, say 20th of any month. It has been resolved. Okay, the solution has been provided and that has happened. Imagine that ORM executive going back on the 1st of the next month, asking that recently you've had not so good experience with the brand. I hope everything is on track post that experience. Just a little text or a little response from the brand, right, will take this intent part that Vikram was talking about. This is probably it is. People who are at any level in the organization, probably taking that extra mile and trying to fix things in order to just showcase that this is the intent that they have from wearing a brand's cap or hat says a lot about the brand itself. So it's highly important for us also to probably focus not only about, okay, this is a person, say, in an XYZ department. It's not really that. That is not the case. If you're a consumer-facing person, you should really showcase that how important is your intent when you're wearing a brand's hat. I think that says a lot. That reminds me, and I think it takes us to the last part of this session itself, is if all of these things combined, whether you're talking about respect towards the consumer, whether you talk about being empathetic towards the consumer, whether you talk about being, say, responsive towards the customer. The last part is that when you're doing all of this together, you become a really, really reliable brand, right? Once you become a reliable brand, what does it say? How do you take that legacy forward? How do you maintain? It's not about reaching the top, it's about staying there, right? And that's what really matters. So if we can stay on top, I think being reliable and being consistent, again, like I would say, I would ask Vikram also if he can contribute to this. Being reliable and being consistent is one of the most key factors, I think, in your industry and across industries whenever it's consumer facing. So I think, what are your thoughts on that part?
Again, I think it's very critical. I can again speak on behalf of insurance. Insurance, like I said, is a conversational sale. And God forbid something happens, you need that one person to bank upon, saying that, oh, if something bad happens, this person is there. At Bajaj, which is Bajaj Allianz General, the average aging of an employee is 8 to 9 years, which in an insurance sector is rare. And all our heads have been probably either the founding members or been with the company 18, 19, 20 years. Now, what does that speak of a brand? Uh, and they're all active on social media, by the way. So the beauty is we let our heads, our teams to be active on social media. And in my last answer, I told you that whoever's on social, the social audience doesn't really care who you are. But if as a brand you can be at the face of it, everyone knows that the brand is transparent, it's reliable. They know that God forbid something happens to me, I've got these 15, 20 folks who I can immediately write to. And if you write something in the social forum, you have to act on it, right? You're not an organization where your heads are sitting behind the brand, which is also all right. There's nothing wrong in it. As a strategy, as a product, I think it really varies. But for insurance, we were very, very clear that we have to be reliable, we have to be trustworthy, because if you don't have faith in what we do as an insurance company, you will never buy insurance, let alone from our company. And we're very clear, we're trying to build a thought leadership platform here, where we're trying to tell the world to be insured. There was a study that came that said the country with the highest penetration of health insurance is a happier country. In India, we have a long way to go. And that's why if you have, I don't know, even endless more companies come in, there'll be no cannibalism. Like I told him, I can go back with doing, I don't know how many crores of business in this hall and go back home. That's the beauty of insurance, that nobody really wants it. It's out there to take it, for them to believe that it's a power center. But if I'm not reliable and trustworthy, you will anyway not buy it. So specifically for a product like insurance, I think it goes a long way, because if I can't do that, I can't help you.
Okay, so I think it's also not just about knowing the inside out of the insurance business when you're doing such conversations, what Vikram also is saying. But I think reliability also comes from the factor that you need to understand your consumer to the T, right? The understanding of the market, the understanding of the customer is, the know-how of it is really, really important. And I think if you do not have that, I think it's really one of the factors that is key in this making the sales happen at the end of the day. But also I think if you're not coming with an intent that you want to do some goodness, we also spoke about that you need to have that inherent goodness in you in order to do certain kind of goodness and be empathetic and be reliable and be all of those things towards a consumer. So as a brand, not only as an individual, I think if we try to make our brands more consumer facing in today's time, if we try to humanize them more in today's time, I think that really helps. And I think all of these pointers are correlated. Anything you want to add?
Also, it's very important to, when you're hiring the person, you should know what work that you're hiring them for. So for instance, in insurance, in sales, like you said, we have to make sure the skill set is great, should know how to sell. But you have to be a great human being. And it might sound very filmy, but it's a fact, because I'm in a business of giving claims. If my intent to not go back to the customer and give them a claim check and say that, you know what, had a bad time, but here's your claim of the policy that you bought. If I don't do that with a lot of love, passion and care, then I'm not doing justice to my job. Because then I would just do it as a matter of fact, jaise wo newspaper wala newspaper fek ke jata hai, it'll be just like that, which doesn't make sense. We're very clear to get people who are very, very emotionally driven. The EQ has to be very high. Gone are the days when IQ had a lot of value, it still does, but EQ has to be extremely high. And if you are an insurance employee, I can bet you your EQ quotient is probably the highest, because otherwise you can't sustain in that business for very, very long. And you're meeting people in times of distress, they've got a claim, they're hospitalized, their car is down. That's where they need you the most. It could be 2 a.m., it could be 4 a.m. And if you can't get up and be there when they need you, you can't do justice to that job. So I think it's very important to hire the right kind of people with that intent to do good. Only then can you get the right folks.
I think like what Vikram also said, the skills can take you 6 months into the job, but I think if you have the intent, it can take you like six years for that matter of fact. I think that is a very important factor. I think this was a good session that we had here. I think we would like to conclude this. It was fun chatting with you, Vikram. Thank you so much for your time. And I would like to basically I would like to Bhavna to take this over from here. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Thank you for bearing with us. This was a session that Vikram and I could have done in a cafe, but I'm glad that you were a part of. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. And I think this almost became like a fireside chat at the end. You could see a lot of questions coming in. Your inputs were very valuable. If any questions are there, we would encourage right now. If not, we're going to be going ahead to our next session. I think it was very well covered. One hand? Yes, right there. All right. Could we get the mic, please, past the gentleman out here? Of course, we'd encourage you to ask your question with your name and designation. I think Pallavi is next. Going to come handy. Yes, sir. Of course, one of our speakers, so yeah. Yeah. No, not at all.
In terms of what has been
Yeah, yeah, now works.
what's been the role of digital marketing campaigns in terms of generating in terms of creating the sales funnel, and if you could tell us what is the average ROI that you expect from a paid performance campaign.
Okay, numbers I'll keep for outside. Yeah, but I'll tell you the role. So beauty of insurance is that up until some time back, it was heavily driven by advisors. Till date is, you can't take that away from insurance because like I said, it's a conversational sale. And at Bajik, we're very clear with that our advisors are the key providers, right? That actually rhymed, not bad. But to your point, because of late the clientele has really gone digital, we do a lot of digital campaigns. And the beauty of digital campaigns is if it helps know people what we are trying to talk about. It helps people understand the kind of products. We're probably the only insurance company that comes out with unique products. We recently launched pet insurance, which covers both your dogs and cats, which is not provided by any other insurance company. For that, we need features like the digital marketing because, see, everyone knows that in insurance, motor health to milega hi milega. This is the bread and butter. But because we come up with products like pet insurance, cyber insurance, my home, we cover all your televisions, mobiles, everything inside your home. So it's very important to have these targeted campaigns that help educate people. We draw a good amount of leads from that, and we've got a separate team that really nurtures those leads. But numbers, I think, I'll discuss with you off the.
No problem. Thank you so much, Vikram. My name is Pramod Malu, and I'm founder of Creative Machines. We're based out of Kolkata. Durga Puja is coming, around the corner. We can help you with the new products that you're coming up.
For sure.
I'll
come for the Mishti Doi for sure.
This was also a one-on-one session on how to dodge a difficult question. It's a good job on that.
No, and also Pramod comes from, you said your company was creative machines, right? So we can get creative with something which rhymes. Vikram, you were saying something which ended up in rhyming and creating a jingle out of that. But, with so much of creativity flowing in the room, I think it's time for us to part ways with our panelists from the stage, but of course they'll be open to conversations with all our people and our audience in the room. So with that, let's give them a warm round of applause.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Travel safe.
And Rishi, one last bit, we'd love you to felicitate our panelists. Vikram, if you could please step together in the center. I'm seeing some fresh tweets coming in. Of course, a lot of you are contributing. Of course, the team, Wonder Labs, did talk about any business moving from multi-channel to omni-channel needs to know what is the value add they are giving to the stakeholders. So I think that's one of the very, very key insights which got contributed. We have another participant from here, Amit Kumar Roy, who's found the discussions fruitful and insightful. And of course, we'd encourage a lot of you to contribute. I might say a few names. I know there are many in the room who are tweeting. Don't mind my ignorance if I'm just using a couple of names. But on that front, and as the stage is being set, it is time for me to now open for the next session. Balancing technology and creativity for effective digital marketing in regional parts of India. So I think, Dimple, this is going to address to you, right? You wanted to understand in terms of regional parts of India. So, of course, a good, well-catered conversation, that is. In the current years, marketers see an unexploited bidding in the regional part of the country due to the economic shifts, which in turn leads to the rising in purchasing power of the regional civic. Lately, the introduction of various schemes and programs for promoting digitization in India by the government at reduced costs leads to a substantial rise in the number of internet users in the regional parts. This session, however, will bring together the top digital agencies from India's budding cities to elaborate on how these regional markets are no less than tier 1 cities and give ample opportunities to their clients when it comes to reach. Of course, with this and much more, first up, I'd like to humbly welcome the curator and the session chair of this conversation ahead, the senior assistant editor, Exchange for Media Group, Kanchan Srivastava. Thank you, Kanchan, for joining us. Joining Kanchan are going to be our esteemed panelists. First up, the co-founder and CMO, Bluestick Media, Jason Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for joining us. The CEO, Digital Googly, Kuntal Chatterjee. Let's give Mr. Chatterjee a warm round of applause. Founder, Wind Chimes Communications, Nimesh Shah. Thank you, Mr. Shah. Founder and CEO, Creative Machines, Pramod Malu. Let's give Mr. Malu a big round of applause. Co-founder and director, Brandwiz Communications Private Limited, Sayak Mukherjee. So, well, a full and a power-packed panel right there, Kanchan. We couldn't have had anyone better than you to curate this discussion forward. Over to you.
Very warm welcome to all of you. And it's my privilege to anchor this post-lunch session. You know, the beauty of this segment is that you get a niche audience. You know. So let's have a quick quiz, that will increase your attention span further. So can you guess on average how much mobile data an Indian consumes per month? Can anyone guess? So it's 20 GB. As per a Nokia report that came out in 2022, and it is likely to be doubled by 2024. So let's begin the session. So our guests for the panel are Sayak Mukherjee, is the co-founder. Co-founder and director, Brandwiz Communication, Pramod Malu, founder and CEO, Creative Machines, Nimesh Shah, founder of Windchime Communications, Kuntal Chatterjee, CEO of Digital Googly, and Jason Thomas, co-founder and CEO, CMO, Bluestick Media. A very warm welcome to all of you, and absolutely an honor to have you here on this panel. And Priyanka has given us a really interesting topic, balancing technology and creativity, in terms of, digital marketing in regional parts of India. So, as we all have seen that how digital landscape of the country has, undergone significant change in terms of audience, content, format, and consumption pattern. From English-speaking India to Bharat, with diverse languages, and from small data packs to 24/7 Wi-Fi, and from media to a bouquet of social media platforms, short videos. So digital ecosystem has evolved quickly over the a decade, I guess, right? And the number of internet consumers have also gone up to 750 million, as per a Kantar report. And there is a strong adoption of 5G. As well, according to a report, 70 million devices were shipped in India in 2022. So, of course, I think there is a huge scope for brands, in terms of digital. And we would like to understand from our panelists how brands are, navigating this digital landscape. Shaik, my first question goes to you. What is the major difference between the marketing approaches of the national and regional brands?
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Thanks Kanchan for welcoming us. I would first respond to your question. So, see, I think national brands have a more 360-degree approach when it comes to taking their campaigns ahead. Be it like television, outdoor, radio, and digital, and multiple channels. Whereas because regional brands are limited in terms of their market presence, their channel distribution, they opt for more, I think, targeted communication, which are like sponsorships and local community events, getting associated with cultural festivals specific to a particular region, which has a larger impact, I believe. But then, regional brands also have to justify their brand ambassador costs and sponsorships because they're limited by the markets that they operate. However, one thing that we distinctly find is, I think, local brands or regional brands, because of their, language and cultural connect, I think they create more brand affinity within that local region among themselves. I think we have a lot of examples of brands from East which enjoys a huge market share in that market, whereas there are other brands nationally who find it difficult into penetrating into that particular region. So this, I think, by far, I think culture and economics are two distinct things which make sure that the national strategies and regional strategies are very different from one another.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, Pramod, so how do urban, semi-urban, and rural markets differ from each other when it comes to ad spend?
So I think if I were to respond to this, first we need to understand the different kind of audiences. It boils down to this basic formula that we use whenever we have to look at a campaign. The formula is ABC: understanding the audience, understanding the brand, and then understanding the category that it represents. To respond to this question, I think the A becomes more important than the B and C. It is about the kind of audience which is in the urban market vis-a-vis semi-urban and rural markets. And the difference can be represented by the kind of audience size, to the taste and preferences, the way they consume content, and so on and so forth. But I would sum it up in one word, which is the cosmopolitan crowd in case of a urban case vis-a-vis a semi-urban and rural. And with the cosmopolitan crowd coming into consideration, I think you get a better results if you're looking at the same budgets in the two contexts, because of one language that can work in case of a rural market vis-a-vis multiple languages that you need to run the ads in case of cosmopolitan, in case of a urban market. So ad spend needs to be worked around considering the key objective and the kind of audiences that we are catering to. If anybody wants to add something to this.
Yeah, Nimesh, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the audience part is totally, taken into account. And I think people in the room would say that, any marketer right now would know that if you want to tap into a tier 2, tier 3, or a rural market, you typically have 4 A's that you need to look at, right? You have awareness, availability, your acceptability, and affordability. These are the 4 A's that you need to tap into if you really want to make any kind of dent in that market. So if you see right now, the aspiration level in the rural market has, or the tier 2, 3, 4 markets has really gone up. And to me, that is like, I see like a big change that's come in. And you have brands now, let's say like you see LG, they have launched a variant called Sampurna, which is made specially for the tier 2, 3, 4 markets, so that the acceptability and the affordability kind of goes up, right? So I think that when you have that audience that is changing now, people in that area are moving from becoming price conscious to more value conscious. There is lower persuasion now. Earlier in the smaller markets, you would see a lot more persuasion required. So that's kind of, come down. So I think that we see a lot of newness now, that's coming into those, there are new trends coming in. I see also in these tier 3 and 4 markets the rise of nano influencers. Like, if you ask me what are some things, the new trends that are coming up, one of them would be that where we have seen brands who have now worked at connecting with Sarpanch, at that level, connecting with who you would have like a masterji, in every village, and they've made WhatsApp groups with them. And they've been building communication now through WhatsApp. And they're realizing that while ATL does its job, you support it with these kind of WhatsApp communities. Then you have a good blend of offline, online, both the things moving in together. So you have multi-mediums that are at play. I've also seen, rise of targeted advertising. Like when you're working for a lot of these tier 2 brands, brands catering to tier 2, 3 markets, I saw micro insurance, growing a lot. So you had guys who were reaching out to small outlets and getting them to do insurance for their entire outlet. And they were using advertising, digital ads in local online versions of newspapers and all, and tapping into those small shops and giving them insurance for 50,000 or 1 lakh, the sum assured of 50,000 to 1 lakh. So they were insuring and all of that, and they were using targeted digital advertising. So you see these kind of very interesting trends and patterns coming in to which the brands are able to now tap into.
Very interesting insight, Nimish. Thank you. And Kuntal, how do you optimize ads? Ads को आप कैसे optimize करते हैं? जब इंडिया की आप vast geography देखें, diversity देखें, cultural जो हमारे differences हैं, how do you optimize that?
So, hello. आज का अभी जो इंटरनेट यूज़र एंड स्मार्टफोन यूज़र डे बाय डे इंक्रीज़ हो रहा है, तो रीच हम लोग इजीली अभी कर सकते हैं. और अभी जो रूरल और जो विलेज एरिया है, इसमें अभी इंटरनेट एंड स्मार्टफोन के यूजेस भी बढ़ रहा है. सो दे आर नो अबाउट द ब्रांड. उन लोगों का लाइफस्टाइल भी चेंज हो रहा है, तो यहाँ पे रीच करना डिफ़िकल्टी नहीं है. बट यहाँ पे मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस और मेरा जो हमको ये लगता है, हम लोगों को मेरे ख्याल से तीन चीज़ को हम लोगों को हाईलाइट करना चाहिए, सो दैट ऐड को ऑप्टिमाइज कर सकते हैं और उस कस्टमर को इंगेज कर सकते हैं. वन इज़ लोकल लैंग्वेज. हम बंगाल के बात कर रहे हैं. हम जब भी कोई रूरल एरिया में कैंपेन हम लोग करते हैं, तो बंगाली भाषा यूज़ करते हैं. वहाँ पे कोई इंग्लिश वर्ड अर्बन का जो ऐड का जो कॉपी होता है और रूरल का जो कॉपी बहुत डिफरेंस होता है. एक चीज़. सेकंड, हम लोग कल्चर, रूरल एरिया का कल्चर, उन लोगों का इमोशन, ये तीनों चीज़ मिला के हम लोग कुछ एडवर्टाइजिंग और कैंपेन बनाएंगे, तो उन लोगों को एंगेज करना बहुत इजी हो जाएगा. तो आज का डेट में रीचिंग इज़ नॉट ए फैक्टर. हाउ टू एंगेज, दैट इज़ आवर बिगेस्ट चैलेंज.
लेकिन बजट कम होगा अगर हम रूरल की बात करेंगे. टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटीज़ में ऐड का बजट कम होगा. फिर ये कैसे आप कर पाते हैं? इज़ इट ईजी टू डू दैट इन लिमिटेड बजट?
देखिए, आपका जो कोई प्रोडक्ट, कोई सर्विस, जिसका बजट, उसका टारगेट ऑडियंस इज़ रूरल एरिया, तो मे बी इसका बजट, यहाँ पे बजट का हम नहीं बात कर रहे हैं. हम एड ऑप्टिमाइज, हम लोग जो क्या बोलते हैं सबको, लैंग्वेज, और उसको जब तक हम एंगेज नहीं कर पाएंगे, तो बजट आपका वेस्टेज होगा.
Can I add?
Ashak, yeah, please.
Yeah. I think that the fact that national brands come with a lot of budget when it comes to a pan-India campaign, they are aware that the spillage is very high. The sheer fact that regional brands don't have that high volume of budget, even they don't have the mind space to really go off that kind of a spillage. The pressure is on the marketing team and the agency to optimize the campaign as much as possible and maximize the results in terms of maybe impression or engagement. I think that is what Kuntal is trying to say, that that's where we have to for example, what works in Bengal will not work in Orissa. It's so complicated. What works in Orissa will not work in Jharkhand. So if, like, for example, Kolkata is a very strong headquarter for the entire east and northeast, and we almost operate campaigns for brands in this larger region. We face the heat of customizing state-wise communication so much, because we strongly know that what works here will not, just a few kilometers apart, it will not work.
It's a very interesting point here. Jason, I think, building upon Ashayak's argument, I mean, your question is, what is the difference between the big brands and the small brands when it comes to ad budgets?
Yeah. So we work with both, big and small brands in the e-commerce space and also in the performance marketing space. So what I've seen is that when it comes to bigger brands, we usually sign off a 12-month contract at least, and we have to forecast and the media spends and everything for 12 months. So it is not flexible after that. It is very hard to add a new platform to optimize something new extra into that because it has a bigger hierarchy, and the point of contact that we have might not have the the ambition or something like that to go ahead and change that, right? So so there are both pros and cons for that. Like, we can test with a huge budget, and as the budget goes higher, and when the brand becomes more when the brand is bigger, the CTRs, for example, the click-through rates, the engagement also grows because it's very familiar, right? People already know about the brand, so we don't really need to optimize the ads that much, because whenever they see that logo is there, there will be a brand ambassador. For example, we are working with one client who has 13 different brand ambassadors, and we are marketing it in 13 different languages all across India. And we can see that from each state, they are using the prime superstar. Like, for example, from Kerala, it's the biggest star, Mohanlal, or from Tamil Nadu, it could be the biggest star there, right? So that is there. The con is that it's not flexible. There is no room for experimentation. If we give a word, we have to do that for the next 12 months until the next renewal comes, right? And the other part comes, right? When it comes to small businesses, experimentation, right? That's where we actually learn. We learn a lot of, we make a lot of mistakes with smaller brands because we are in touch with maybe the brand owner itself, and they can feel our passion, and they can really feel that we want to, do a lot of experiments and bring results, right? So we can do a lot of new experiments, and we learn from these small brands, and we apply to bigger brands, right? But the other part is that smaller businesses want quicker, tangible results faster. For example, when you work with a D2C company, they want to even before we getting onboarded, they want us to give them exact figures on how much return on ad spend are you going to give us, etc. Right. So and if everybody knows that when we start a campaign, we at least need a 15 day, 20 or even a month's time to understand what works and what doesn't, right? So sometimes smaller brands are not that patient enough, right? So there are a lot of pros and cons, and we learn from both, but I think smaller brands are more exciting to work with because our impact really comes there, and then bigger brands, definitely we need that also, right, to make sure that everything goes well in the agency.
Pramod, Shaik, or maybe Kuntal, would you like to share some perspective from eastern parts of the country? I mean, he's sharing from south, right?
Look, so whenever I completely agree with what he's saying, that when you work with a smaller brand, there is a better coordination, and the results, when you're able to bring some results with the limited budgets and optimizing those budgets, you can see the visible results, and not just visible results on the Excel sheet, but also on the face of the client. So that is where
working with a smaller client SME segment to say so is more satisfying as an agency, I would say.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
I just want to add here that, a lot of times, digital is technology and technology is science. And science cannot work without experimentation, right? What works for one client will never work for maybe the same client in the same category. That's one of the challenges. Like every business is very different from each other, be it its audience, its pitch, its positioning, everything. But a lot of clients do, like smaller clients do come with the gap of faith that, media spends would, like we have had clients who have 400 CR annual budget in marketing and next year they're making it 550 CR. This is purely from their faith which they have gained in the last few years. But for a new startup to really start off with even a 25 CR media budget is very, very difficult unless they get that. And that is where, a lot of like we collaborating with a PR agency, with a media agency, coming together, maybe a mainline agency, and giving that faith to the client becomes very, very important. I think that's where even the CMO's role becomes very, very important to, motivate the promoter of the business.
Hope brands and CMOs are listening to this.
Just a thought, I know, slightly different one on that. So, we started out with Bombay, Delhi, right, for quite a few years, and then as we started growing, we started getting into the more tier 2, 3 markets to set up our branches out there. Trust me, between whether it's a Bombay-based client or, another state capital client, all clients really want bang for the buck. So I've really not come across any client who's been, less enthusiastic or less demanding from the kind of results that they would want. As an agency, our job is to be very honest to the brand and to them, right? To be able to say that, look, this is what is going to work and, or this is not going to work, and only spend X amount and don't spend more. So it's that ability to kind of work with them, be it from a metro client or a small client, a small city client. It's building that trust, showing them results along the way. And we've seen huge budgets even coming from regional brands. So long as you're able to deliver results, be honest with them, guide them properly, those rules remain the same, irrespective of a national brand or a regional brand at play. So.
Yeah, money is important for everyone, I guess, yeah. So moving on to the second round, and Shayak, how do regional markets, differ, from the national in terms of brand communication?
Okay, so I would like to start off with something amazing that is going on in our country right now, right? Like when we were growing up, the heroes of yesteryears used to sing songs in Ooty and Darjeeling, right? And then in the 90s, we saw them go out to Switzerland and New York and all these places. All of a sudden, if you see in the last 3-4 years, the heroes are from Bareilly and Ranchi and, Mirzapur, and that's a huge shift that is happening. People are unable to relate with Switzerland anymore. I don't see those visuals in any of the recent movies. Even the top stars understand that very, very well, right? So, regions are very different from each other. As I said, like we have offices in Kolkata and Hyderabad. Kolkata is a very different region because from Kolkata we cater to Assam market as well as Orissa market. But sitting in Hyderabad, it's very challenging for us to even cater to Karnataka, which is just maybe a few kilometers away because, we don't understand anything about that side of the border. Even Maharashtra is close. However, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana share the same culture. Like you can have a brand who signs up junior NTR and who goes massively, that campaign will be successful in these two markets, but it will absolutely have no impact in Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, anywhere. And you have to have, like, Jason mentioned, you have to have separate faces for different. But this is completely different from North. If you can have one superstar and it will cut through the entire North market. So regions do vary in terms of, not just culture, language, but also, how these festivals come up. For example, like if you know Bengal market, Durga Puja, of course, is not just a 5-day festival, but the entire shopping season is just pre-Durga Puja. So most of our clients have started their campaigns, and they will have a huge sales season coming up. Whereas this kind of a phenomena, where almost I would say that brands spend 50 to 60% of their annual budget in this period, because they do make 50, 60% of their entire sales in this tenure. This is completely, like a season like Ganesh Chaturthi has no impact in Bengal at all, right? And that kind of a Durga Puja festival is not replicated anywhere in the country. So every region is very different, and that's where today you see a lot of national brands approaching regional agencies to help them out, extend their communication. Maybe the routes have been set nationally, but you extend those campaigns and help us penetrate into the rural mindsets. That's where I think most of the regional agencies play a very, very important role.
Pramod, would you like to add something?
Just to add to the last point that Shaik made, we are in talks with Cred, trying to get them, Cred has recently introduced UPI transactions as part of their offerings, and looking at the madness of Durga Puja, we are trying to do something in terms of brand awareness, in terms of increasing the app installs, in terms of increasing the transactions made via UPI of Cred. So absolutely, regional agencies have the ability to do something which the mainstream central agencies cannot. This is one of the classic examples that Cred is trying to work with Creative Machines in collaboration to activate the UPI transaction offerings that they have launched very recently, just about 2 months back.
Would you also, like you to explain the importance of rich media content and videos in marketing?
Rich media content videos is one of the most efficient ways in which an advertiser is able to increase the awareness, brand awareness, improve the conversions, and get better retention. Why so? Because the attention span of users is just decreasing with every passing year. I remember 7-8 years back, it used to be 15 seconds. From there, it came down to 12, 10, 8. And now in our agency, Creative Machines, we have a clear mandate. 2.5 seconds. Yes, 2.5 seconds. If you get the customer on your side, it's a win. Otherwise, there's something wrong. So we are at the strategy level, deciding on the communication, the creative, and the overall the process. We always keep that in mind, that it has to create an impact in 2.5 seconds precisely. So.
Yeah, thank you, Pramod. Nimesh, I mean, do consumer sensibilities and creatives vary, from state to state?
Oh yeah, I think India is one of the most heterogeneous market ever, right? I mean, in terms of not just creatives, but you look at the copy, you look at the medium, the mediums that are there. I'll give you a few examples, just to. I remember this for one of our, baby care clients, right? They wanted to do a national campaign, a digital campaign. So we were running ads on multiple sites and catering to the metros and also the tier 2 and 3 cities, right? So these ads, while they were running, we got a very good response from the metro audience first. We could see a lot of conversions happening. And mind you, the creators were fairly simple, but this example just shows, you need to understand your consumer mindset. I mean, where they are and how they operate. So we got a good response from the women or the moms, the new moms, who were residing in metros. But we were not getting such a good response from the tier 2 and 3 cities. So obviously we started figuring out what's going on. And we realized that in a lot of those cities, they were relying on the digital behavior. So they were relying on surfing at the late evenings or night. So either when their kids who are using desktops at their home have, post their dinner, or when their husbands typically would come back and they would now get the laptop to themselves. So you would see a lot of women in tier 2 and 3 cities who were digitally savvy, but they were getting access to the machine only later in the evening or night. So when they would finish dinner and the kids, would be put to sleep, they would actually log on and they would surf from 10 p.m. to midnight. And we saw a far higher conversion of those baby care products during that time, right? So, I mean, it's just one of those examples of, I once even, I'll just give you another one very quickly too. I remember once while traveling in Tamil Nadu for one of the beauty brands, and when you see beauty cues, you want to look out what really beauty stands for in each state. Now in Tamil Nadu, again in the smaller towns, we could see a lot of women making at home a turmeric paste, because turmeric is like, it's the yellow color is very auspicious, right? And they make this paste and they apply it on their face for a better skin. And so the beauty cue for a brand was that if it's slightly yellow in color, it would have a much better impact for me and it would hold a high beauty value. But the same yellow color, if you were to show it in your creatives in, let's say, a northern or a western region, it would mean completely different, right? So I think there's a very high level of understanding required from your Indian consumer, how they operate, how they react to different color schemes, copy, content, media vehicles. So it's very important to kind of understand that and then do the campaigns.
Very nicely put. कुंतल, चलिए ब्रांड समझ लिया, अपना कंज्यूमर समझ लिया, ठीक है, लेकिन ब्रांड से डिजिटल स्पेंडिंग के लिए पैसा निकालना कितना टफ है? I mean, are they, it's very easy to get, money for digital, especially in regional parts?
Hello. See, अभी जो regional brand, they are understood that digital marketing is required for them. So there come हम लोगों के पास आ रहा है मार्केटिंग के लिए, तो यहाँ पे एक चीज़ हम लोग फेस करते हैं, जो कितना स्पेंड कर रहे हैं, कितना रिटर्न आ रहा है, तो ये चीज़ में हम लोग को बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ता है. जैसे कोई होटल मैनेजमेंट स्कूल, तो उसको लीड, कितना लीड्स आ रहा है, लीड्स तक ठीक है, उसका कन्वर्सन हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है, वो भी हम लोगों को देखना पड़ता है, क्योंकि जब तक कन्वर्सन नहीं होगा तो मेरा भी नेक्स्ट मंथ का बिजनेस सिक्योर नहीं होगा. तो हम लोग एक चेन की तरह काम करते हैं, एक हम लोग एक सॉफ्टवेयर मेंटेन करते हैं, जो क्लाइंट को कितना पैसा खर्चा कर रहा है, उसके अगेंस्ट में कितना लीड्स आ रहा है और क्या कन्वर्सन आ रहा है. तो यहाँ पे हम लोग ये भी करते हैं, जो सेल्स बंदा है क्लाइंट का, उसको भी हम लोग अभी ट्रेन करना शुरू कर दिया, सो दैट क्लाइंट को रिजल्ट मिले. और रिजल्ट मिलने से क्या होगा, जैसे अभी मेरा पास जो क्लाइंट एक सुपर एक डिटर्जेंट कंपनी है, तो वी आर वर्किंग लास्ट 6 years. लास्ट 3 years वो लोग जो ATL BTL का जो बजट है वो स्टॉप कर दिया और पूरा जो बजट है डिजिटल मार्केटिंग में शिफ्ट कर दिया. तभी क्या है, उसका मार्केटिंग कॉस्ट भी कम है और उसका रिटर्न भी ज़्यादा है. तो अभी ये जो चीज़ है, क्योंकि उसका जो मार्केट एरिया है, तो हम लोग सिर्फ वहीं पे ही फोकस करें जहाँ पे उसका प्रोडक्ट अवेलेबल है. तो ये एक चीज़ होता है, क्योंकि लेकिन यहाँ पे एक चीज़ हम लोग का हर टाइम एक देखना पड़ता है, क्लाइंट को बिजनेस जनरेट हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है. तो इसके ऊपर हम लोगों को बहुत सारी मेहनत करना पड़ता है, तब जाके नेक्स्ट मंथ रिन्यूअल होता है.
Very interesting point. Jason, what is your feedback on this?
Yeah, I think probably I would say that before COVID it was very hard. Whenever we see a brand, we had to pitch what digital marketing was. That was the first 1 hour conversation. Like, hey, this is digital marketing. You can put ads here and there. People are actually using it, etc. But post COVID, people that conversation has ended, right? And especially internet usage has exceeded a lot of even the after COVID the graph has gone. I don't think it is linear. I think it has gone kind of exponential, right? So I don't think even in, especially in my region Kerala, I think Kerala has the most amount of internet users in terms of population percentage. I think after Delhi and NCR. So it's kind of already the space is already established, and they are okay right now. If you take an example, last month 2 clients came to us and said that they both are South India clients. They said that, okay, we are not spending anything on TV or ads or offline or OHS. OOH. And we are experimenting this year full with just digital, and we are interesting you guys. We don't know but what is exactly that, but everybody around us, like they have a lot of people, maybe friends or other brands or other consultants, right? Everybody is telling them to just stop TV and invest everything on digital. I don't absolutely agree to that. I believe that digital cannot, sometimes in some use cases digital cannot give you the all kind of solutions, right? For example, if you want to build a national brand, you need to advertise on IPL or something like that, right?
I think it differs from state to state because,
Yeah.
as you rightly mentioned, that Kerala has, I think one of the highest internet penetration, right? And just
One more thing I think
yeah.
I wanted to add is I think the chief marketing officer has to play a very big role where I feel that, and this is my experience personally, that in the regional markets, it's very difficult for a brand to get a good CMO. And because like as a digital agency, like we also work in mainline, but I know that when we work as a digital agency and there's a mainline, you need a CMO who needs to strategize because digital agencies don't set the path. The brands need to come across and share the guidelines with us, which a lot of brands do face that difficulty. I think like there are a lot of founders and entrepreneurs don't have that skill in them, and they need a good CMO within their or a brand manager to really pull forward. But problem is that it's very difficult to retain a brand manager. Most of them have career aspirations and they will move towards Bangalore and Bombay and all. Where on the other side, when you meet such brands where they understand the importance that this category is a marketing driven category and we need a CMO as maybe co-founder or on the board, it becomes very easy for agencies to engage because you don't need to do the hard work of convincing the client that why should you invest in marketing. I think that's an added struggle which we all face, where we kind of have a co-founder or a founder in front of us instead of a CMO.
So if anyone, wishes to seize the job, you know where to apply. Thank you, Shag, for this insight. And Jason, I had just one question. I mean, as Kerala has, one of the highest penetration in India, so how do brands look at, the internet penetration and high-speed internet? And also, we have a lot of AI, virtual influence, a lot of things are coming. How do brands look at this?
The numbers are great. Like, as you said, I think in India, there are about 750 million people online. But still, I think it's about 50% of the population, right? So there is room for improvement, but it is the biggest market in the globe when it comes to if you want views or downloads or numbers, right? So that's why India is the biggest market for Facebook, WhatsApp, or any kind of consumer-facing apps. But the one thing is that the conversion percentage or the viewership to payment or viewership to subscription or click to purchase, these kind of matrices are still not there yet. When you compare it with the US or UK, definitely not there yet. For example, recently I heard the CEO of Spotify India talking about the percentage of people who are actively subscribed to the 50 rupee per month stat, right? That is just 12% in India, right? So, but if you look at the number of users for Spotify, India is in the top 5 of the countries. But if you look at the people who are paying for that subscription, it is in the other countries section, right? So that is a problem that I think we need to fix. Maybe it is a mentality shift that we need to make. Maybe still, people need some offline convincing to make a purchase, right? So that is one thing. There are two parts of the coin. One is really great, like the numbers are great. Now, if we get at least 100 million or 200 million people who are willing to pay for all kind of services online, then it will be like brands will go crazy globally, right?
Let's have a rapid fire round. It's a fun round, and I wish you answer, Sach ka samna kind of thing. No sugar coating. So I'll start with Shayad. So 2 most promising independent agencies, apart from your own, of course.
Okay, it's a very tricky question. See, I personally, I think when we started as a web design company, we used to follow BC Webwise a lot from Bombay. They were doing some really good work. And now, of course, I'm a big fan of Shebang and Social Beat. I think
I
these
know
guys.
they are here. I don't know.
They do a great work, I think. Like, I personally follow them a lot.
A huge round of applause for both of you, please. And कुंतल, जब ब्रांड्स पैसे नहीं देते तो सबसे बढ़िया कौन से दो बहाने बनाते हैं? पेमेंट्स डिले होते हैं ना सब जगह. सबसे बढ़िया कौन से दो बहाने सुने आप?
एक तो सर अभी नहीं है, सर बाहर गए हुए, ऐसे कुछ आंसर मिलता है जैसे, और इस महीने बिजनेस अच्छा नहीं हुआ, थोड़ा वेट करना होगा, ये सब बहाना हम लोग.
नेट
बैंकिंग में सर्वर इशू है.
Server issue. Okay, interesting.
I think the most complex is payment is in process. You know, you
हाँ.
don't know when that process will
In
end.
the process.
You know, it's
तब
in
5G वगैरह सब चला जाता है. निमेश, you want to say?
I think all of these are put together. नहीं देने पैसे तो there is no end.
अच्छा, the question for you is, have you ever blacklisted any brands because of payment or with other issues?
Oh, quite a few. Quite a few. Please don't ask me to name them.
Okay.
Because I'm sure if their CMOs change, they could still become good brands. I mean, they would go off the blacklist, but surely otherwise, quite a few.
Pramod, given a chance, which agency you would like to lead, independent or otherwise?
Which agency I would like to take?
Lead.
I'd like to lead. Apart from mine, of course. So I think, I'll just go down to my memory lane and go back to the agency where I started my career while pursuing my MBA. I was fortunate enough, one of the 820 students who had a chance to intern during the program at Net Elixir, Hyderabad, still remains very, very close to my heart. Net Elixir, founded by Mr. Udayan Bose, doing fantastic work in paid performance campaigns. I think, given a chance, Net Elixir has given me best of the memories, so why not Net Elixir?
Great. Jason, how do you feel, when you learn that your family members and maybe friends, they are using ad blockers?
Oh, last day when I was looking at the threads, right, new app that Zuckerberg recently launched. One of my friends' first post was that, hey, these are the best ad blocks that you can use. And he was naming some ad blockers. So my first thread comment was that, hey, please don't use ad blockers.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to the third round, Shayak, I think you just mentioned that you have, a couple of your offices in different states. So what prompted you to set up offices in Hyderabad and other
I think
states?
as we discussed that the importance of regional agencies are really going big. And, we have had a long experience in Kolkata for almost like 15, 16 years we were in Kolkata. After that, we thought of going into another territory. That's primarily because, the kind of clientele we were working, say, from Bombay or Delhi, whom we were representing in Bengal or Assam or Orissa, we were, we could understand that they're still facing a lot of challenges. I think, brands in the north have a lot of challenge penetrating in the south. And, though it sounds like digital agencies, you can sit in one location and do pan-India, you can do that only when the brand communicates in English. If you have to get regional, you cannot Google and understand the culture of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. You need to be there. And trust me, when we first started with Hyderabad, now we are, like maybe by the end of this year, we'll get into Bangalore. We know that, we have understood that, we cannot play any role there. We don't know anything about that market, right? We just know that maybe Ugadi is a holiday, but nothing more than that. What does that culture work and how does it work? And that's not our job. So getting the best of local talent, I think, plays a very, very important role. And, when we went outside Bengal, we just found that, the collaboration of these talents from multiple regions have a huge impact on how, what we serve to our clients. Today, we have started using our, team from Hyderabad for some campaigns in Bengal also. And, that really, really helps a lot, I think, certainly for, I don't want to say this, but we are seeing a lot of brain drain from the east because of opportunities. But when we as an agency move to another territory, we could find some talent, maybe in terms of not just creative area, but also in technology and digital. And that's where, we are focusing more on building that sort of a team from Hyderabad who could help brands in the east also. So this is one of the key, I think, insight.
I think very significant trend you have pointed out. Thank you, Shaq. And Pramod, we are seeing a lot of merger and acquisitions happening in the ad sector. What do you feel when you see some acquisitions? Do you feel threatened, or maybe you feel happy, whatever?
So, you know,
Mostly national agencies, they acquire regional agencies,
Okay,
right?
okay. So I understand. You're saying when a national agency acquires a regional agency, I think it's a fantastic thing. It's a win-win. The regional agency benefits by getting to know more about the better practices, better systems. The learning curve is faster, and the bigger agency which is acquiring gets to play an important role in the campaigns that they are delivering in the regional markets. They can never understand sitting in Delhi what's happening, what is going to work, the psyche of the consumers in Hyderabad or in Kolkata. So I think it's a win-win. And at the end, why I think it's a win-win, not just for the two parties, but for the consumer more than anybody else. Because at the end, in a partnership like this, the value that a consumer gets is the maximum. And as an agency, what better than a consumer getting the maximum bucks for the money, as you rightly pointed. That's the only thing that matters. And as a smaller agency, bigger agency, if a collaboration is able to derive that for the consumer, nothing better than that.
But what about the other agencies in the market? I mean,
You mean referring to independent agencies?
yeah, yeah.
I think independent agencies, if they strive to, see, it's all about your personal goal and the choices that you make to reach your goal. So if a smaller agency is looking to be part of one of these Denshoes and the WPPs and so on and so forth, there are opportunities, and that could be the winning formula for them. And on the other side, there are agencies like ours. We are dominating the Eastern India market. We are one of the fastest growing in spite of not being part of any of these bigger agencies, and it's working fine for us. It's totally purely a call of the founder of the company. What is the route that he wants to take to excel, move ahead, make progress?
Yeah. Thank you, Pramod. Nimesh, my question is, how challenging is to acquire skilled manpower in smaller cities? Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, after we set up our presence in Bombay and Gurgaon, we then moved to Guwahati. And Guwahati was we got a huge government project, and we set up shop there. I was amazed with the kind of talent that's available, in the northern east, and I feel a little ashamed to admit that initially that area was such a like a blind spot, for us. But once we set up shop over there, we saw the kind of, especially in the space of designers, video editors, graphic, your animation artist, the entire region, Northeast region, was just amazing, with the kind of people and the talent that they had. Similarly, later when we set up a branch in Bhopal, and we came across a huge set of people so well versed with writing scripts, and especially in Hindi. The Hindi was just so brilliant that you could write scripts very well. They could write, वो कविता लिख देते थे ऐसे, and it's just amazing the kind of talent that is available right now in a lot of these cities. A little bit of grooming is required if you want to keep them in the client-facing role, but that's true with everyone, right? So even if you hire from a metro, you still need to do a bit of grooming for the team. But I think we are blessed with some really talented people across the country, be it that northeast part where we face that, or, middle of the country in Bhopal, where the writers and script writers and the poets, were brilliant. So no problem at all in recruiting.
Kuntal,
Just to add
agency
to
was-
what Mr. Shah said, I think one of the key positions where the grooming and nurturing of the resource becomes the most important is the client-facing individual. If that aspect is taken care, the rest we can manage with little bit of
So
less and more.
I think Kuntal would like to respond to this question. I think he's setting up an institution to train people, right? Kuntal, can you please quickly?
अभी जो है जो डिजिटल मार्केटिंग स्केल अप के लिए फर्स्ट जो चैलेंजेस हम फेस कर रहे हैं, हम लोग फेस कर रहे हैं, दैट इज स्किल एंड ट्रेन मैन पावर. तो इसीलिए हम लोग ट्रेनिंग भी प्लान कर रहे हैं. हेलो. तो ऑलरेडी हम लोग ट्रेनिंग भी प्लान कर रहे हैं जो इंडस्ट्री में कैसे काम होता है, कैसे क्लाइंट का जो बिहेवियर, क्लाइंट का क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है, तो उसका बेसिस के ऊपर हम लोग ट्रेनिंग हम लोग शुरू कर रहे हैं सो दैट वी कैन ट्रेन द पीपल फॉर इंडस्ट्री. इंडस्ट्री में कैसे मैन पावर चाहिए, क्लाइंट का क्या रिक्वायरमेंट, क्लाइंट का क्या बिहेवियर, इसके ऊपर डिपेंड करके हम लोग मैन पावर को ट्रेन करना हम लोग स्टार्ट करेंगे थोड़ा 1-2 महीने के बाद ही.
Thank you, Kuntal. Just two biggest opportunities and two constraints. Just quickly.
You mean two biggest opportunities?
In regional parts, yeah.
Opportunities. Yeah. Opportunities are the same as national, right? In terms of what you say, like the creatives, right? The creatives are the opportunities because that is the key thing that differentiates. It's not about the technical stuff, but it's about the creatives. That is the biggest opportunity. And the next opportunity is that lesser competition, I would say. Everybody knows each other. In my area, we almost knows each other. We know which brand is working with whom, and anyways, that brand, if they didn't get the brand, they'll come to us. So there's the connect between, right? So we know what's happening in the industry. The cons is that it's really hard to get a national band level brand who is based out of Mumbai or Delhi, right? They would want us to be here, but still we have managed to grab some clients from Mumbai and Delhi. But that was if given that the CMO is good with like working remotely with the team, right?
Thank you, Jason. Any questions from the audience? Yeah. Thank you, everyone. We really enjoyed, talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. With that, Kanchan, if I may request you to help us in felicitating our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for all our panelists today. Thank you, Kanchan, for curating this discussion. We have Blue Streak Media, we've got Digital Googly, we've got Wind Chimes Communication, Creative Machines, Brandwiz Communications Private Limited. Such great leadership joining us on stage. With that, if we could have the entire panel please step forward for a group photograph. Hashtag E4M IDAC moment right there. Thank you so much to each and every one of you for joining us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this we break in for a tea and a coffee break. Please join us back at 4:30 for yet another great discussion. We also have a very famous artist joining us, influencer Prajakta Kohli, of course, towards the finale of the Connect. So we hope to see you all shortly once again and at 4:30 Indian Standard Time. Thank you. We hope you've had a great discussion so far since morning. And of course, after having regenerated with a cup of hot coffee and tea, I hope our conversation only brews better for all of you. Well, our topic next is the role of independent agencies in the changing times. So we've gone from the future to, of course, now talking about the role of the agencies in the changing times when we're trying to figure out the impact of accelerating changes in the digital media and the marketing ecosystem. So with that, it is now my honor, first up, to call upon our session chair, the founder and MD of Garage Group, Saurabh Gupta, to kindly join us. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. With that, if I could have our eminent panelists joining us. First up, the co-founder and CEO of Lixel and Flamingo, Dave Batra. Dave, you've got that great smile joining us. With that, if I could now have the co-founder and CEO of Worldwide, Manas Gulati. Joining us next is the co-founder and CEO of Team Pumpkin, Ranjit Kumar. The co-founder and CEO of Grapes, Shraddha Agarwal. Extra for the lady, yes. All the men on the stage, let's give it extra for the lady. I think Shraddha getting that welcome is deeply appreciated, I'm sure. And the CEO of CultureX.ai, Vinay Mehta. Over to you.
So I have been following the entire IDAC on YouTube since morning, probably. So one request to everyone over here is, because the only comment on YouTube throughout the day which was common, not audible. So it's a request to everyone, please keep the mics as close as possible so that at least everybody can listen all the insightful things that we're going to share now. So a lot of us in the panel come from the real good old days of advertising and digital marketing when digital was starting in the country. Me and Manas have worked very closely almost for 15 plus years now. And today we are sitting in the same forum discussing the role of independent agencies, as we call it, challenger agencies, how we are shaping the entire landscape of digital media, or rather advertising as per se. So as the introduction has already happened, I would want to first go to Dave and understand how the data, the first party, second party, third party data is going to impact us. Most of the clients today talk about conversions and how the data is going to affect us. Dave, would you like?
Yeah, sure. So I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So the way I am looking at it is, obviously there is a huge amount of hue and cry about third-party data and the amount of data that gets in the hands of publishers. And I think to a large extent, it's quite a reasonable concern that a lot of people have. The only thing is that there's enough and more that's happening to build an alternate way of identifying or creating cohorts of behaviors, I would say, without sharing any personal information. So there's so much that is happening, whether it is through universal IDs that a lot of independent partners are building, whether it is through really focusing on building first-party data that a lot of brands have started doing, which is whether it is through their own D2C website, whether it is through communities, all of that is also happening in a very big way. Or I was reading this strategy around contextual targeting, which obviously a lot of us do, rather than talking to actual users or specific users, I would say you end up talking to cohorts who are reading or consuming a certain kind of content. So there are ways in which I think the two things can happen. It is not that efficient targeting means that you have to necessarily know everything about a user and capture a lot of private information about them that they may not want to share.
but there could be a workaround that has started emerging. So I think in the long term, this will probably be a more effective way of meeting both ends, essentially. That's my sense, I guess.
Wonderfully said. However, Manas, I would want definitely your 2 cents on this. The data deprecation, as I know, you come from hardcore media background, right? From Samsung days to today, whatever you are doing, and plus, you handle one of the most demanding performance clients, as I know. So, as per you, how difficult it's going to become? Can you just guide us, because we are also agencies, right? We would want to understand how to address this. The performance, how the performance will get affected because of the data deprecation, the first party data. We all understand what will happen to media maths, right?
So, yep. So, when you talk about data, we were having a session just next door, and what we were talking about is at times we overanalyze data, and we talk about digital being a measurable medium, which is why many a times अगर 50 लाख का spend हो रहा होता है तो 5 लाख का हो जाता है, जो भी measure हो रहा है उस पे खर्च करते हैं. And we also know historically back in the day that TV से कोई question पूछता नहीं था, and when we start over analyzing things, then the pie goes smaller. While it's solving the same purpose, probably giving you a better customer through precise targeting, when we do it on digital, but because of the fact that we tell them that we can have real-time reporting, probably it will attribute through conversions for the final performance and everything else also. So many a times the pie gets smaller, while it is doing a better service than probably a TV advertising would be doing, and probably giving you a better audience, say through CTV advertising. Still, like, we are the ones who are deselling our own products, to the customers also at times. And it has to be, when we look at the entire consumer journey also. So पूरी दुनिया बात करती है कि awareness करना है तो TV भी करना है और साथ में कुछ और भी करना है. So the strategy should be that in the entire IDA model, which is awareness, interest, desire, action, and using those customers for talking about your own products also. In the entire journey, we should talk about the entire journey rather than only conversions most of the times, because there's a certain cycle to the brand as well. You're an established brand, probably like a Bajaj and HDFC, who already has a great brand salience. Their brand plus generic keywords are well known, in the outside industry very, very well. They probably don't need that amount of awareness indexing and everything else, which is attached to it. While in the current set of things where so many investors have invested in, say, new startups and everything, they are the ones who actually need a lot of awareness indexing, a lot of buying, and also creation of first-party data over a period of time to reach a certain situation where they can only bank on performance. But till that time, there is an important need to spend a lot of money on awareness, reaching the right set of customers, getting high on the consideration set also. And in situations where you do not have, as much budgets to, probably do awareness indexing, you have to rely on the category and the competition to create that category, and you need to bank on that to, for your own products.
Thank you. That was very insightful. So you just used a keyword while addressing the situation, CTV. We all understand connected TVs. Probably I had my first smart TV back in 16 or 17, but we never used to call it CTV those days. So Shraddha, would you like to throw some lights how the connected TVs are playing, or what role are they playing in today's media landscape, and how digital agencies can embrace that? Instead of just using it as a jargon or a keyword, but actual utility in our media mixes.
Is this, yeah, better. Okay. So I'll start with a small anecdote. Today, if you look at CTVs or connected TVs, we are only 25 million as per the last stats, right? It's not huge, given the fact that we are 700 million as an internet audience. But the best part is the decisions for any marketing plan are taken in board views.
Hello. Yeah, it's back. It's back.
Hello.
No, it's gone again.
Okay. So the discussions happen in boardrooms. Now, I was sitting with the MD of a renowned brand who is the largest in its category. And when we were doing this discussion, he was like, मैंने तो बंद कर दिया है टीवी देखना. मैं तो सिर्फ नेटफ्लिक्स और अमेज़ॉन देखता हूँ. आप देखते हैं क्या? शर्मा जी, आप देखते हैं? जब हम देखते ही नहीं तो किसके लिए ऐड चला रहे हैं हम टीवी पे? Right? And that's where the discussion genuinely starts, right? It's not difficult to sell connected TV in a boardroom still, despite the number is 25 million. But it's also a great platform for you to now see what this can bring in terms of innovation, precise targeting, better placements, right? Because you can only say that I want to target somebody who's watching only horror category or fashion category. Bark is a sample plan, right? On TV, it is on a sample set. But here you have exact data. Yes, it is overselling, and Manas will kill me for that. Because in the lower funnel, you'll be literally putting pixels in everybody. But at the end of the day, still it's better than the TV that is going on there, right? So I think from the perspective of future, from the perspective of MDs and CEOs, it's a great platform to advertise on. The next thing which I think connected TV can bring in is a lot of lower funnel and mid funnel as well. I am watching a show, and what happens is, let's say I'm watching Night Manager, and my husband will be like, I like this girl. You know, yeah, let me just tell you a little more details about it. Here's the name of it, and we'll go to Wikipedia and search her age and other stuff about her. But what we don't realize is it's not just about the girl that or the boy that you're watching on the TV, but you can also actually see the product that they're using, right? You can actually see that, okay, if this is the product that you're watching, is there a way of knowing more about this place or product? Can I buy it? So there's a lot of integration for this audience on connected TV, which you don't find in your regular TV. So it's more two ways. I might also have a survey which says, did you like the project that I was watching? We had Netflix and Ranveer's thing, which was wild, and something where we have interactivity. We could change the course of what we're watching, right? So that ways, I think it has a great future and would be helpful in terms of driving more two-way communication too.
Thank you. So that was pure play media insight given to us from Shraddha. But again, I derive another keyword over here. So I think I would want to ask Ranjit over here. So on connected TVs, as very clearly mentioned, it's still a TV, but measurable, right? That's how I can zero on, right? But as it is measurable, so just because see, we are seeing the technology is evolving every day, even on TVs, right? Sony, LG bringing something new every day. So can we say in future, the journey can be completed, the consumer journey on connected TV, from seeing an ad to completing a transaction within the TV frame, not moving to another device? Is it possible? Or is that innovation which is going to take over this entire journey? Or is it the creatively we're going to entice a customer to complete the purchase cycle within the TV ecosystem or the connected TV ecosystem?
So I think the one important part of connected TV is that the TV in its own form, which used to be a social experience at home, is slowly giving way to a personal TV. So like your personal mobile phone, most houses today have 2, 3 TVs, and so it's a personal TV for them. So your question actually is that in a social experiment, in a social setting, shopping, if you're watching a soap with your family together, kids and stuff, may not be the right, I would say, thing to solve also. But when you have a personal TV, like my daughter today would watch her show on her own TV and would actually go back and search those stuff that she's watching on her mobile phone. So, like, I mean, what you're saying that how can we bridge the gap between that experience of shopping or exploration between those two devices? In fact, there are certain say applications in the US who are trying to solve that. While you are watching TV, those products pops out or it gives you a prompt, like you were saying, and you actually do a voice command and shop or have some sort of interaction without going to other device. So I think those things are there. Amazon has tried with Alexa and Alexa TV also. So yes, I mean, in future you'll be able to shop off TV, but it will be equal to a personal experience, not a social experience, so to say, at home.
I agree, shopping has always been a personal experience for all of us. Manas.
Yeah, I'll try and answer that and disintegrate into two parts. So, एक घर में multiple devices होते हैं and devices are connected. and I was also in a closed room session there, and this question was asked. So if you put like say coupon code or something there, it's a 20-seconder which goes there, and by the time you probably take something out to purchase something and do that entire process, those 20 seconds are gone. But the IP addresses are captured. So the system understands that these are the IPs, from where an entire family is probably connecting, and they might have witnessed a certain ad. So for me to attribute to that specific ad, I can target the device which is running on the same Wi-Fi and an IP. That's where my entire journey probably can be completed from a screen, which is a smart screen, coming back to my phone, and the system knows the frequency at which it is being served, probably showing it in that ecosystem again, might continue that journey and eventually culminate into a purchase pattern which can happen. And this is also an integration probably of a couple of things. In there are some products like Silverpush had a product that if you're seeing something on TV, you can probably target them on your mobile phone. And what CTV is providing you an entire ecosystem that you can do that along with this, and then culminate into an action later on. So those twin screen problem, I think, is solved there.
Pretty bang on, I would say. Both the answers, Ranjit, with the example of Amazon Echo was bang on. And I don't have the numbers right now, but I was going through this study back in US is happening. The majority of the list shopping, as we call it, the regular groceries, are done through Amazon Echo now. People just while moving to the office tell the Echo that, okay, please arrange all these stocks for me when I'm back. And actually it is happening. And what Mana said, for non-grocery shops, which may be a mobile phone or anything which is of larger purchase value, uh, probably a connected experience is more important than a connected TV alone, right? So a follow-through communication from a TV to the same IP mobile address, because once we are home, we are all connected to the same Wi-Fi, and we cannot deny that, right? So yes, I think both the answers are bang on, and we both, or rather we all are aligned to that. Now coming on, another challenge that all the agencies, the challenger brands or the independent agencies as we all are face is the content part, right? So if we look at pitches that we all make, the pitches were pitches and still are the same pitches which are driven by ideas, followed by great creatives, some out of the line rationals to explain those ideas and creative, and then coupled with great media integration ideas, everything, right? But from top to bottom, we see content being part of everything, from an idea stage to the campaign stage to the media stage. So we are living in the content economy. The content creators are probably having bigger top line than us. Right? So
True.
how relevant the content is today for any pitch? Is it that you have to have a content creator only to win the pitch, or without a content creator, micro, macro influencers? I don't know. So I think you can answer me that, Mr. Mehta.
Yeah, so I just want to first double check on the question, but the next session is by Prajakta Kohli. So I think while we speak about top lines, I think we will have her as a benchmark, the way that how individual brands have probably gone above the roof and have actually nailed the entire market. Now there's a word that's roaming around. They're calling it single person unicorn. Yeah. Mr. Beast is moving in that direction. But yeah,
Logan
so
Paul, he is. Yeah.
he is that way. So we really feel that while the entire economy is taking its shape, right? I really don't see this not happening. That there are going to be maybe single person unicorns or people with 100 million following just creating content in Marathi. So the population of Maharashtra would be, I think, 19 odd crores or something like that. So I really feel that if at all there is a channel like Mr. Beast, right? That's probably 10 crores right now, and it's growing like anything. So I feel speaking about creators, that's a very sound arena where now a lot of agencies are trying to figure out how to capture that market, how to probably have something in the intersection of content, X ROI, X creators. So yeah, but I'd want to understand the question before.
No, so what you said is right. But my point was, see, we are independent agencies, But today we see even creators are getting cartelized.
Yeah.
They're part of larger celebrity management groups. The cost of a creator has skyrocketed, right? So for me to buy a television artist to endorse my product vis-a-vis a creator, TV artists are coming cheap today for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Trust me, right? I cannot comment on the efficacy of both, right? Who is going to create a bigger hype for me? Probably if my product is for Gen Z, if I'm selling a Realme earbud, probably a creator might work better, but if I'm selling an FMCG product, it will still work for me more, right? And this is a constant debate that will continue. My only point is, in the current age, like Times recently entered the creator business, right? The creators, which as an agency, I might be paying 100,000. Today, I've been requested to pay 500,000 for the same. My clients question this, right? So, as we are sitting on this forum, how to address this question? That's my point is.
Yeah.
Or shall I go with micro, macro instead of the bigger A-listers?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah. So I think there's a technical answer to it. I'd want to touch upon that. But before that, just a little bit of context around what we guys do. Maybe that question is relatively more relevant to the work that we guys are into. So we are we are this influencer platform that's predominantly in the Vernac space. We pivoted into now a SaaS that's supporting marketing agencies create their own communities of influencers and brands via a full-fledged experience. More on this later, but the fact that right now the entire age is so much to do with going hyper niche, hyper local. If at all you have an influencer that is relatively wider in terms of their reach versus if you get influencer who are hyper niche. So we call it the 6R theory in CultureX. While you want to pick an influencer, you largely think that picking an influencer is so much to do with their fandom. The first aspect of it is reach, of course, which is their fandom. Second is so much to do with the kind of resonance that they have, the category that they lie in. The third R is so much to do with the largely reputation that they hold, what kind of background that they have. Somebody like a Ranbir Kapoor will have a relatively sound reputation versus somebody who's just starting out as an actor working in Bihar. So that's another R. Then it's so much to do with region. We are all speaking about vernacular and stuff like that. We are speaking about then the relevance of that influencer, what category he comes from. Then we are speaking about the, of course, ROI aspect, the rates of that particular influencer. So it is reach, resonance, relevance, reputation, region, and then we speak about the rates of that particular influencer. So there's like a small science around.
Probably we have to add those pointers in our next pitches. Do give those, all the R's. We want those R's from you.
You know, I think one thing on this, since you asked about whom to use, like
Exactly.
A micro
That's a
and
larger
nano.
question.
Yes, yes. So you know, this is purely from a personal experience of talking to clients and investing in something you're saying. So client today, and at least many of us are here, client today want first a creator-led content. It does not need to be influencer. It could be a creator which is a resident, or you get a content creator. So influence comes later. How can we do creator content itself? Thus, I mean, in our experience, clients like Swiggy and tons of them really today, we have put a full-fledged soundproof studio just to create content for. So the demand from the client today is to first, from those graphics and stock to all that, to have authentic content, which are creator-led content. And I think one very important change that influencers have brought in is to show the brands and agencies the possibilities, right? I mean, today a homemaker can create as good a content as agency can create, right? Yeah. So it's very important that the benchmarks are there. Now, agencies today have to first match to the content quality of a creator. That's one. And then, in order to, so if a brand is a D2C or brand is a long tail brand, we have worked with Mamaearth from day one of their time. We have seen that early brands are built on volume, not on one off or two off things. If I am going to pitch to ITC a campaign, I'll bring a big name coupled with tons of micro and so on and so forth. But smaller brands, we're tying up with mid-tier influencers, but for longer time, so that the impact on that. But first is a creator like content. Depending on size of the brand, you can look at a long-term perspective or a campaign specific, big name. And I think so. I think important is that whom you are serving, but definitely creator like content is very, very important today.
Just one thing to add, while an agency has to see the content creation space, right, they have to see themselves as a mutual fund for IGC, that is influencer generated content. The debate is, so I think earlier we had sessions where we had Harshil speaking that if it is AI versus HI, human intelligence versus artificial intelligence, he made a specific slide to just cut versus to and. So now it's not AI versus HI, it's AI and HI. In a similar fashion, is it macro influencer or a micro influencer? No, I really think that we'll have to pick in a very diversified fashion, that you'll have to have some macro influencer to add up to the credibility of the campaign, and then based on the XR, like 6R theory or something like that, or maybe based on some sort of relevance or your set of individual agency signs, just bifurcate in hyperlocal categories too. So just choosing one, I think, could be a very, I would say, very loud approach, which can also fall back. So that's one way I would want agencies to see. Yeah.
So I'll just add an angle of, how it pans out. So I'll just quote an example. So back in the day, like 2 years back, we were doing a campaign for Outfit 7, talking Tom and Friends. And we were providing app downloads and in-app actions later on. And this we were doing with content which the brand had provided. And we, of course, went back to them and said that, why don't we use an influencer? Why don't we use Shilpa Shetty? And because she has kids also. So it's contextually relevant. And maybe it has a better effect. And we were getting, a cost per download of, 12 rupees. And when we used Shilpa Shetty, we started getting the same download for 1.5 rupees. So there is definitely an influence which was created. It might vary by category as well. And, and if you look at the current, the way it's panning out for Facebook and Google, they're coming back and saying, why don't we do branded content with influencers so that the ROI, the click-through rates, the engagement rates, all of those are going, up. And, that in a larger scheme of things, it should be tried and tested and not taken on face value. It might work with certain influencers who are contextually relevant, but having a random list of people who have influence overall, I don't think so that's the way to go about it. And to the second question, there is a certain way the influencers need to be used. So there would be certain film stars, certain Cat A influencers, Cat B influencers, and Cat, below that as well, Cat C also. So, one might be for creation of reach, one might be for creation of influence of quality followers, and the third would be like as an overall awareness perspective as well. So each of them solves a different purpose, and if it can be tracked back to the final, attribution, if that's in place, while, in India and everywhere else also, while we talk about the journeys and everything, but people judge you on the last click attribution for sure. But if that's in place, then I think the entire scheme will work and the clients will also understand overall.
I'd just like to add one more thing here. I think, what happens is it's more like branded content versus content that's being put together by another individual. That's really what this is about, not so much about micro, macro, in my opinion, because, I think all of them are quite effective. And in that train, I think social proofing could be just as effective, which means I don't even know who's saying what. I mean, who is this person? And this person is just a regular consumer, regular mom, or regular whoever who's the consumer, but he or she brings in an additional social proof by saying, listen, I use this product and it works very well for me. And that itself can have a huge amount of value at times, sometimes even more than an influencer, because people now know that an influencer is being paid, but a proper organic review can have a far more impact as well. So I think it's, and from a larger brand perspective, it's also about building that balance, you know. So you don't want your feed to look like it is just a lot of people talking about products without any real product, the brand, so to say, house being created. So it's, I think it's a little bit of a mix and match that you need to do so that the branded content and you know, content by people can coexist together. Yep.
Perfect. I cannot differ on that. And Ranjit, what you just added some time back, I totally agree. It's a bang on theory that brands need creators more than influencers. I can recollect that because one of the real estate clients that we were handling, uh, we went ahead and did a campaign with vloggers on YouTube who talk about only real estate in that particular market. Their followers were hardly 1,300, 2,000, 5,000. They started reviewing the project and the bookings skyrocketed. The content was mediocre. The equipments used was super mediocre. But the context was most relevant, I believe. Instead of going glamsy and glittery and promising like A-lister, these were young people in their 20s and they were reviewing the real estate, the product, the flats, the quality. And because they were in this space of real estate review and it worked. So yes, now I can relate what you said. And even Manas added a lot of the last attribution model is required for sure. The collective approach. So another point is starting from here because as we collaborate and partner with a lot of publishers, influencers, probably within the agency scope, we have certain agencies like Culture X who is servicing agencies as well as clients probably. So in terms of partnership and collaboration, like larger global group agencies from WPPs, Omnicoms, or LBIs of the world, the independent agencies, what is the edge that we have which can be the right mix? Because we won't partner together probably. We may partner with Culture X. Let's accept the reality, right? Because if we will partner, the world will call it a merger. That these two identities are merging together, their collective revenues and everything, probably. But we may not partner on a project until unless client says that X agency handles my social, Y handles my media, please go ahead and create this campaign together. Otherwise, we may not go together as a collective effort for a pitch to win a client. So, as an independent agency, what is that one X factor that keeps us ahead as per you guys? We are all survivors of this apocalyptic world of independent agencies where we were bitten by this bug back 5-7 years ago, probably. So please, somebody, anyone can help us.
Um, we actually are sitting together and we work together in the same brand. So he and me work on Mammy Poco Pants together, right? And we're meeting for the first time. And you use the word when we started the whole panel was challenger. We are not just challenger, we are hungry also. And it's survival of the fittest also. Because अगर मैं यहाँ पे matches की तिली फेंकूँ, तो 3 agencies खड़ी हो जाएंगी, right? That many agencies have come in the same road. Like in the area where I have my office, I was the only one 5 years back. Now there are 4 more agencies in my lane itself, right? The problem is the entrant to business is zilch. आप 3 employee, 3 laptop खरीदो, business खड़ा कर सकते हो. Now that's the problem. Now in this whole space where survival of the fittest is, we are cutting the cost madly, right? He's saying that we are spoiling the market by telling them too much measurement metrics. We are also cutting down the cost to drive that business and get that business back. And now if we have to work together, there'll always be an angle, being a human, that why don't I get that business instead of the other person getting that business? It's very difficult for 2 people of the same rank. It's like 2 students in the same class trying to work together that business out. But in group agencies where you know the client will not give the mandate of a particular service to another agency, you do that. Like in Panasonic, I'm working with a Denso, I'm working with Mediacom, where we all have our individual roles clearly defined, and we can't merge. So हमें पता है कि यार हम कितनी भी कोशिश कर ले, we'll not be able to get that part of the business or pie of the business, right? So that's working very well. But the reason why a brand comes to an independent agency versus a group agency is pure hunger, as well as the attention that they're ready to give to that client, right? Today, if you look at a Group M, and I'm, no offense to anybody from Group M sitting here, but the no offense, but the kind of time and attention a Group M employee will give versus a founder-driven agency will give to a client, depending on their budget, is way apart, right? And that's what first of all drives them to us. Second is consistently good work. So if you've been their right hand, like we say that one of the key things that we define us as is we are your chote, not chotu. Chote is basically who will go and murder for you also, right? Not the chotu who will bring your food. So if you're the chote of the client, then you are basically their right hand who's saying that, ठीक है sir, आप मुझे बता दिए आपकी problem, चाहे brand problem है, चाहे business problem है, we'll figure out a solution for you. We'll not say, please send me the brief over an email and then we'll get back to you in a week, right? So the ownership that we have towards our clientele is way different, which in a country like India, which is not planned, every brief was to be delivered yesterday, not tomorrow, right? That's where I think independent agencies, to be very honest, have been really successful. And then the third thing comes the pitch that you were saying. If you had a great pitch, you did a better idea, you genuinely was able to crack that moment at that time of the day, you are home. So these are three big reasons I think independent agencies still get business.
I have one point to her point really. हमने ना थोड़ा client को बर्बाद भी कर दिया है मतलब, you know, okay.
I wanted to say that thank you so much. It has become the relationship very toxic.
No, yeah. So, you know, I think what you said is right that, you know, they come to us. But I tell you on a partnership, I'll just take a minute. You know, because we are now 11 years old company and we couldn't have been here without partnerships. I think I met a couple of folks here also, Y Optima, and a couple of folks with whom we have worked long back. So I think I tell you partnerships are very important when both the party are not insecure about each other, right? And if you have those partnerships, retain those partnerships. So like media partnerships, you have production partnerships. Some of our production partners are working 7-8 years, right? It's important to have you know, say a boundary that this is what you are doing, this is what you are doing, and most partners will not eat into your business because they know that if I have to work long time, then the kind of relationship what she was mentioning कि हम छोटे हैं उनके लिए, and that they cannot go beyond us. I mean, you know, we are solving them. The partner is not solving the problem. So as long as they are dependent on us for their solution, any partner you bring, and if partner is sensible and long-term long-term thinking, then partnership works. In fact, today, post 11 years, about 10 odd employees of ours have started their own company, small agency or production house or XYZ. We still work with them actually. So insecurity ko side mein karke and have boundaries and have long-term view, you can have long-term partnerships also. And without partnerships, independency cannot grow because you can't have everything in one you know, roof.
Yeah. Ranjit, I'm sad that you forgot our collab.
Of course, we have just collaborated. We have, I mean, like he said that of course our collaboration is anyway. We have just signed up with CultureX also. I mean, and I'm meeting first time. Yeah. So yes.
I have a metaphor to what you're saying, right? I would want the group I would probably consider the group companies as the elephants, one who are as hungrier like us, right? I'd call us like the wolves of the marketing street, and then like probably so maybe CultureX that way is not the wolf, but we probably are trying to set the jungle right. So by the way, the collab that you guys were speaking about, right, is also collab that we thought that somebody will have it for us while we were like a marketing agency or like maybe we were trying to create a marketplace of our own. And the moment we were not able to get that, we raised capital and we were like, we are going to be the one who will actually partner with a lot of other agencies and give them that environment to actually build something on top of it. But yeah, I think interesting point. Yeah, thanks.
I'd like to add one more thing from a collaboration perspective. We were actually just discussing this before we entered on stage, right? We only talk about collaboration to drive revenue, whereas we're not talking about collaboration to make the industry better, right? Somewhere. At the end of the day, let's say I'll not take a name of a client who's not paid me for 6 months. Now, what will he do? He'll just go to another agency and say that, I have my pitch open. Why don't you come over and pitch me? It's a big brand name. Nobody knows what happens with the finance department. But I can pick up a phone on, let's say, Dave and Manas, I know them well beforehand, right? I can pick up a phone on them and say, this is what happened with me on this agency. I'm an ex-Interactive, right? So I genuinely pick up a phone on, Rahul, who's now moved to Essence, or Abhishek. Like, what happened with that client? Do you think it's worth pitching them? What are the challenges when you face working with that client? Because today, getting a business is not difficult. There's enough and more business in the market. The challenge is to retain them and maintain that relationship. It's very difficult. So we need to collaborate beyond just getting business. We need to collaborate at a level of whether this client is right, whether this rules and regulation is right, whether this employee is right. It's become a one-way street with employees today, yeah? They can bash you anywhere, but you are nowhere to talk about how that employee drove ownership within your organization. So there has to be a lot more collaboration today together. For example, in Delhi, I have another friend who's running another company. I knew the account was not coming to me. And because I have another exclusivity with another client. So I called him, I said, you know what, here's a client, I'm going in your contact, why don't you pitch? There's another small agency that I have, I will not pick a retainer of a particular size. So I pick up the phone on him and say, you know what, I'm not picking up this retainer, I know this client very well, let me recommend you, and you guys get that business. So I think collaboration has to go way beyond what we think today it is.
Wonderfully put. I have 3 instances to mention. Sorry, I may just bore you a bit. The first is what you said earlier about the toxicity of the relationship. Although you did not, Ranjit said, but you kind of endorsed it, right? That as a challenger agency, I'm calling it toxic. I think because we kind of service clients above and beyond than a global agency does, right? I'll tell you a small case. In 1819, a client which was working with ARM called me, right? And called me and they said, like, we want you guys to come and pitch and meet me, and we want you guys to take the account. I was aware that they were the clients of ARM. I immediately asked, but you guys were working with ARM, what happened? No, we are not happy with them. I said, then I cannot make you happy either. I honestly said that because all the 3 people or 4 people of ARM are all good friends and we know each other for more than 15 years. And we have grown together in this industry, and I cannot do anything extra to help them or make or please them or God knows what. And I said it straight over the phone that I'm sorry, if they cannot make you feel better or happy, even I can't. That was the first instance. Second, you said about the pitches, the best day, the best attempt, the best effort, the best idea wins you the game. Another thing. So we started small, we bootstrapped, we were in a 1,000 square feet office, moved to 4,000, 12,000 square feet, slowly, gradually, right? The furniture was bad, second hand, to the swanky, nice, everything happens over time. So there was this pitch, we won. It was a new mobile phone entering the market. The CMO was from an existing mobile brand. We won the pitch, everything wonderful. The CMO decides to come to our office. We were a mid-size office back then. He comes to our office for a coffee. He sits with us. He goes back. He says, we can't give you the account. I said, why? He said, no, I think Ogilvy is better. I said, no, Ogilvy is best. I can't question that. But we are talking about this pitch. We were better. You only said during the pitch. He said, no, I think you cannot handle the load. I just saw your infrastructure. Right? So just because we were a mid-sized challenger brand or smaller agency, they clearly said, I think your infra is not adequate enough to handle us. And we could not debate that, right? The third point, which was again beautifully said by Shraddha, collaboration has to go beyond business. One of my clients did not pay me, later on filed for bankruptcy, and these were media monies, not the retainer monies which I could have written off. I had to pay back to all publishers from my own pocket, slowly, gradually, eventually. Yes, I paid off everything. I think IDAC this is the first edition of IDAC, and I possibly am very happy if you can come up with another idea which can create a collaboration sort of body for us, right, which can act a kind of a referendum or sort of a charter, which at least hygiene charter, which we all can follow, and another hundreds of young agencies who are coming up, a knowledge sharing platform about clients, about even manpower, which is the biggest problem with us. I think the world will be a better place. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, this is working now. Um, Google has paid some $1 billion to government right now just because they moved some policy here there. Couldn't they pay for your bills? I mean, somewhere IDAC should figure out a way that somebody who's making so much. I remember 5 years back, I was billing for DV360 through Singapore entity of Google, right? And there's something called as equilibrium tax. And I don't manage taxes. That's something that my another partner manages. And I'm sorry, this is honesty on this forum. And they asked me to pay it. And I had not charged that to my client. And I was arm twisted that my account will be shut. And fought that for a year, begged in front of them, sir, hum chote hain, challenger brand hai, kuch daya karo, stuff like everything, done, bhed, bhav, whatever you say, we tried everything, right? But nothing worked. We had to pay that money from the revenue we made from that year. And that's the challenge that we are facing. That commission don't even talk about what we earn. You know, we are challenger brands, no, we don't earn.
We have all burnt our fingers in last
Yeah.
7, 8, 10 years of our existence. Luckily, we survived the pandemic. Trust me, most of my peers that I know from the industry who started their shops have shut down. We survived. We were strong enough to survive. So I think IDAC should take certain more initiatives. Anybody can add any valuable inputs about it. I'm more than happy.
Yeah, I have a question, I think, to 4 of you guys. And I think this is very important. I really think because this is something that the topic was that the way the times are evolving, how can the independent agencies solve upon what are the existing challenges, right? You guys almost have decades of experience.
I
right?
think we must give it to E4M to actually solve this, because I think they are the ones that who can solve for us by having a forum like that, maybe interact and so on and so forth. Thank you very for having this.
Vinay has the knack of always asking questions, and Vinay, the moderation opportunity will come soon.
No, I just wanted to probably touch upon these things.
I get it. Maybe one of them could probably answer that question. Would you like to
Yeah,
take
so
it?
my question just was that you guys, if you guys have to go back, maybe tens of years of experience, and if you guys have to probably give one piece of advice with whatever you guys have achieved in almost a decade or more than that, right? Because here there are also going to be a lot of emerging agencies which can actually benefit out of your decades of experience, right? One, what is that one piece of advice? And if you could do something differently, maybe touch upon that, please, a little bit. See, I know
God, these are like very intense questions, but could we have one of you answer? Would you like to?
I'll try and answer that. To the younger self 10 years back, I would have wanted to say no more than saying a yes on some of the things which the client said, and probably should have the wherewithal and the hard work, with all the hard work which we've put in, I think have a larger repository of TG and target audience and brands to work with, so that you can, with full confidence say no to people who are unreasonable. And from a pedigree standpoint, while E4M has provided a brilliant forum for all of us, agencies are not recognized as much. You might want a client to be here and talk about it, but the nitty-gritties of each of the services which are there, we all have gone through the entire process and we know all of that as well. So to the younger self, of course, I would market myself so much so that I have the ability to say no at a certain price or to something which is unreasonable over a period of time. And I think which is why we have survived, because we don't sell cheap also.
Well put.
Interesting take. Well, with that, let's humbly thank our panelists with a big round of applause for sharing their knowledge. Well, Saurabh, one bit we'd like you to do is to help us in felicitating our panelists. So of course, we've got leadership from Lixil, we've got ARM Worldwide, we've got Team Pumpkin, we've got Grapes, CultureX, AI. Of course, for our moderator, Saurabh Gupta, let's give him a warm round of applause. So we just request you to come together as a group photograph just for the final. You know, we've been seeing a lot of momentum around E4M IDEX since morning. Let the applause continue, ladies and gentlemen. A great conversation right there. And a lot more tweets are happening with regards to some great leadership joining us. Thank you so much, Saurabh, on that. Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists. Well, before we go to the finale session of our Connect, and the team is prepping up the stage, of course, it gives me an opportunity to update you as to what's happening on social media. So as you can see, a lot of tweets, of course, E4M, IDAC are happening. Of course, Saurabh himself had tweeted with regards to the interesting insights, you know, who's curated. Thank you, Saurabh, on that tweet as well. And of course, a lot of our participants who have been attending, of course, Rajesh has been very active. Amit Kumar Roy as well tweeted on the omni-channel being in any day-to-day strategy. Our team's been all, of course, tweeting a lot of content with regards to what our speakers have said. So it's all happening at the Exchange for Media page on Twitter. And if you have missed any of the sessions, we've been live on YouTube, LinkedIn, and of course, all our social media platforms. So if you would want to recap what you have learned, that's going to be a great platform. So yes, I can see the stage ready, and of course, it is now time for us to go to our finale session. We're talking about the impact of social media, the video-first algorithm. Well, this session will focus on how influencers, who are a crucial aspect of digital marketing for brands, how video content is taking the lead. Also, how influencers are developing and nurturing a two-way relationship with the audience and how crucial digital upgrading is necessary for them. Thank you all for joining us on a deep dive into the ever-evolving world of social media as we explore the latest trend, the video-first algorithm. And we can't keep sane as we have someone with us who we all, of course, know her with mostly sane, and somebody who's a renowned artist, YouTuber, blogger, actor, a person who motivates us and takes good care of us through her posts. When you see her, you have that feeling that it's going to be a great time ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, it is none other than the time for us to welcome Prajakta Kohli on stage. Let's give it a warm round of applause. Thank you, Prajakta. And since we have Prajakta on stage, it is time to call upon the Associate Editor, Exchange for Media Group, Neeta Nair, to take it forward with her conversation with Prajakta. Neeta, over to you.
You know, Prajakta, from the girl next door, you've managed to become the girl on every alternate digital screen. Thanks to the fabulous content that you put out. We totally love your videos, so thank you so much for joining us.
I'm so glad. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Good evening. You made it. None of y'all drowned, which is great. I barely made it.
You Prajakta, every time I search, I key in your name on Google, it throws up some fabulous results. It says, what is Prajakta Kohli's net worth? How much does she earn per month? In 2000.
What does it say?
I'm not telling you that. You can tell us that now. I don't know. I'm not getting into
I am
guesses.
so slow with numbers in general. I will, I, and I don't, I wish I was saying this to just sound how, I have no clue. I have no clue. I don't even know how you calculate net worth. I don't even know.
But back in 2015 when you started off, did you ever feel that the country would be second guessing your income maybe 8 years later and influencer marketing would become such a big area?
No, not at all. When I started off, it was such a blind decision for me, and that was very unlike me because I was always the kid who wanted to know exactly what she's doing, what is the plan going forward, how is it going to be. So for me, starting a job which I have absolutely no clue about was a huge thing, but I just started having so much fun, luckily, that the first few months of being a creator, I didn't even stop and breathe and think about, oh, like, where is this going or how is it going to be? And I still feel that hasn't changed. I'm very happy that I started when I started and I'm here where I am. But honestly, if you ask me where do I see this going in the next 5 years, I have no clue. I'm as clueless about that as I was before. I just know that I love it and I wouldn't want to do anything else.
But what was the earliest challenge as a content creator? You were an RJ who actually took a leap of faith into this very little known profession back then.
Yeah.
What was the biggest challenge for you and where did you stand out according to you?
The biggest challenge for me actually came about, and I'm not saying this to sound like I had my life together when I started as a creator. I genuinely was having so much fun creating content the first few months, over a year actually. My first challenge really came forward when I had my first content blog, and I was not expecting that. I genuinely thought that if you're a content creator, that's what you do. So how do you deal with content blogs? So that was my first big challenge, is how to stay consistent, how to keep churning out content. I was doing 3 videos a week at that point. And that was when it got really, really scary. But I got through it. I mean, I kept creating content and I told myself that it's fine, let all the bad content get out and that's when the good one will come. So when my videos don't work, I'm like, it's just a phase, I'll get over it. But there's no other way of also learning that, I think. It was a rite of passage that every creator goes through.
Would you say you had the first mover advantage back then, that, guaranteed followers, loyalty even today? And, or would you say instead that, it's a bigger challenge because you have to make sure that, in the past 8 years, the kind of content you created, you don't repeat that, which is not a challenge for the new people on the blog.
How is that not a challenge for the new people on the blog?
Because they just come up, so they start.
But their 2015 will start now. So 8 years down the line, we'll talk to them about how they can't repeat it. But I don't, and again, unpopular opinion, but I don't think that it was any easier back then or any tougher back then than it is right now. It's exactly the same. I mean, the economy's grown bigger, but so have the number of creators. So I just feel like it's also become a little more legitimate at this point, where I think if I had started today, I might even have like a fair idea of what the map was going to be. But the creators who are starting today have different challenges, where you have to kind of make your mark in a market that's already extremely populated. So I just feel like the challenges have changed, but I don't think it's any less easier or tougher right now than it was when I started.
Let's come to brands because we have a lot of marketers in the audience. What is the biggest difference when you create content for engagement with your followers and one which is obviously sponsored by brands?
What is the biggest difference?
For you.
There's a
The
lot
creative
of back
process.
and forth with the scripts. That is a huge difference. Also, for someone like me, when I'm making content, I don't really follow a script to the T. I like to improvise when I'm shooting. So that becomes a little tough for me every time there's a brand involved. But touchwood, I've been very fortunate that in the past 8 years, all the brand collabs, 99% of the brand collabs that I have done have been extremely collaborative. And I've had the pleasure of working with the most understanding, most open to try new things and meeting me midway kind of brands. And I think that is very empowering to a creator. So yeah, I think that is a challenge for sure. The scripting of it.
And we'd also like to know about your first ever brand promotion.
My first ever brand promotion was I did a 5-video deal with Yatra.com. There were 5 sketches that I did, and I was so surprised that a brand like Yatra had actually, and I think I was at, I'd started off a little over a year ago, no, a little less than a year ago. I think I'd started off in the Feb of 2015, and this went through in the Jan of 26, I spat. Jan of 2016. And that was my first collab. And I remember till then, we were getting all these like incoming inquiries were coming to us where they were like, hey, if you tweet about us or if you put a story about us, not a story, we didn't have stories then, but if you put a post about us, we'll give you a bag. And I was like, oh my God, guys, this is great. I get a free bag. And my team was like, calm down. You can afford a bag. And I was like, yeah, but like it's free and it's just one post. And that's when I remember my team sitting me down and telling me that this is real estate, okay? This is extremely valuable space that you're working, we are all working very hard to build. So you can't just give it away. You need to know your worth with it. And if it's a conversation, it has to be lucrative on both sides. And I was like, fine, whatever. So I remember when the first Yatra deal happened, I was just like, how much are they paying me? Are you sure? Is that how many numbers, like zeros there are in it? I was genuinely surprised. Not in my wildest dream had I thought that that was the kind of money brands would be willing to bet on a creator like me.
But at that point, did they micromanage you a lot?
Not
Because
really.
This was your first.
Not really, no. I remember having a great experience with them. I remember they were very open. I was also, because it was my first, I was kind of working with them to understand how it really works. So I was open to their feedback, which was constructive. They were open to what I had to say about what I knew of what could fly with my audience, what couldn't. And I think the one thing that we both agreed on was that we didn't want it to be a sly pitch. Like, we didn't want it to be like, oh, like, let me just book it on yatra.com. Like, it wasn't that. It was a proper collab, which I was upfront about it, and they wanted me to be there. So I feel like as long as the basic communication between brands and creators are through, it's great. Yeah, I don't mind brand collabs. And I don't just mean it for the money I make. I'm just saying in general, it's nice to meet different people who get different perspective for different products. Like for me, I did this one thing with Cadbury, and it was extremely special for me because my father used to work in Cadbury when I was really, really young, and so it was a huge deal for me. So I mean, I'm also coming from a place where I want to work with more people, so it's fun.
Cut to many years later. When was this Yatra deal exactly? The year?
2016.
Okay.
2016, yeah.
Wow. Now, if you were to look at it now, if I had to talk about the journey, from conceptualization to actually putting out that video, which are the different stakeholders? Does somebody help you with content? How much time does it take to put forward that particular piece on internet? And how much freedom do you get now that you're a known face in the industry? You can pull it off.
I actually am more spoiled now than I was before. I remember those 5 videos I wrote by myself, shot by myself. I had my editors working with me at that time, and I took a lot of pride in the fact that, I've got it. I've done 5. Are you okay? Are you fine? Okay. Sorry, no. So yeah, I had a lot of help. No, I had no help. I did it by myself, and I'm sorry. But now when I do it, I have a team of writers that I sit down with, I'll brainstorm with, so I feel like I'm a little more spoiled now. And if I was thrown back into how I was making content in 2016, I would have a tough time finding my feet again.
Okay. And tell us about the strangest brand request that you've ever received and how you actually made that work. Example,
Can
we
I
want to
say
hear the whole
this?
thing.
Oh my God, if they hear it, they're gonna hate on me. Okay, I won't obviously take the brand name. But I once wrote a script, and I wish I could tell you that, guys, this does not leave the room, but we are live. But, so I once wrote a script where my father's character says, why have you made palak? Okay, it was a joke on palak. So I got feedback from the brand saying, and I quote, "We don't want to offend palak." And I was like, I'm sorry, are you in touch with him? Do you know him personally? Can I talk to him and get it? So and I remember saying, and I thought they were joking. Because I remember sitting down with my team and I was just like, what do you say to feedback like that? That was the most ridiculous. I removed the joke. I couldn't fight. I had no ammo I had no clue what to say. I don't know how to reply to someone who says, no, we don't want to hurt the feelings of palak. And then they're like, no, like, we don't want to hurt feelings of vegetarians. And I was just like, okay. So then I took a step back, but that was by far the funniest and one of my most memorable conversations with the brand. I don't even think it was a brand, actually. It was the agency. Yeah. I don't think it was even through to the brand. It was the agency that was kind of... So it was funny. It makes a good anecdote.
And this is a huge responsibility when you're actually doing brand promotions and directly connecting with the audience through your own platform in a way. When did you really think that people were actually looking up, taking notice, and actually buying the brand that you really wanted them to buy? What kind of response, what kind of feedback made you realize that?
I think I realized the impact of my social media channels way before I started really doing brand deals more frequently. And I think that learning about that impact was also what gave me the confidence of doing more brand deals, because when you start off, it's a very scary thing, You always feel like, because as creators like me, like the way I started, I think we base so much of our content on the relatability of it, where we are shooting in our pajamas, in our bedroom, and that's that. And suddenly where there's a brand involved, it becomes tricky for us also to kind of believe that, okay, people will believe what we're trying to tell them, or people will really believe when I tell them that I use this brand. But the first time I felt like I had impact was when I started making I put a video out about mental health and body positivity, and I put out an email ID saying, if you want, I won't be reading these emails, and but if you want to just let out, here's an email you can use, like just put it out. And it was a small activity that I did back in 2015, I think. And at that time, getting more than 800 emails was a huge deal for me. And that's when I realized for the first time that, oh, they are speaking back to me. It's a conversation. It's not just me speaking at them, I'm speaking to them. And I think that makes a huge... So that is also what gave me the confidence to want to do brand deals, I think, yeah.
And now that you're an established name, I repeat, how does this work, this brand ecosystem work for you? Are you still approaching brands for the deals, or you mostly declining, I have just too much work, I can't be doing all of this?
No, not at all. I mean, this is my job. This is what pays my bills. This is what I wake up every day and do. And I just happen to be in this very fortunate place in life where what I do for a living is also what I absolutely am passionate about. The fact that I get to wake up every day, write, shoot, edit, be an actor, be a writer, be a content creator. It's just, I understand my place of privilege because I love every part of my job, except editing. I hate editing. I'm very grateful for my editors, but everything else I love. But having said that, there is still a system in place where obviously I work with One Digital Entertainment, and they have a very efficient sales team that is pitching me for different things. Also, I've also reached a point where I'm now writing content that I can sell, where I want to go ahead from the weekly videos that I was doing and maybe make like a 6-episode show, but I'm gonna need money for it. I need people to give me money so I can produce a slightly bigger show for my channel. So I'm actually also particularly writing content which is up for sale, where we're trying to pitch it to different brands and different platforms that, hey, do you want to come on board as a sponsor, and this is what we can do. A very new thing I've started with brands is that when I write a piece of content that I think could be sellable, is that a word? For sale, I will make a list of brands that I think might work as easy fits, that might just be a natural integration into the content, and then I send it to the sales team and I'm like, can we try reaching out to these brands? And that's how it happens. But we're also very fortunate that we have inquiries that keep
coming in. So it's both ways, I think.
And also, would you say today there's a lot more pressure on influencers? I think CCPA had, said that they would impose a huge fine on endorsers if they make false claims.
Yeah.
So what are the kind of checks that you carry out from your side to make sure that nothing is amiss?
So one of the things that, so again, I'm very happy that I started off with a team of people. Like One Digital got me to the platform. Sudeep, who's from One Digital, actually picked me up. He met me at the radio station. He's like, here's my card, and you should be a YouTuber. I think you have something. So I was very lucky to start off with people who had already worked in this digital marketing industry for much longer than before I came. So they had actually briefed me on all of these things, where they were like, you have to be responsible for every word that comes out of your mouth. That helped me understand how audiences, I had expected hate, because that was what the pattern of, that is what the pattern of the internet is. So that helped me get over trolls and hate and unnecessary, like, not criticism, but like unnecessary hate that it's not really helpful. Same way, speaking about social issues, I was made to sit down and understand that this is how you can tackle things that you're passionate about. And the same with brands. So honestly, for me, responsibly speaking and putting out everything has always been a filter way before brands came in. And that just simplifies a lot. As long as I know and I am accountable to everything that I say and kind of endorse, I think we should be fine. So as long as, and again, it differs from creator to creator. So as long as you have these filters on yourself, I think it works well for me.
Yeah, because we see a lot of these videos that talk about, how a brand got extra sugar in its...
a brand has got?
Extra sugar. I mean, this sugar, and I mean, sugar-free is not good, for
Oh,
example.
like that.
I didn't want to take names, but a lot of that kind of content, which is also coming out. So if you're endorsing something like that, are you actually going deep down and researching about the ingredients?
I am, yes,
and all of
yes,
that?
yes, yes. I am that. Also, again, I'm very fortunate to have a team that does it for me very efficiently. We will also go and look if the opinions expressed by the brand also align with what I've been working for so long. Like, for example, there are some brands that are great to work with. I've heard really, really good things about them and how working with them is easier. But if the communication includes anything, for example, let's say skincare brands, and if the communication includes brightening or all of that, that is never something, I have nothing against them, but that is not something I will ever come on board with, because I've worked too hard speaking about body positivity and accepting yourself and things like that. So I feel like I said, as long as I know exactly which direction I want to take mostly sane in, I think that just filters everything else out.
Also the government has made it mandatory for influencers to, specify sponsored content whenever they put out a brand endorsement. Now, has that made things difficult for an influencer? Because earlier when you started off, it was mostly like this friend I have on the internet who's telling me what to use, what not to use, recommending it from the, the truest part of her heart. And now when I see that sponsored content, I know she's getting paid for it. Like, it's difficult for me to believe that person. So how do you think that is panning out for an influencer?
I genuinely think it's better when you have the sponsorship tag on. That way, you as a consumer also know what you're watching. I mean, I remember when I started off, there were and also the audience is really smart. As time passes, our audience right now is extremely smart. They are very intelligent. They know exactly what they're spending their time and money on. So in 2023, sitting back and thinking, oh, I'll slyly put this in my content and it'll fly. It's not going to. If anything, it's going to be a question on your credibility as a creator. I personally like that it's an upfront paid partnership tag that goes. That way your audience knows what's going on. But having said that, I think one of the things that works in our favor as creators, and at least I'll speak for myself, is that I know I will take, like I said, I know I will take responsibility for what I'm endorsing. Like, for example, I have a lovely relationship with Gillette for the past 3 years. We just renewed again. I'm very, very happy. But that was such a seamless integration, because way before Gillette came to me, I was already speaking about hair removal and how I've been using Gillette for a long time, and it wasn't a branded thing. So again, a seamless kind of fit in my everyday life anyway. So I think when it comes to doing this, as long as you find the right fit for your content and for your audience, I don't think the paid partnership tag is an issue.
And you know, another thing is it tougher for influencers who are into niche content, you know, compared to someone who's into the broader categories like you? Just to give you an example, you know, I'm hooked onto content for taming my curly hair. And I see the same influencers talk about maybe what True Frog, about Anveya, Fix My Curls, Curlvana, everything. It's the same influencer.
These are brands or these are influencers?
These are brands,
Brands,
and there are influencers talking about
These
each of
brands.
them. Every day they would come up with a new brand, and they have, of course, paid sponsorship. How do I trust them? Where is the credibility there then? Is that a gray area according to you? You know, where the same influencer in a niche area is literally talking about everything under the sun.
But is suppose an influencer is talking, suppose a creator is talking about how to take care of your curly hair. Is every post sponsored?
Most of it is sponsored nowadays.
Oh,
That's exactly
boy.
what I'm talking about.
Wow. I do not know how to answer that question. I'll be honest, because for me, that is again a very conscious choice where I need my audience to believe that I genuinely am. And I think that is where long-term contracts with brands work better in favor of the creators, the credibility of the brand, and of the relationship with the creator. I really don't know. I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to think about that one.
You know, there was also this time in, you know, when you had to establish yourself in Bollywood or, you know, have a strong, you know, background in television to land yourself an endorsement deal. Now it's sort of the reverse, you know, where you can actually start with, you know, having great content, an endorsement will follow, and then maybe you kind of get that break in, you know, in movies. Like it's happening with you. I mean, there was Mismatched, of course, and there's Niyat that just came out. Would you say, whatever the clout of social media influencers, being on the silver screen would actually give you a leg up with the new age audience, or do they not really care about traditional mediums today?
You know, I think that I couldn't have become an actor and a creator at a better time, because thanks to OTT, thanks to YouTube, thanks to other streaming platforms that we have, at this point it's become a pool of content and audience के हाथ में है कि आपने क्या देखना है, कैसे देखना है. At this point, if you see, I don't think we are really judging a piece of content based on where it's coming out. If it's good, people will go to watch it in the theaters. And if it's not, then you could put all the marketing in it, you could have the biggest people, you could have the fanciest names, and it wouldn't even work for free on YouTube. So I think at this point, what the audience only cares about is content, which it should also, because it's a great time to be a creator. It's a great time to be a part of stories that no matter what the platform, work. So a lot in that dynamic has changed, definitely. I mean, the past, especially after the whole digital boom we've had in the country, I think India has completely changed. And I feel so proud when I travel and I go to different countries and everybody talks to me about, oh my God, you come from the biggest digital market in the world at this point. So I understand that everybody's eyes are on us. I understand that we are kind of taking this monster with us everywhere we go. But it's great. I mean, I think the audience is definitely becoming more aware of the choices that they're making with their content. And I don't think they are any more inclined towards silver screen as they are towards OTT.
Interesting. We'd love to open up, we'd love to have the audience ask you a few questions. I'm sure they are ready to go. Can we please pass on
This
the
is
mic?
always such an awkward time when you open it up and then I'm just like waiting. What if nobody raises their hand? Thank you.
Should we give you one mic?
No, Prajakta, that's okay. We'll get someone to pass it on, if you don't mind. Yeah. Kanchan, of course, one of our editors, so we're going to give it to her. Kanchan?
Prajakta, you mentioned that you used to get, lot of offers to post something and then they offered you to give free bags and all, but your team used to guide you, don't do that. So I was just wondering, you had just started, so how big your team was then and how did it work? You did not have any collaboration by then. So how could you afford a team then?
so One Digital, like I said, One Digital actually got me to the platform. I remember when I had my first meeting with One Digital, I thought I'm interviewing to become a YouTuber. I thought it's a job that they will pay me every month for. And that's how clueless I was about this entire life. And they were like, no, 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 you do it and we help you. And then the whole contract was explained to me, everything that went on forward. So that's where the guidance came. And how I could afford to have a team is that because it was a sharing thing, it was not like I was paying them anything out of my pocket. Whatever we would earn, we would share. And also, I think big ups to my parents, because I remember going to my parents and telling them that, I have worked in radio for a year for someone else. I wasn't making any money then also. But I said, maybe I'll work for myself for a year and see if I can make enough money. And my parents were like, we are both working. You don't need to worry about that. So if they had not shown that confidence in me, I wouldn't have the guts to actually work without expectations of pay till my first deal happened. And it was very important for me to do that first deal because that's what also gave me the confidence that, okay, there is money. And it takes some time for this profession to get the money ball rolling. But when it does, I'm not complaining.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, can we get the mic pass? Thanks, Kanchan.
Hi, my name is Pramod. I run a digital agency.
Hi, Pramod.
Hi. My question is, since you are one of the pioneers in your segment, if you could enlighten us how digital agencies can play a role in making this influencer game go bigger and better. To be more precise with my question, or to explain this more, if I was looking at creating a pool of influencers in just the way One Digital did for you 7-8 years back.
One Digital is a partner manager and a multi-channel
Correct.
network.
So, is this a pattern which other agencies are already following, getting into a contract with upcoming influencer and then doing something together?
I think so. But honestly, if you want, I can put you in touch with Sudeep or Gurpreet, who work with One Digital, and they can actually help you understand this better because they do that part of the film.
I'll truly appreciate that because that could be
Oh
one
yeah,
of
for
my
sure,
takeaway.
for sure. They'll be the right people to answer this. If you
Thank
could
you.
just maybe after, just give me an email ID and I'll put you in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pramod.
Thank you.
Hi, Prajakta.
Sorry.
क्या
Hello.
Oh, okay, right there on the left.
क्या एक्टिंग करी है आपने नियत में
Oh, thank you,
मस्त,
sir.
super, till
Thank you so much.
half the time me and my daughters were like,
Hashtag
you are the
fan
murderer.
moment at E4M IDAC.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I said hashtag fan moment at E4M IDAC.
Yes. Till half the
you,
time
sir.
we were thinking that you are the murderer.
So many people are like, you look too innocent. That's why we thought you are the murderer. I said, Arey.
So
But-
how was it from moving to movies really from the
Content.
world of creator
Oh,
and
it's
all that?
surreal. Honestly, I didn't even think these doors would open up for me. मैं तो खुश थी जब मैंने I remember जब मैंने YouTube करना शुरू किया था मेरे vision board पे था कि भगवान जी बस 30,000 subscribers दे दो life में इसके आगे कुछ नहीं चाहिए मुझे because I thought that was the extent of becoming a successful YouTuber. But I never even imagined that these doors would open up for me. I never even imagined that people would be looking at me through a lens. Another thing that I thought was because I have this personality that is online, which is also offline, it's not an act. But I'm just saying that because the way that I am, I'll always get this one kind of role pitched to me, the bubbly, the voice of reason, the best friend, I thought that is all that will come to me. But I was really surprised that writers and casting directors and directors were actually looking at me and testing me for different things. So it's surreal. I still don't believe that those doors actually opened up for me.
Try more for movies, you will do really great.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. I believe you had a question.
My question was similar to his actually, but I take it forward. So we're seeing you in movies and series also, and we've always known you as a YouTuber. What do you enjoy more? Like, do you love doing the series and movies more, or you love being the YouTuber that you've always been?
It's so strange to pick because they're both so different. Like what I love about being a YouTuber is that I'm in control of everything. Like I will write, I will shoot, I will edit, I will have a say in everything. So I remember the first time I was on set, I was so uncomfortable because all I had to do was get into hair and makeup, know my lines, go on my mark, say my dialogue, and then cut. And then I don't get to see what I shot, or I don't know how the edit is happening, or I don't know when it's coming out. Also 60 दिन shoot करके फिर 1 साल के बाद 8 एपिसोड आते हैं. ये तो मेरे समझ ही नहीं आ रहा था पहले. मैंने कहा क्या बात करो इतने दिन में तो like in 60 days I'll shoot 60 episodes, upload it every day. So that whole dysmorphia of content creation in my head was tough, but it was only tough for I think the first 1 week, because as much as I love being a YouTuber, that's a lot of fun. It's also a lot of fun to be an actor, because I thought that I enjoy acting because I write the characters, but then I started performing characters that I've not written, and that's a whole new space. It's very exciting. I've also been very fortunate to work with people who are great at what they do, so it's a learning curve, but I can't choose. I really can't.
Sure. Do we have any further questions? Maybe one, that's about it, yeah? I think the front rows have taken all the limelight here, all right.
Hello.
Not at all. I definitely can't hear.
No, yeah.
Hi.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Yes.
We love you. I love you personally.
Thank you.
First of all.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think I wanted to ask this question to you. It's completely on you if you want to answer or not. But what do you think now that we all know that the blue tick on Instagram, we all can buy it, right? So how do you feel as a creator? I just wanted to know your opinion on that.
Will you be disappointed if I say that I haven't really given it a thought? And I'm not trying to dodge it, because I could always tell you, no, I don't want to answer. I've really not given it a thought.
So it doesn't affect you because जो चीज़ आपने earn की हुई है, मतलब the blue tick, right? You got it verified. वो अभी पैसों से बिक रही है, right? So how do you feel about
now
it?
what to do? Oh, I see, as grateful as I am for the position that I am in right now, it's the same thing. You know I earned it. So I don't really have to go out saying, but like, I earned it and you didn't. I mean, it's fine. Whatever floats the boat. It's really funny when I see all these comments of paid promotion with ticks, and I'm just like, okay, that's where we are right now. All right. Yeah, it doesn't bother me, honestly.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, and I know that I've said a lot of the front rows have had the limelight. I think there's one more lady out there. She's been really earning for the questions, so I think we should give her an opportunity.
Sorry, these lights are into my eyes. I cannot see anybody.
Hi, Prajakta.
Hello.
Tanvi Pachure here.
Hi, Tanvi.
I want to actually understand, since you've been creating content for all these years, okay, you started with a schedule of, 3 videos per week. Then you took a break in between. And I remember watching you coming out and, telling your audience that I won't be creating content for some time. And, you stay with me.
I won't be creating comedy content.
Comedy content, yeah, sketches.
Yeah.
So I want to understand what is the role that, as a creator, you've built this community. Now for the community to stay with you for so long when you're not giving out the content that they want to see, and probably focusing on other things that you are looking forward to. How difficult is it to, keep that community engaged? Because today we were discussing in the earlier, panel discussions also, the patience levels are low. They want instant content. They want to see more of you because they are your fans.
Yeah.
So, still having those comments saying, okay, P, good job, okay, whatever you're doing, we'll wait for you. How are you managing to do that?
So much credit to my audience, and I've said this all the time. I have the best audience. As much as I am up for trying new things, I'm not very gutsy. Okay, मैं बहुत फट्टू हूँ. मेरी बिल्कुल हिम्मत नहीं होगी कुछ भी नया करने की. And I think the only reason I can do this is because my audience has always shown faith in me at the highs. I was going to say at the lows, at the highs and the lows. So उनके ही भरोसे पे I even had the guts to say कि I want to spend more time writing different content, and I've spent the last 1 year doing that. So it was very scary because also I kept thinking that what if I just fall out of habit of creating content? Like what if I just become too comfortable with sitting at home and writing and that's all I'm doing, and I'm going away for 2-3 months shooting something and then I'm back, and what do I do for the rest of the year? My engagement, my brands, like how am I going to sell and how I'm going to keep making money? But slowly and steadily, I think the fact that I didn't completely disappear, so I'd stopped making comedy content because I wanted to spend more time in writing. I was still uploading my other videos from time to time. I was still trying to see opportunities where good content could be created, good conversations could be made and then put out. And my audience was enjoying it and they quite liked it. At the same time, I was uploading shorts and reels because I was creating short form content and that has been on for the past year. That didn't stop. So I think I've not been out of sight. I think that helped, hopefully.
Yes, and
Thank you.
any
No,
feedback
no.
that people...
I'm so sorry. I might have to cut in because maybe you were the one who commented saying, okay, P, we are with you. All right.
Can I just get the last part of the question? I'm sorry, I'll make it up.
No, you
I
don't
know
have to
how.
make it. But anyways, a quick one.
Yeah, sorry, yes.
Yes, and you're also working on your book now, right?
Yes, see, I knew we had to talk about this. Good, yes,
Yeah,
let's talk
so,
about that, please.
Yes, so the kind of feedback you're getting on that, if tomorrow a brand approaches you saying that, how about doing an integration there? Will you be up for it?
She's so happy getting that question. All right.
But it's a tough one now, what to say, how to answer. Maybe once it's done writing, then maybe I can look at how I can do collabs because that will also be more effective and in a familiar space of how I know I can sell brands. Because this is my first book. I don't know how to integrate a brand into this new piece of content I'm working on. So maybe I'll learn on the job if I end up writing more. But maybe once it's done. Yeah.
May I intervene now?
Yes, now you may.
Yes, I guess.
Neeta, would you like to say something? Yes.
So Prajakta was worried about not a single hand going up. I think they can spend an entire day with you.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So nervous.
So let's give Prajakta a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for joining us, Prajakta. With that, Neeta, if I may request you to help us in felicitating Prajakta. Come on, everyone, let's give them a warm, warm round of applause. Check. And of course, we'd like to create a moment before we head towards Mavericks. We request you all to please stand up. Let's have a selfie with Prajakta. That's going to be a great, epic moment. Could we get the studio lights to be turned off for a moment? These lights, yeah, if you can just dim that out. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up with the Connect right now, we'd like to humbly thank each and every one of you. But remember, Maverick Awards is happening now, so we request you to kindly vacate the room. Remember to take your belongings with you right now because we're going to be revamping the entire setup. So we request you to kindly take your belongings. Also, a fresh registration needs to happen for the Maverick Awards. So please, requesting you all to kindly move towards the registration counter. There's going to be the wristbands which will be given to you for the Maverick Awards.